Chapter 2057. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 5, Section 32. The human ancestor continued on his way. After a while, a huge predicament appeared in front of the human ancestor. Jianghu was living in the predicament's body. Jianghu laughed loudly. "Oh human, I am back. I've invited a helper this time. Let's see what you can do." Rinzhu could only stop in his tracks. The predicament in front of him was so huge, but he did not panic. Long ago, Rinzhu had been chased by a group of predicaments, but when he gave his heart to the Hope Gu, those predicaments feared Hope the most and fled in panic. "Hope Gu, I need your help." Rinzhu summoned the Hope Gu, but the Hope Gu's radiance did not scare away this predicament. What was going on? Haha. Jianghu laughed loudly. "Oh human, now that this predicament has my help, it will definitely be the strongest predicament you will ever face in your life. How can you fight it off with just hope?" The Rinzhu was speechless. At this time, Weak Gu, who was protected by Rinzhu, spoke softly. "Oh human, thank you for your protection. Don't worry too much, I'll give you an idea. Let's scare this predicament away." "You can scare it away?" Weak Gu shook his head. "Humans, even someone as weak as me has a way to survive. When facing those who want to eat me or bully me, I will often bluff and deceive them, making them think that I am very strong. This world always gives preferential treatment to the strong. Even if we are weak, we have to pretend to be strong. Otherwise we will be bullied everywhere. Human, you can do the same. Don't you have fear, Gu? Isn't there attitude Gu on your face?" Humanity heard Weak Gu's suggestion and decided to give it a try. With the help of attitude Gu, his appearance became distorted and he revealed his teeth, displaying a fierce appearance. With the help of the fear Gu, the predicament was shocked. It grimaced in pain and squatted on the ground, staring at Rinzhu. Rinzhu was stunned. Why wasn't it scared away? Weak Gu encouraged. "Didn't you give it a fright? This proves that my method works, but we need to put more effort into it. Oh human, why don't you put attitude Gu on self Gu? What is the most complete deception and disguise?" He even lied to himself. "If I do this, I should be able to deceive my way out of this predicament." Weak Gu continued. "As long as the predicament feels that you are a true expert, it will make way for you. That's because adversity will always make way for the strong." Rinzhu took off the mask on his face and wore the attitude Gu on his self Gu. But it was no use. The predicament was still not scared away. Rinzhu suddenly realized, "I understand now, when a person is in a really big predicament, just bluffing will not solve the actual problem." Jianghu laughed loudly. "Oh human, don't waste your efforts. With me here to remind the predicament, how could you possibly deceive it? You should not have saved Weak Gu. Weak people often clamor and use overbearingness and violence to conceal their weakness." Rinzhu was helpless, he could only stall for time. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said to Jianghu, "You said that the strong preys on the weak. It is only natural, I have to admit that. But how do you prove that you are strong and we are weak? If you can't prove it, how can you eat us?" Jianghu was stunned. "Because I am strong Gu, it is weak Gu." Rinzhu shook his head. "Just the name alone cannot prove anything. Furthermore, other than you two Gu, there is still me in this predicament." Jianghu smiled coldly. "Then I have a good way to prove it. We will eat a portion of each other. Whoever can't persevere and loses will be the weak one. They deserve to be eaten." Rinzhu saw that he could not stall for time. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Then we can only do this. Don't regret it. But which of us should eat first?" Jianghu was confident in its strength. It smiled coldly. "You can eat first, so what?" Rinzhu sized up the predicament. He had never eaten a predicament before. Rinzhu thought about it and had an idea. "Then I will eat the predicament's head first." The predicament plucked off its own head and gave it to Rinzhu. Rinzhu only took a bite before his expression twisted. He almost vomited. So bitter. It turned out that this was a huge bitter head. Not just that, even though the predicament lost its head, it was still standing straight. The thick neck that was missing its head did not bleed at all. It was fine. "Ah." Jianghu laughed loudly. "Oh human, you made the wrong choice. You cannot solve the predicament by eating bitter heads. Furthermore, it is hard to say whether you can eat such a huge bitter head. If you cannot, that means you are weak. You deserve to be eaten by us." Compared to the predicament's head, Rinzhu's entire body was very small. Rinzhu knew that Jianghu was right. He could not lose. Once he lost, not only would he be unable to protect the weak Gu, he would even lose his life. He would be buried in the predicament's stomach. Rinzhu could only frown as he opened his mouth and ate the bitter head. After eating dozens of mouthfuls, Rinzhu suddenly stopped. He almost vomited. Hope Gu quickly encouraged him. Oh human, don't vomit. Grit your teeth. No matter how big the bitter head is, you can eat it. Humans not only need to eat, they also need to suffer. Rinzhu nodded as he continued to eat. Rinzhu ate half of it with much difficulty. Fear grew in his body. Shouted, "Oh heavens, when will I finish eating this?" Rinzhu also felt a trace of despair. Courage Gu quickly said, "Oh human, you cannot be afraid of eating bitter heads. Don't be afraid of suffering. Suffering is only temporary. If you are afraid of suffering, you will have to suffer for your entire life." With the help of Courage Gu, Rinzhu finally ate all of the bitter head. Rinzhu wiped his lips as he looked at Strong Gu with difficulty. "You can choose now." Strong Gu smiled, "Then we will eat your skin first." Rinzhu had no choice but to tear off his skin and throw it to the predicament. The predicament had no head, it stuffed Rinzhu's skin into its thick neck. Rinzhu's skin was eaten by it, but its huge stomach did not swell at all. Strong Gu asked again, "Oh human, what do you want to eat next?" Rinzhu was troubled. He had just eaten the predicament's head. It was extremely bitter. He barely managed to hold on, but his stomach was almost full. Even though the predicament had no head, it was still alive. "What should I eat? I ate too much earlier. My stomach is reaching its limit. If I eat too much, I might die from bloating. That would be terrible." Rinzhu thought clearly. He wanted to eat the most crucial and fatal part of the predicament. But which part of the predicament was the most crucial to it? Rinzhu thought about it for a long time. He finally had a good idea. He said to Strong Gu, "Then I will eat the part that you do not want me to eat the most." Strong Gu snorted coldly, "Then you will suffer." It took out all of the losses from the predicament's body and fed them to Rinzhu. These losses were not huge and there were not many of them. But Rinzhu was surprised because after these losses were taken out, the huge predicament shrunk by a lot. Rules and regulations. Gu explained to Rinzhu, "Oh human, you do not need to find it strange. Predicaments differ from person to person. You have suffered so much earlier. The losses you can eat are naturally smaller, you will have less." Rinzhu was secretly happy. This is a good feeling. Even if I eat all of these losses, I will not reach my limit. I will not be full. Rinzhu opened his mouth and ate a small loss. So spicy. Rinzhu was speechless. He continued to eat. Rinzhu opened his mouth, his breathing became heavier and heavier, his eyes that had lost their eyes started to tear up. He continued to eat. Rinzhu's entire body was covered in sweat. The tears that flowed out of his eyes were mixed together, they could not be separated. The most unbearable thing for Rinzhu was that there were flames growing in his heart. These yellow flames were like little chicks. They gathered together in a nest. The more losses he suffered, the more anger he felt. The more anger he felt, the more Rinzhu's hearts could not take it. They were about to be burned to death. At this time, a heart of nobility grew in Rinzhu's chest. Compared to the other hearts, this heart of nobility bore the greatest amount of anger. With this heart to share the pressure, Rinzhu finally got through it. Rinzhu suffered all of the losses. Strong Gu looked at Rinzhu's bulging stomach and snickered, "Oh human, you are about to reach your limit. It is our turn to eat." Rinzhu breathed with difficulty. "Then what do you want to eat?" Strong Gu said, "I want to eat your flesh." Rinzhu was helpless. He could only let it eat his flesh. Rinzhu's skin and flesh entered the predicament's stomach. Only his bones, organs and hair were left. In the deep eerie darkness, only Mingyu's thoughts were flickering with difficulty. He was emitting the final radiance of his life. "I can do it. Come. Food path killer move. Bitter taste. Food path killer move. Eating loss." The green claw ghost winged lion was flying in the sky when its body shook intensely. It cried out as it fell from the sky. With a loud sound, it landed on the desert, creating a huge pit. The green claw ghost winged lion struggled intensely. It twisted on the sand and created a huge sand wave. It could not endure this surging wave of bitterness. Its heart was burning intensely. It knew that Mingyu, who was in its stomach, was playing tricks. It did not hesitate to stab its claws into its stomach. It struggled for a long time. Its strength gradually dissipated until it died. Following the hole created by the claws, Mingyu's soul was like a wisp of smoke. It carried some immortal essence and goo worms as it escaped from the lion's stomach with difficulty. I really survived. Even he felt that this result was inconceivable. His soul was dim. After floating for a while, it slumped on the ground weakly. On the ground, he breathed heavily for a long time before he recovered a little. Looking at the dark sky, Spectral Soul, who was still a young man, snorted coldly before laughing loudly. Pathetic, truly pathetic. But in this world, who doesn't put up a struggle before death? I swear. Spectral Soul's form was blurry, he seemed to be pointing at the sky. He used an extremely firm and serious tone, but at the same time he shouted with all his strength, "This is the final struggle before death in my life. From today onwards, only I will make others struggle before death. The 5 regions and 2 heavens shall bear witness." The world was silent. After traveling through space and time, his memories faded, he returned to the current battlefield. Ching Cho rolled in the air, it could not hold on any longer, its throat moved as it spat out Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's figure was like a phantom, he quickly appeared on Ching Chao's back. He raised his right hand, his 5 fingers were gray like ink, it was very strange. His 5 fingernails were longer than his fingers, they were pale and sharp, giving off a cold and terrifying aura. "Go ahead and struggle before death. Don't worry, I will not give you any hope of survival." Spectral Soul's eyes shined with a dark light, his 5 fingers stabbed down at lightning speed. Roar. Chapter 2058. Thunder rumbled, destroying the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini southern border was in a terrible state under the myriad destruction lightning forests rampage, countless mountains collapsed. The ground was cracked and filled with countless craters. Combat Beast King had been fighting while bathed in blood, his injuries were getting more severe, his situation was getting worse. He was using his life to hold on, but he could not change the overall situation. Compared to the might of heaven and earth, even if I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, what can I do? Combat Beast King had been cultivating in the sovereign immortal aperture. His horizons were broadened, his strength rose greatly, he was full of confidence. But now, under the myriad tribulation, he could feel how insignificant and weak he was. Myriad destruction lightning forest's range had expanded again. While Fang Yuan's main body had to deal with the battle outside, he was at a huge disadvantage. Against the myriad tribulation, it was still dangerous for Fang Yuan to go all out, but now he had to expend more than half of his energy to fight Spectral Soul. This was a myriad tribulation, countless rank 8s had fallen miserably at this round. Fang Yuan's situation was even more special, this was not his first myriad tribulation. Not only did he skip 2 in a row, but this myriad tribulation was also a violent evolution of the more than 3,000 heaven Dao marks that he possessed. Such a myriad tribulation was extremely rare even in the long history of the human race. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan had no choice but to multitask. He dealt with the battle while inspecting the sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at the heaven path Dao marks transforming into lightning path and cloud path, forming this myriad tribulation. He suddenly had an epiphany. I understand a little. At that moment, he understood the essence of the calamities and tribulations. In the past, he already knew. Calamities and tribulations were controlled by the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao focused on balance, it took away surpluses and replenished deficits. Every Gu immortal and immortal aperture had a large number of Dao marks, they were objects that the heavenly Dao had to balance. Thus, every once in a while, the heavenly Dao would show its might and create calamities and tribulations to trouble Gu immortals. But why could they create all sorts of calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan did not know. Right now, this doubt in Fang Yuan's mind was completely solved by the scene in front of him. It turned out that no matter what kind of calamity or tribulation it was actually a transformation of the heavenly Dao marks. The heavenly Dao marks could transform into any style, which was why there were the flying frost lightning tribulation, the 4 blazing clouds tribulation, the dragon roar tribulation, the heavenly drum thunder tribulation, the windflower tribulation, the snow moon tribulation, the black-white flying salt tribulation. These calamities and tribulations covered all sorts of paths, there were too many of them, Gu immortals could not guess them, it was hard to deal with them. And the heavenly Dao would even imitate venerable methods, for example, thieving heaven demon venerable's formless hands. The various types of calamities and tribulations were only on the surface. In essence, they were all heavenly Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would accumulate, and the greater the difference between them and the natural environment. The more imbalanced it was, the more heavenly Dao marks would be drawn out, and the stronger the calamity and tribulation would be. No one in the world could cultivate heaven path, so even if a Gu immortal underwent tribulation, they would not be able to store heaven path Dao marks. These heaven path Dao marks would turn into Dao marks of other paths and remain in the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. Thinking about it, in Crazed Demon Cave, the heaven path Dao marks could create all sorts of strange small worlds, and after these small worlds were destroyed, they would turn back into heaven path Dao marks. And the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from Langya sect had a similar principle. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move used the Blessed Land or Grotto Heaven as the refinement main body, using the killer move to connect with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture. It could influence the calamities and tribulations and use the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. Langya Blessed Land had once been placed in Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake's surroundings were filled with dense water path and refinement path Dao marks. Every time, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move would be used to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally they would form water path and refinement path calamities and tribulations. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Dao marks. This move was actually to influence the direction of the heaven path Dao marks evolution. Giant Sun Immortal's True Inheritance also had luck path methods to weaken calamities and tribulations. For example, Dog Shit Luck and Fortune Rivaling Heaven. These were luck path Dao marks that interacted with the heaven path Dao marks to transform into calamities and tribulations, causing changes that were beneficial to the Gu Immortal, causing the power of the calamities and tribulations to decrease. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation limited the transformation of heaven path Dao marks. It turned every calamity and tribulation into a transformation path Beast Calamity. Fang Yuan obtained the killer move Exposing Heavenly Secret from Shadow Sect's True Inheritance. It could accurately deduce the contents of calamities and tribulations. Exposing Heavenly Secret used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as the core. It clearly used the origin, heaven path Dao marks to make deductions. Thus, the results of the deduction were so precise. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, Luck Path Methods, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, Exposing Heavenly Secret. All of these methods were in Fang Yuan's hands, but unfortunately he could not use them for the time being. The heaven path Dao marks restricted him. He could not use these killer moves freely. Only by using human path methods to resist heaven path could Fang Yuan gain some time and space to use other killer moves. Like earlier in Celestial Court, when Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall. Fang Yuan set up a human path formation in the sovereign immortal aperture, with the 1,000-wish tree as the core. But Providence was not stupid. It knew about Fang Yuan's details. Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest also appeared in Mini Central Continent. It started to attack the human path formation. Fang Yuan was forced into a passive state. Roar. Beast roars resounded. A large group of soul beasts charged towards the lightning clouds in the sky. They charged with great momentum, disregarding their own safety. These were all soul beasts, a large number of desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and 4 immemorial soul beasts. These soul beasts were mostly captured by Fang Yuan in Green Ghost Desert. Among them, these immemorial soul beasts were obtained when Fang Yuan helped Fang Clan obtain Divine Beam Palace. These soul beasts had always been kept in Mini Black Heaven. Right now, Fang Yuan was in trouble. He had to use this portion of his foundation. Fang Yuan acted decisively. He mobilized all of his soul beasts to disperse the lightning clouds, to give him a chance to counterattack. The soul beasts were extremely fragile under the myriad tribulation. They were like paper. In just a while, close to 100 desolate level soul beasts were annihilated by the lightning strikes. More than 10 ancient soul beasts died as well. Fang Yuan's heart was cold. He did not waver. The soul beasts were already useful. They attracted a large amount of firepower. They helped Fang Yuan gain some time. Even though these soul beasts included immemorial soul beasts, they did not have immortal Gu. They were only high-level cannon fodder in front of the myriad tribulation. But this was making the best use of them. Fang Yuan did not dare to use the soul beasts to deal with Spectral Soul. In fact, ever since those immemorial year beasts defected to Spectral Soul's side, Fang Yuan had given up on this idea. A huge force surged into Spectral Soul's body like a surging tide. Qing Chou struggled intensely, activating killer moves one after another, attacking its body. But Spectral Soul endured Qing Chou's frenzied attacks as he continued to absorb its strength. The reason why soul beasts existed in this world was because of Spectral Soul's soul path. Spectral Soul understood soul beasts too well. Not only could he make soul beasts loyal to him, he even had methods to absorb strength from soul beasts to replenish himself. Qing Chou's struggles became weaker and weaker. Spectral Soul looked at Qing Chou with satisfaction. The hatred Gu in Qing Chou's body was getting close to completion. This fool was simply giving away treasures while sacrificing his life. Spectral Soul suppressed Qing Chou while putting most of his attention on Dragon Palace. From the start to the end, he did not relax at all. He kept staring at Fang Yuan's main body. The entire battle was still under his control. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The atmosphere was majestic. Two giant hands slammed the door from left and right, attacking Spectral Soul. These two hands were black and white, they were grand and powerful, they resonated with each other. It was a Chi Path killer move, Yin Yang Great Killer move. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's Chi Path clone had arrived. Spectral Soul snickered as soul smoke rose from his body. Two immemorial soul beasts flew out of the smoke, crashing into the two Chi Path hands. The Chi Path hands squeezed fiercely, causing the two immemorial soul beasts to cry out in pain, but they could not be killed immediately. Chi-Si Ancestor did not know whether he should let them go or not. If he continued to hold on to these two immemorial soul beasts, his attacks would be restrained. If he let them go, these two immemorial soul beasts would come and find trouble with him. Chi-Si Ancestor grunted as he waved his hands. The black and white Chi Path hands flew away, bringing the two immemorial soul beasts away from the battlefield. Spectral Soul had already achieved his goal. He used the two immemorial soul beasts to block Chi-Si Ancestor and also diverted Chi-Si Ancestor's attention. After all, the Chi-Si clone still needed to maintain the black and white Chi Path hands to capture the two immemorial soul beasts. The first round of battle between Chi-Si and Spectral Soul was a simple exchange. Spectral Soul sacrificed two immemorial soul beasts while Chi-Si Ancestor expended a portion of his energy, immortal essence, and opportunity. Both sides were evenly matched. In fact, Spectral Soul was at a slight disadvantage. After all, the two immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. But looking at the overall situation, Spectral Soul had the upper hand. He continued to control the situation. Because he secretly controlled Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, he had many immemorial soul beasts. It was not a big deal to give up 2 of them. Instead, Chi-Si Ancestor did not make use of the opportunity he should have. He wanted to disrupt Spectral Soul but was disrupted by him instead. He wasted his chance. Spectral Soul played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. He absorbed Qing Chao's strength to strengthen himself while weakening Qing Chou at the same time. All in all, he made a huge profit. This round of battle was only a miniature version of the battle, but it displayed Spectral Soul's rich battle experience and strategic vision. His control over the battle was so precise and flawless that even people like Fang Yuan felt suffocated. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. While repairing Dragon Palace and getting restless, he ordered Chi-Si Ancestor to attack again. Spectral Soul did 3 things at once. He suppressed Dragon Palace and used the Black Smoke Whirlpool to kill it. He absorbed Qing Chao's Soul Beast strength, and he used killer moves to defend against Chi-Si Ancestor's attacks. Dragon Palace, Qing Chou, and Chi-Si Ancestor were all peak battle strengths in the current world, but even with 3 against 1, they could not turn the situation around. In truth, Spectral Soul's current strength was not too outstanding, but he had the complete advantage against Dragon Palace. He countered Qing Chou. He also had a clear understanding of Chi-Si Ancestor's abilities. He has many soul path methods. Each move complements each other and is closely linked. It is an extremely outstanding combat system. In contrast, my Chi-Si clone has not been around for long and has few methods. He can easily see through me. Fang Yuan's main body observed the situation. The Chi-Si clone's main offensive method was Yin Yang Great Killer move. His main defensive method was Heavenly Astral Cloth Clothes. His foundation was too weak. In the eyes of existences like Spectral Soul, after a few rounds of fighting, he would be able to come up with countermeasures. Be it battle strength, insight, or experience, Spectral Soul stood at the peak of the world. He was once an invincible demon venerable who roamed the world unhindered. Among the venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was publicly recognized as the person with the greatest killing intent. He was an expert who had gone through intense battles. He fought his way out of the encirclement and created a path of blood. Chapter 2059. Chi-Si Ancestor, how is the situation on your side? During the intense battle, Fang Yuan's Chi-Si clone received Qin Ding Ling's transmission. Chi-Si Ancestor did not speak. He used an information path Gu worm to record the battle scene and sold it to Qin Ding Ling through Jewel Yellow Skies. The Heavenly Court quickly grasped the situation of the battle like the back of their hands. Qin Ding Ling's heart shook. Spectral Soul's strength far surpassed her previous estimation. Chi-Si Ancestor seemed to be unable to restrain Spectral Soul. At this rate, Spectral Soul was likely to kill Fang Yuan, defeat Chi-Si, and devour Qing Chou, becoming the greatest beneficiary of this battle. This was something Qin Ding Ling did not want to see. Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were both powerful demons. It was best if they died together. It would be best if Longevity Heaven was implicated as well. This was the result that Qin Ding Ling was looking forward to. My side is using an immortal goo house. If we join the battle now, we can still influence the situation. Even though Qingqiu is strong, using it to deal with Spectral Soul is a mistake. Looking at Spectral Soul's expression, he seems to be certain that Feng Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace. Then, has Fairy Myrtle succeeded in her deduction and informed Spectral Soul? Qin Dingling guessed the truth, but she was not certain. She looked at the operating Wisdom Path formation, then at Calamity Luck Altar. If Celestial Court could eliminate Fairy Myrtle and the rest, that would be for the best. By cutting off Spectral Soul's wings in advance, there were fewer factors influencing this battle. Unfortunately, Calamity Luck Altar was here, and even Longevity Heaven's experts were involved. Qin Dingling did not have much confidence in dealing with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Among the Celestial Court Goo Immortals present, she hated Longevity Heaven the most. Back then she was forced to become Giant Sun Immortal's immortal concubine. She endured the humiliation and successfully cultivated Luck Path, participating in the Fate War. But at the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Giant Sun attacked threw a huge wager on the scales of victory. Longevity Heaven, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Qin Dingling vowed in her heart. Just as Qin Dingling was thinking, a rank 7 Immortal Goo House flew over. This Immortal Goo House belonged to Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder had personally brought an important person from Celestial Court, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong, hurry up and take action. Collect the dreamscape before us, Qin Dingling ordered. Yes. The Immortal Goo House opened its door. Feng Kim Hong stood on the stairs with a solemn expression, quickly making his move. She had Dream Wings Immortal Goo in the modified Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. In fact, this killer move was the result of Fairy Z-Wei's deductions. Lumps of dream realms turned into human forms and flew into Spirit Affinity House's Immortal Goo House. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven's forces were in a commotion. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with divine light. Old man Zheng Yuan quickly asked, Fairy, should we make a move? After all, these dream realms belong to Spectral Soul, they were related to his attainment level. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Endure it for now, these dream realms are only a small portion, they are not the main point. Feng Yuan is our main target. Currently, Spectral Soul's side had a clear advantage. If this continued, it would be very beneficial to Shadow Sect. Fairy Myrtle also did not want to break the balance here and disrupt the overall situation. Feng Kim Hong was only a rank 5 Goo Master, he was not even a rank 6 Goo Immortal. But her identity was special, she was Feng Jioga's daughter. Once she was attacked, Feng Jioga might be lured out. Feng Jioga's future self-killer move was likely to have disappeared. He was in the same situation as Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan. But even so, with just Feng Jioga's strength he could participate in the battle, he was a variable. Especially when this variable was not beneficial to Shadow Sect, Fairy Myrtle felt that it was better to avoid trouble. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan also had the same consideration, he did not make a move. Feng Kim Hong collected the Dream Realms under the protection of Celestial Court's Immortals. Qin Dingling had a complex feeling. She made use of Feng Kim Hong in the end, and also indirectly used Feng Jioga's influence and deterrence. When did the powerful Celestial Court fall to such a state? The pride in Qin Dingling's heart suppressed her, but the rationality in her mind told her. She had to use all the resources and strength she could. Qi Si Ancestor sent another message, requesting for Celestial Court's reinforcements. Qin Dingling rejected this request, hoping that Qi Si Ancestor could hold on for a while longer. Qi Si Ancestor took a step back. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range is closest to Black Heaven Temple. Why don't we ask Black Heaven Temple to send Immortal Goo houses to patrol the battlefield? If I am unable to stop Spectral Soul from killing Feng Yuan, Black Heaven Temple's forces can interfere. Qin Dingling thought about it. She did not tell Qi Si Ancestor that she had already ordered Black Heaven Temple. She rejected him. Black Heaven Temple's battle strength is not enough to interfere in a battle of this level. Qi Si Ancestor replied angrily, this is a rare opportunity. If Celestial Court hesitates and misses this chance, it will be the Righteous Path's regret if either of these two demons grows stronger. Qin Dingling sighed, Ancestor, how can I not know that? But the current Celestial Court is not as strong as before, we need to be careful. If Black Heaven Temple's Goo Immortals join the battle, they will only be sending themselves to death. Ancestor, please forgive us. Qi Si Ancestor could not help but feel dejected. The leader of Celestial Court told him this openly. Celestial Court was truly different from before, they did things differently. Fang Yuan could not make use of them easily. While Qi Si Ancestor and Qin Ding Ling conversed secretly, Demon Immortal Qi Ju also asked Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan's main body is here, why are you not here yet? Fang Yuan had set up a will in myriad year flying warship. He had also entrusted many immortal goo and immortal essence to it. Under the disguise of familiar face, it was extremely lifelike. Demon Immortal Qi Ju informed Spectral Soul of this information, but the latter was still fighting with Dragon Palace. He showed no signs of leaving. All of this made Demon Immortal Qi Ju suspicious. Spectral Soul replied directly, don't forget that Fang Yuan still has familiar face. At present, we still can't determine his true body's location. Demon Immortal Qi Ju became even more suspicious. Spectral Soul, are you hiding something from me? Spectral Soul replied directly, don't worry, you just need to stall myriad year flying warship, there will be a huge reward for you. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not buy it. He smiled coldly in reply, no worries. I have a great plan to find out the true location of Fang Yuan's main body. Saying so, he suddenly stopped. Ignoring myriad year flying warship, he flew towards Spectral Soul's location. Myriad year flying warship was stunned for a moment before it flew into the sky, rapidly pulling away from Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss. He quickly urged, Qi Ju, don't be rash. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had a firm attitude. Sometimes we have to take a gamble, right? Maybe you have some information that you just obtained, can you tell me now? Spectral Soul snorted coldly but did not reply. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was silent. He flew through the wind and clouds, his speed increasing rapidly. A few breaths of time later, myriad year flying warship's figure appeared behind him again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju saw this and laughed loudly. Oh, Spectral Soul, look, I found out the location just like that. I am certain now that Fang Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace. If Fang Yuan's main body was inside myriad year flying warship, he would have escaped long ago. But now that myriad year flying warship had flown back and was trying to stall Demon Immortal Qi Ju, it was clear that Fang Yuan's main body did not want Spectral Soul to receive reinforcements. He was trying to stall Demon Immortal Qi Ju. At this point, Fang Yuan's deceptive tactic of splitting his forces was completely exposed. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was an old demon whose name was recorded in history after all. In terms of seniority, he surpassed everyone here. Even Spectral Soul was inferior to him. After sensing something amiss, he immediately took action to find out the truth. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He had an unhappy expression. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's move caused the situation to go out of Spectral Soul's control. Spectral Soul was only tempting Qi Ju. The two were wary of each other. They were making use of each other. The reason why Spectral Soul did not want to lure Demon Immortal Qi Ju here was because he was worried that this person would change his mind and covet the huge benefits of killing Fang Yuan. But looking at Demon Immortal Qi Ju's actions now, Spectral Soul's worry was very wise. Demon Immortal Qi Ju clearly had his own plans. Spectral Soul did not panic. When he lured Demon Immortal Qi Ju to participate in the battle, he had already realized this. But there was no helping it. Spectral Soul had not recovered for long. Shadow Sect had not developed yet. There were too many variables in this battle. Spectral Soul had to increase his bargaining chips as much as possible. Thankfully, Fairy Myrtle had contacted Longevity Heaven earlier. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were temporarily on Shadow Sect's side. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more chaotic. Did Bing Sai Chuan not have any ulterior motives? Was he really going to watch as Spectral Soul killed Fang Yuan? Of course not. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert. She had deep considerations. She set up the formation in front of Celestial Court's Goo Immortals. On one hand, it was to restrain Celestial Court. On the other hand, it was to keep Longevity Heaven in check. This battle to kill Fang Yuan, even though it was not as grand as the Fate War, it involved at least 4 parties, dozens of Goo Immortals. Almost all of the top experts in the world were present. These people fought and schemed against each other. Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the situation was rapidly going out of his control. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Wall. In the intense battle, Qi Si Ancestor suddenly pushed with both hands, creating a tall Qi Wall. The Qi Wall was like a mountain as it pressed down on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul pointed with his fingers as several immemorial soul beasts appeared, growling as they tried to hold up the Qi Wall. Qi Si Ancestor gave a deep shout as he stretched out his right hand. His palm was aimed at Spectral Soul from afar. Spectral Soul immediately sensed it. Black smoke swirled around his body, forming a spherical barrier that covered him. The moment Qi Si Ancestor finished preparing his killer move, he suddenly changed the direction of his palm. aiming at the black smoke spiral. Immortal killer move, giant chi hand explosion. Boom. With a loud sound, the black smoke spiral was blown to pieces, black chi scattered everywhere. Dragon Palace, which was heavily damaged, moved extremely quickly, drawing an orange-gold light in the sky as it escaped. At this point, Dragon Palace finally escaped. Spectral Soul's attention was drawn by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. This small opening was discovered by Chi Si Ancestor. He even managed to seize the opportunity. Spectral Soul looked at Chi Si Ancestor deeply. Other than intense anger and killing intent in his eyes, there was also a trace of praise and admiration. Chi Si Ancestor's move was truly smooth. Now that Dragon Palace escaped, Spectral Soul had to follow it. He could only give up on the heavy Qingqiu. Chapter 2060. Feng Yuan, where do you think you can run to? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. Black smoke surged out of his body. An immemorial soul beast flew out of the black smoke like a giant python. It pounced towards Dragon Palace with strong winds. The orange light on Dragon Palace shook as a trace of pink smoke flew out. The smoke spread out as the immemorial soul beast was sucked into Dragon Palace. It was suppressed without any resistance. It was a mortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Spectral Soul was only wary of Dragon Palace because of this method. But now that dreamy light smoke had just been activated, Spectral Soul created an opportunity to move like a phantom. His speed increased rapidly as he approached Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, Chi Wall. Chi Si Ancestor pushed with his palms. Winds blew as a huge Chi Wall was formed, blocking in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He broke the Chi Wall, but he lost the opportunity. Dragon Palace changed directions as dreamy light smoke's aura intensified again. Behind it, Qingqiu roared. It wanted to chase, but it had no strength. It was left far behind in a few breaths of time. Dragon Palace, Spectral Soul, and Chi Si Ancestor fought intensely as they flew through the sky. Chi Si Ancestor played the role of a troublemaker. Spectral Soul's attacks were all in vain. Spectral Soul was annoyed. He decided to attack Chi Si Ancestor ruthlessly. But at this time, Dragon Palace started to retaliate to protect Chi Si Ancestor. Especially when dreamy light smoke was about to be unleashed, Spectral Soul had to be on guard. At once, the situation fell into a stalemate. Spectral Soul had not recovered to his peak strength. His battle strength was not far from Dragon Palace and Chi Si Ancestor. Once Dragon Palace and Chi Si Ancestor cooperated and shared the pressure, Spectral Soul felt a sense of helplessness. He could not take care of both sides at the same time. He could not do anything. At this time, Spectral Soul started to think about Qingqiu. I should not have weakened Qingqiu to this extent. I should have left it with a portion of its battle strength to disrupt their cooperation. Spectral Soul felt some regret. He was alone. He did not need any cooperation. But Feng Yuan, Chi Si Ancestor, and the rest were different. They had to work together to resist Spectral Soul. Qingqiu was blinded by hatred. Once it joined the battle, it would disrupt the cooperation between Feng Yuan and Chi Si Ancestor. Spectral Soul would have a lot of room to maneuver. However, Spectre's tactic was not wrong. Once Qingqiu was completely subdued, Spectral Soul's advantage would rise sharply. Victory would be assured. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Chi Si Ancestor. In just a moment, Spectral Soul would have completely subdued Qingqiu. However, this little bit of skill was enough to make Feng Yuan disappear without a trace. Spectral Soul did not want to take a risk here. This time, Spectral Soul had the advantage of being in the dark while the enemy was in the open. But what about next time? If Feng Yuan was prepared, would there still be such a chance? Even Spectral Soul could not guarantee it. Even with Fairy Myrtle's divination method, did Feng Yuan not have a way to counter it? The Celestial Court was the best example. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch Feng Yuan. What happened in the end? Feng Yuan got stronger and stronger as he fought. In the end, he charged into the Celestial Court and destroyed Fake Gu. Even though many existences behind Feng Yuan invested in him and helped him, why did so many people invest in him alone? Were there no better candidates? Even otherworldly demons had quite a number of them. Feng Yuan was used by Providence by so many people. He naturally had his own unique value. Ignoring everything else, just his escape skill alone was enough to make Spectral Soul admire him. Feng Yuan had deep attainment in escaping. He was truly vicious and crafty. Especially when it came to making use of the situation to escape from the encirclement of various forces, while also growing his own strength. Spectral Soul had rich battle experience. He knew deep down, to deal with an enemy like Feng Yuan, he needed to be extremely careful. Once he attacked, he had to deal a fatal blow. he could not give him time to rest or heal his injuries. An enemy like Fang Yuan was too good at making use of opportunities. As long as there was a chance, even if he was a dead fish now, he could make a comeback at the next moment. Fang Yuan was that kind of person. He could shine with a bit of sunlight, sprout with a bit of rain, and create trouble with a bit of time. That's right, Spectral Soul was wary of Fang Yuan. Even he had to admit this point, because he saw his own shadow in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you will definitely lose if you defend for too long. How long can you last? I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul said coldly. He did not forget to exert mental pressure on Fang Yuan. Qi Si, after this battle, even if you hide, I will kill my way into Eastern Sea. I will destroy your Qi Si first before slaughtering all of your subordinates in the two heavens. Spectral Soul turned around and threatened Qi Si ancestor. The Qi Si clone smiled calmly. So the so-called demon venerable is just a braggart. Spectral Soul snickered coldly. Qi Si ancestor's expression changed. Black Qi coiled around his body and invaded his body. Spectral Soul used words to distract Qi Si ancestor. Even though this was not a flaw in Spectral Soul's eyes, it was an opportunity he could make use of. Qi Si ancestor quickly retreated. Spectral Soul wanted to chase after him, but Dragon Palace flew over to protect him, greatly reducing the pressure on the Qi Si clone. Qi Si ancestor used all his strength to get rid of the hidden injuries on his body. After regaining his footing, he returned to join the battle. The situation was in a deadlock again. But this time, no matter how Spectral Soul provoked him, Qi Si ancestor did not dare to be careless. Like this, the three sides fought along the way. Countless winds and lightning were created as they moved towards the north with a grand momentum. They flew over Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range and entered Intestine Corridor. Black Heaven Temple's immortals were hiding in Intestine Corridor. Several immortal Gu houses were hidden in the depths of Intestine Corridor. Their auras were not exposed. Seeing the approaching battle in the sky, Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals became excited. They're here, they're here. They're finally here. The battle is really intense. Is that female immortal the body that Spectral Soul borrowed? Dragon Palace has been destroyed to this extent. Fang Yuan really does not have the strength to fight anymore. I have never seen him in such a pathetic state. He deserves it. If not for him, Fate Immortal Gu would not have been destroyed. Be it Fang Yuan or Spectral Soul, they both deserve to die. Black Heaven Temple's immortals gritted their teeth. They treated Qi Si ancestor differently. When we fight later, let Qi Si ancestor go. This time, it's all thanks to him that the problem of the Heavenly Court's energy harvest fruit was completely eliminated. He is our ally, but he does not know that we are lying in ambush here. We cannot accidentally injure him. Even though Qi Si ancestor and Dragon Palace were cooperating closely, Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals were not surprised. Spectral Soul was too strong. They had to do this to resist him. Precisely because of Qi Si ancestor's hard work, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were fighting each other to the death. They continued to exhaust each other. We're close, we're close. Let's fight. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals were eager. Whoosh. Right at this moment, Spectral Soul attacked. Black smoke rumbled as eerie winds blew. Under the cover of the eerie winds, several mountains and valleys were reduced to dust. Boom. To resist the eerie winds, Qi Si ancestor had to use the killer move Qi Wall. Dragon Palace shone brightly with golden light, shooting out a grand light pillar, using offense as defense, shooting straight at Spectral Soul. Just as it was about to hit, Spectral Soul's body flickered as he vanished on the spot, easily dodging the pillar of light. The pillar of light tore through the sky. It was hundreds of meters long, creating a huge ravine on the ground. In an instant, dust clouds rumbled as countless mountains collapsed. A brand new man-made earth trench appeared in front of Black Heaven Temple's immortals. After this burst of attacks, Spectral Soul did not create any opportunity. He restrained himself and fought against Dragon Palace and Qi Si as he flew. Black Heaven Temple's several immortal Gu houses were silent. That burst of attacks earlier had shaken them both physically and mentally. So this is their true battle strength. Many people were scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat after they realized what had happened. No one mentioned attacking anymore. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Eventually, Black Heaven Temple's first Supreme Elder coughed twice, breaking the silence. He purposely muttered to himself, "No wonder Celestial Court's Lord Qin ordered us to wait for an opportunity. That's right, Lord Qin is very wise. What do we do now? Continue to lie in ambush? They have not discovered us yet. Maybe there will be an opportunity? That makes sense. Actually, even if there is no opportunity, we cannot come here for nothing, right? At the very least, we need to gather information about the battle and report it to Lord Qin. Rumble. Just as Black Heaven Temple's immortals were discussing, a battle erupted in the sky again. At once, the sky turned dark and gloomy, the ground shook. The aftermath of the battle spread in the sky, creating a huge shockwave. Trees were uprooted, rocks flew everywhere, countless beasts cried out and died. It was a scene of the apocalypse. Black Heaven Temple's immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw Spectral Soul's black soul ball being dodged by Dragon Palace. The soul orb fell into a valley far away. There was no sound. In an instant, with that valley as the center, the surrounding 1,000 li of mountains turned into black ash, dispersing with the wind. The originally lively mountain range had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge empty crater. Gulp. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The surrounding Gu immortals could hear it clearly. What killer move was that just now? It is too strange. There are no records of it in history. It is not strange for Spectral Soul's method to have such power. But if it were to land on us? Forget about us, even the immortal Gu houses in our sects might not be able to withstand it. Let's go? Lord Qin told us to wait for an opportunity. He naturally allows us to retreat. Black Heaven Temple's immortals looked at each other before looking at First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder's expression was dark as he said solemnly, "We need to preserve our strength, we cannot waste it here. If we sacrifice ourselves, who will be able to support Black Heaven Temple? Lord Qin will not blame us, we need to plan for the future." Chapter 2061. Feng Yuan. This is the end. Spectral Soul chased for a while before attacking again. This time he was very confident. At once, dark winds howled, black clouds covered the sky. It was like a huge wall blocking Dragon Palace. This is retreat. At this moment, Wu Shuai's expression became very nervous. He recognized this. It was a soul path battlefield killer move. Black clouds spread out, Dragon Palace and Qi Si Ancestor quickly retreated. Immortal killer move, Soul Taker battlefield. This was Spectral Soul's most famous battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul had used this to kill countless enemies. Once they entered the battlefield, dark blue soul beasts would appear from the dense dark fog. There were tens of thousands of soul beasts. They were endless. The souls of the living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming new soul beasts that could be controlled by Spectral Soul. If Dragon Palace was trapped by the black smoke whirlpool, there was hope of escaping. But if it was trapped by Soul Taker battlefield, there was little chance of escaping. Feng Yuan obtained a true inheritance from Shadow Sect. The true inheritance naturally included Soul Taker battlefield. He had a deep understanding of this move. But now, Spectral Soul was using this method openly. It was likely that he had modified it long ago. In fact, everything that Feng Yuan knew could become a trap for Feng Yuan. At once, Feng Yuan, Qi Si Ancestor, and the rest did not dare to fight. They continued to escape. Spectral Soul moved the black smoke in the sky as he chased after them. When ordinary Gu immortals used battlefield killer moves, if they could not surround them they would have to stop. But was Spectral Soul ordinary? He used a disassembly technique to split the Soul Beast battlefield killer move into different parts. The first step was to form black smoke. Spectral Soul could use it continuously and move around without any flaws. Soul Taker battlefield was created by Spectral Soul in his early days. He used it until the end of his life. In his later years he created an even stronger battlefield killer move, 100 million slaughter field. Why did he not use a stronger killer move? Did he not gather the necessary Gu worms? Feng Yuan guessed. Spectral Soul was also guessing. After escaping from Celestial Court, Feng Yuan has been flying towards the north. Where is he going? Northern Plains? If it was Northern Plains, where exactly was it? Crazed Demon Cave? Now that the 5 regions merged into one, the regional walls vanished. This was very beneficial to Spectral Soul. Without the help of the boundary wall, there were only a few places where Feng Yuan could shake off his pursuers. Spectral Soul was very familiar with the 5 regions. He was the first to guess Crazed Demon Cave. Even if the Spectre could not confirm this guess, he knew that stopping Feng Yuan from heading north was a wise choice. Therefore, Spectral Soul's soul fog and black smoke covered the sky, forcing Feng Yuan to change directions and fly over Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range again. At the same time, in another battlefield. Done. Feng Kim Hong was panting as he stopped his killer move. Her forehead was already covered in sweat. Activating the Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation under such circumstances put her under immense pressure. Fortunately, everything was done. Under the gazes of dozens of rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven, Feng Kim Hong collected all of the floating dream realms in the sky. There were no traces of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan is not hiding here after all. The Gu immortals were disappointed but also secretly let out sighs of relief. Qin Ding Ling immediately attacked. She moved the immortal Gu house towards the Wisdom Path formation. Fairy Myrtle, I have already given you so much time. Now tell me, where is Feng Yuan's main body? Calamity Luck Altar quickly moved forward and blocked Qin Ding Ling. Bing Sai Chuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Wait, immortal concubine of Celestial Court. He called Qin Ding Ling an immortal concubine, implying that Qin Ding Ling was once Giant Sun Immortal's woman. But soon Bing Sai Chuan turned to Fairy Myrtle. But immortal concubine Qin's doubts are also my doubts. Fairy Myrtle, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Bing Sai Chuan could not hold back anymore. Because Fairy Myrtle took a long time to make the deduction, it was not the same as before. Fairy Myrtle stopped the Wisdom Path formation and dealt with the Gu worms in front of everyone. She casually came up with an excuse. The situation this time is different from the last time. Feng Yuan is prepared. But I still managed to deduce his location. Where? Qin Ding Ling immediately asked. Fairy Myrtle had already kept the core immortal Gu. She answered, Feng Yuan's main body is still in Dragon Palace. She spoke the truth. There was no point in hiding Feng Yuan's location now. Because Demon Immortal Qi Ju had his own will, he was rapidly approaching Spectral Soul while Myriad Year Flying Warship was following him. Thus, Feng Yuan's main body's location was clear at a glance. Qin Ding Ling immediately ordered. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses coordinated with each other as they flew away. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven also followed. But the three sides were quite far away from each other. The atmosphere between them was very subtle. Fairy Myrtle's side was powerless. She wanted to stop Celestial Court in advance. But Longevity Heaven's alliance was not solid at this moment. They were completely divided at heart. As for Celestial Court, Qin Ding Ling could not confirm whether Fairy Myrtle's answer was true or false. But since Feng Yuan was not in the Dream Realm, only Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship were left. Qin Ding Ling looked at Spectral Soul's performance. There was a higher chance that Feng Yuan was in Dragon Palace. And before finding the location of Feng Yuan's main body, Qin Ding Ling did not want to attack Fairy Myrtle. Because it would take too much time to attack. If during this time Spectral Soul and Feng Yuan died, Celestial Court would not be able to target them. It would be a huge loss. On Longevity Heaven's side, Bing Sai Chuan also wanted to act according to the situation. He did not want to act rashly because his side did not have enough strength to suppress the enemy. He needed to use this opportunity to target Feng Yuan. Once they killed Feng Yuan, their battle gains would be extremely bountiful. All three sides' targets were Feng Yuan. This chance to eliminate Feng Yuan was too rare. It was 1 in a million. Boom. With a loud bang, the Dragon Palace crashed into the ground like a meteor, smashing through a mountain peak. Dragon Palace's momentum did not decrease. It was smashed deep into the mountain by the huge impact. Qi Si Ancestor quickly activated a Qi wall to block Spectral Soul's pursuit. But Spectral Soul snickered as he moved towards Qing Chou. Qing Chou's eyes were bloodshot. It roared and pounced. Qi Si Ancestor's attack was blocked by Qing Chou, but Spectral Soul used this chance to dive down. At the crucial moment, a huge tattered Dragon Palace shot out from the dust cloud. Spectral Soul missed its target. Not long ago, Qing Chou had joined the fight against Spectral Soul, but it ended up being used by Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan fell into danger again. Dragon Palace was heavily damaged. It was in danger. It could only escape to gain some time and space. The situation outside was very tense, but inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, even though the Grand Tribulation was still wreaking havoc, there was a chance to turn things around. Feng Yuan decisively sacrificed his soul beast group earlier. Not only did he take the brunt of the Myriad Tribulation's firepower, he even drew Providence's attention. Feng Yuan's pressure was reduced. He finally had a chance to activate the Human Path Formation again. The Human Path Formation erupted with power. A grand white pillar of light shot into the sky, shooting into the depths of the lightning clouds. At once, the grand lightning bolts in the sky froze. Using this chance, the old Combat Beast King made his move, scattering countless goo worms in the sky. Feng Yuan's divine sense spread out as he quickly set up a formation. He had been preparing for this counterattack for a long time. Using his deep formation path attainment, a formation quickly formed in the sky. Providence reacted. it gathered all the lightning bolts in the sky and attacked. The old combat beast king roared. He blocked the lightning bolts without dodging. He lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before his star armor shattered. He was covered in blood as he fell from the sky. With a loud sound, he created a deep pit. He fainted on the spot. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lightning bolts continued to shoot towards the formation. At the crucial moment the formation was finally set up, it condensed into a huge basin. The basin shined with profound light, creating a mysterious suction force that absorbed all of the lightning bolts. The myriad tribulation's fierce attacks were successfully converted by the basin, forming a pool of lightning liquid in the basin. Countless lightning bolts crashed down. The water level of the lightning pool rose rapidly. Lightning pools were not special, they were common resource points for lightning path goo immortals to cultivate. Almost all lightning path goo immortals had to construct them in their immortal apertures. It was like light path goo immortals constructing 5 light mountain. But this lightning pool's appearance was of great help to Fang Yuan. It bore the brunt of the myriad destruction forest lightning tribulation's firepower. It was even better than the old combat beast king. This was because this lightning pool's core was not ordinary, it was the rank 8 immortal goo that Fang Yuan had obtained, lightning goo. However, good times did not last. Providence controlled the myriad tribulation to target the newly formed lightning pool. The lightning pool's water level rose rapidly, it was about to overflow. Immortal killer move, unrestrained heavenly mark. Fang Yuan targeted this killer move at the deep blue lightning liquid in the lightning pool. These lightning liquid looked like lightning path Dao marks on the surface, but they were actually tiny portions of the 3000 heaven path Dao marks. These Dao marks were restricted by the lightning pool, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Under Fang Yuan's killer move, they were rapidly refined with unprecedented efficiency. 1, 2, 5, 10. The lightning pool's water level stabilized before falling rapidly. The lightning in the sky suddenly stopped. Providence was not stupid, it knew that this would only result in failure, it would instead benefit Fang Yuan. It immediately started to transform the myriad tribulation. The heavenly path encompassed all living beings, it encompassed lightning path, it could turn into endless lightning. It also encompassed other paths, it naturally had other forms of the myriad tribulation. Since Fang Yuan restrained it, Providence immediately stopped, it changed to another method to wreak havoc in the sovereign immortal aperture. Normally speaking, myriad tribulation's content was fixed, it was whatever it was. But Fang Yuan's myriad tribulation was very special, it was formed from 3000 heaven path Dao marks. Providence could freely manipulate it and change its form. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fang Yuan's tribulation by countless times. This is too much. The old combat beast king slowly woke up, he had already separated from the star sea snail. In a deep pit on the ground, his old body was buried in the fragments of the star sea snail. Looking at the myriad tribulation's transformation in the sky, this rank 8 goo immortal showed deep despair on his face. At the same time in the outside world. Spectral soul, I will lend you a hand. Demon immortal Qiju finally rushed over. Spectral soul received reinforcements but he had an unhappy expression. He only snorted coldly in reply. Chapter 2062. Demon immortal Qiju rushed over and immediately attacked Qi ancestor. The secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head, Shi land, countered Qi path too much. Qi ancestor was Dragon Palace's greatest support. Now that he was suppressed, Dragon Palace's situation became even worse. But soon myriad year flying warship also arrived and fought with all its might. Fang Yuan's side was surrounded by danger, but he managed to hold on with difficulty. Spectral soul shouted coldly, his figure moved like a phantom as he slammed his palm on Dragon Palace again. Countless soul beast figures appeared on Dragon Palace's surface, it was like looking at flowers on horseback. Dragon Palace broke apart, it was heavily damaged both inside and outside. Dragon Palace activated Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move as Spectral Soul quickly retreated. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Qiju pointed at Dragon Palace. The airflow suddenly converged and then exploded in an instant. The corridors and pavilions outside the Dragon Palace had been completely destroyed by the explosion, leaving only a bare main hall. But now that it suffered a heavy blow from Demon Immortal Qiju, a hole appeared on the roof of the main hall, it could be seen inside and outside. Spectral Soul saw this and smiled coldly, praising, Qiju, well done. At this point, anyone could tell that the Dragon Palace was in danger. If they put in more effort, Dragon Palace would be destroyed in an instant. Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor could cooperate with each other, so could Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Spectral Soul. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju joined the battle, he suppressed Qi Si Ancestor and cooperated with Spectral Soul. Even though they did not have good teamwork, the two had rich battle experience, they could always find a place to cooperate. And it was this cooperation that pushed Dragon Palace to the brink of destruction. When Fairy Myrtle, Qin Dingling, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest arrived, they saw Dragon Palace shattering into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai, who were inside Dragon Palace's main hall, showed their true bodies, but Myriad Year Flying Warship received them and brought them inside. Myriad Year Flying Warship was much faster than Dragon Palace, it moved forward and continued to escape. The three immortals were stunned before becoming overjoyed. Quick, Fang Yuan can't hold on any longer. Dragon Palace was destroyed. Myriad Year Flying Warship is fast, but in terms of defense, it is inferior to Dragon Palace. We must get rid of Fang Yuan and wash away the humiliation of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, we have deep hatred with Longevity Heaven. Kill him and take all of his true inheritances and goo worms. Kill him and take all of his true inheriting goo worms. Fang Yuan, it is finally time for Shadow Sect to take care of you. We cannot give Fang Yuan Sect's palace. We can't give Fang Yuan any chance to fish in troubled waters. Fang Yuan, Gu and Ju and An and Si and Sol. And King Fang Yuan encountered the greatest difficulty since King and An and Emperor. And Fang Yuan, God and An and Si Spirit. And Earth God and Father and respectively. And Tian Demon of Emperor. Qin Ding Ling, Fairy Myrtle, and Bing Sai Chuan were famous Gu immortals in history, there was even a terrifying existence like Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Spectral Soul sneered in his mind when he saw that everyone was focused on Fang Yuan. He did not chase away the others, he allowed the immortals to pursue him. Stay alert, be wary of Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven. Qin Ding Ling instructed. This was truly a strange sight. Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sect worked together to pursue Fang Yuan, but they were wary of each other and held back. Fang Yuan did not create an internal conflict between the three parties because they were not ordinary Gu immortals. At the same time, Fang Yuan had deep enmity with them, the benefits he had were too great. Even if the three parties held back, their firepower was ferocious and their killer moves were strange and mystical. Myriad Year Flying Warship did not fly for long before it became heavily damaged, countless Gu worms and corpses were scattered along the way. At this rate, there is no way out. Wu Shuai shouted, Main body, our path to the north has been completely sealed. We can only escape southwest now. There is no hope, we can't hold on for long. Myriad Year Flying Warship is much more fragile than Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged, resisting the myriad tribulation inside as he commanded, then go underground and see if there is any chance of survival. Myriad Year Flying Warship swayed rapidly in the sky, dodging a black soul ball sent by Spectral Soul, but it was still engulfed by the attacks in the sky. The silver-white hull resisted the killer moves with difficulty. Soon a portion of the hull dimmed and turned into white ash, drifting in the sky. In the end, it was swept away by the intense winds, vanishing without a trace. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a flying fish that was getting injured, it plunged down towards the ground. Follow it. With 3 more rounds of attacks, this ship will definitely be destroyed. Fang Yuan must die. If we cannot win, we will destroy the Sovereign Immortal Aperture as well, we cannot let outsiders benefit from it. Almost all 3 forces had similar communications and instructions. Boom. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a silver-white meteor, directly crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke surged as the ground shook, but it could not intimidate the pursuers behind Fang Yuan. They entered the hole created by Myriad Year Flying Warship. Boom boom boom, all sorts of killer moves were unleashed on Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship quickly disintegrated, it was in grave danger. Aha, Fang Yuan is muddle-headed. Under the ground, Myriad Year Flying Warship can't move easily, so we can easily hit it. There is no path to heaven, no door to hell. Fang Yuan, you demon, you slaughtered the innocent and harmed the world, today's situation is the result of your actions. Offending us, this is your miserable ending. The immortals roared. Fang Yuan's defeat and escape caused their morale to soar to the extreme. If they worked harder, Fang Yuan's death would be right in front of them. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, Wu Shuai was covered in blood. Under such intense attacks, Myriad Year Flying Warship could not be repaired in time. Rumble. The immortals prepared for a moment before attacking again, creating a frenzied wave of attacks. Countless killer moves were separated from each other, trying their best to avoid internal friction. Like a terrifying tsunami, they surged towards myriad-year flying warship layer by layer. Die. Bam. At the moment of life and death, myriad-year flying warships smashed through the soil and rocks in front of it, charging into a spacious underground space. Myriad-year flying warship had the space to move quickly, avoiding most of the killer moves and narrowly escaping death. It was like a swimmer that was about to drown suddenly inhaled some air. What's going on? We chased him to Earth Abyss. Is this Fang Yuan's plan? Chase, we cannot let him escape. The immortals were stunned for a moment before breaking through the soil and rocks, charging into the underground space. It turned out that Fang Yuan was chased by Spectral Soul from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range in the north of Central Continent to the southeast. Demon Immortal Qiju rushed over from the east and cooperated with Spectral Soul to force Fang Yuan to the southwest. Finally, Fairy Myrtle and the rest joined the battle from the south. Fang Yuan had no choice but to go west. After going west, they finally reached Ancient Soul Sect's territory. Ancient Soul Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It had a long history. Under Ancient Soul Sect's territory, there was a huge underground abyss. Every layer of the underground abyss had an area of at least hundreds of millions of square kilometers. The space was vast and mysterious. There were all kinds of caves and tunnels. Some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes, and some were as empty as plains. There were countless life forms living here. In Fang Yuan's previous life, a terrifying beast tide surged out of Earth Abyss, wreaking havoc on the whole of Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects spent several years to exterminate the beast tide on the surface of Central Continent. Afterwards, they disregarded their factions and invited both righteous and demonic path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to explore Earth Abyss together. In the end, they found that Earth Abyss was unfathomably deep. There were layers after layers. By the time Fang Yuan was reborn, he had already discovered 107 layers. It was impossible to estimate how many layers there were. The environment here is complex. There are many life forms. The deeper we go, the more immemorial desolate beasts there are. This is indeed the best place to escape to. Wu Shuai, who was in myriad-year flying warship, realized. Relying on Earth Abyss, myriad-year flying warship situation started to improve. But towards Fang Yuan's scheme, the pursuers led by Spectral Soul understood it clearly. Many Gu Immortals no longer held back. They used all their methods. They were on guard against each other earlier, but now that they had chased all the way here, no one was willing to give up. Fang Yuan's situation was still dangerous. Myriad-year flying warship's destruction speed was much slower, but it was still sliding towards the edge of the cliff of destruction. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai worked together and used their brains to their fullest extent, but they were still unable to shake off the pursuers. At most, they were only able to create a gap between the pursuers. In the first group, the one closest to myriad-year flying warship was Spectral Soul. Next were Demon Immortal Qiju, Qi Ancestor, and Qing Chou. In the third group were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sect's Fairy Myrtle. Boom. Myriad-year flying warship, which was on the verge of collapse, smashed through the rocks and entered the next layer. Countless bats flew around, escaping in panic. There were millions and millions of bats living in this level. They were like a black tide, vast and boundless. Ordinary bats were smashed into minced meat by myriad-year flying warship, while the alarmed immemorial black bats charged against the tide. On this floor, the black bat swarm was fully deserving of being the overlord. They were alarmed by myriad-year flying warship. They were determined to punish this daring intruder. Spectral Soul arrived soon after. He saw the sky full of black bats and was overjoyed. Fang Yuan, heaven is not on your side. It seems that this layer will be your burial ground. Spectral Soul suddenly roared. The whistling sound spread out, and wherever it went, the black bats died instantly. Even the ancient black bats were not spared. Only the immemorial black bats staggered in the air, barely holding on. Spectral Soul roared. Countless bat souls emerged from the corpses of these black bats. These souls quickly fused with his roar, turning into black fog that covered myriad-year flying warship. Myriad-year flying warship quickly disintegrated under the corrosion of the black fog. It could not hold on any longer. Collect the core immortal Gu, prepare to abandon the ship. Fang Yuan's main body ordered decisively. Just like when they abandoned Dragon Palace, they tried to retrieve the core immortal Gu at the final moment. Dragon Palace's core immortal Gu dream token had already been retrieved. But the battle was dangerous. When the Immortal Gu house was facing destruction, retrieving the core Immortal Gu was only a matter of manpower, it was up to fate. Sometimes because they were too anxious, they extracted the core Immortal Gu too quickly, causing the core Immortal Gu to be heavily injured and destroyed afterwards. At the next moment, myriad-year flying warship broke apart, Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai were completely inside the black fog. He is here. I will block him. Wu Shuai blocked in front of Fang Yuan. I said it before, this escape is futile. Spectral Soul approached, his tone was cold as ice. Qi Si Ancestor and the second group of people had just arrived. They saw the sky filled with black fog, silver-white fragments were scattered and dissipating. Spectral Soul was attacking Fang Yuan's main body. No. Qi Si Ancestor was too far away, he could only shout in his mind. Chapter 2063. When Fairy Myrtle and the rest chased after them, they saw an endless black bat group. In this layer of underground abyss, the black bat group was the sole overlord that ruled over all living beings. Now that they had been violated, they had completely fallen into a state of madness and rage. Immemorial black bats controlled ancient black bats. Ancient black bats enslaved desolate beast black bats. Desolate beast black bats swept through countless ordinary black bats. When Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court chased after them, the furious black bat group vented their anger on them. Even the Gu immortals of the three forces, the top experts of the current world, could not help but freeze. Why are there so many black bats? We need to kill the immemorial black bats in the black bat group to disperse these beasts. There are too many of them, the size of these black bats is too shocking. We cannot waste time with them, don't forget that our main target is Fang Yuan. The three forces charged into the black bat group, it was like they were attacking a fierce wave. These Gu immortals were all top-rank 8s of the current generation. Even though the black bat group was huge, they could not match the immortals in terms of strength. But even though the immortals created a bloody path, myriad-year flying warship, Spectral Soul, and Qingqiu were nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where are they? They did not leave any clues behind. This is impossible, we clearly followed the traces of their battle and followed them here. The immortals were shocked and bewildered. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with golden light, the countless black bats around it melted and cleared out a large area of space. Bing Sichuan's impatient voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle, tell me, where did Fang Yuan go? Old man Zheng Yuan snorted coldly. How would we know? Qin Ding Ling sneered. Shadow Sect, do you really think we do not know your tricks? You are chasing after them, on one hand you cannot catch up to them, on the other hand, aren't you interfering with us? Qin Ding Ling's tone was very sharp. Her words were meant to sow discord and she told the truth. Instantly the Shadow Sect became extremely passive. Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, Qingqiu, Qi Si and Qiju had all vanished. This was too strange. This made the three forces chasing at the back feel anxious. Fairy Myrtle frowned and said in a low voice, "We have also lost contact with his lordship. I strongly suspect that other forces have already interfered. The most important thing right now is to find them. If we fight among ourselves, it will only allow this power to succeed." Bing Sichuan's voice was cold, he did not conceal his killing intent. Then I want to see the abilities of a wisdom path great expert. Just wait and see, Fairy Myrtle said, then immediately took action, activating a killer move and quickly deducing. Qin Ding Ling did not speak, but she did not conceal her killing intent. Once she found out that the Shadow Sect was playing tricks on her, the Celestial Court would definitely surround and kill the Shadow Sect. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The surrounding black bats swarmed over again. The other Gu immortals hesitated for a moment before taking action, helping Fairy Myrtle to resist the beast group. Fairy Myrtle's body was covered in a purple-gold fog. The fog spread and continued to spread. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned pale, her immortal essence was expended intensely, her body started to tremble as she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that were filled with purple light. The purple-gold fog quickly disappeared. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also returned to normal. Her aura was clearly weaker, she had used all her strength in the deduction earlier. Under the immortal's gazes she let out a breath of air. I deduced it, a battlefield killer move engulfed them, causing us to miss our target. Battlefield killer move? Who could be lying in ambush here? Humph, what proof do you have? Fairy Myrtle sneered. As a wisdom path great expert, she would not make baseless claims. She split up the bat group and guided the immortals to identify a trace of earth path aura that was about to dissipate. The immortals captured this aura and started to analyze it. It is an earth path immortal move indeed. It really seems to be a battlefield killer move. Watch my method, I will find it. A Gu immortal from Celestial Court made a move. He was very confident when he attacked, but soon he returned in defeat without any results. Soon this trace of Earth Path aura dissipated, leaving behind a huge number of black bats that continued to attack the three groups of immortals. The immortals' expressions were very ugly. Some were still suspicious of Shadow Sect, some were thinking about how to excavate the immortal battlefield, while some had no choice but to attack the black bats. On Longevity Heaven's side, Bing Sai Chuan was still skeptical. Fairy Myrtle's mood was the heaviest. She dealt with the black bats while shouting at Celestial Court. You should be very familiar with this trace of Earth Path aura. Celestial Court, what do you think? Qin Dingling was silent for a while before speaking. That's right, this is similar to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Our thoughts are the same, find this immortal battlefield and destroy it. So it is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force, no wonder. Bing Sai Chuan realized at once. Among the 10 venerables in history, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most skilled in immortal battlefield killer moves. In this aspect he was publicly recognized as the #1 venerable in the world. Right now, the reincarnation battlefield that he created was still in Central Continent, shared by the 10 great ancient sections. As for why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force attacked? None of the immortals present were surprised. Everyone knew about the conflict between Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world, he brought terror and chaos, the people of the 5 regions had no way to live, the righteous path declined and the demonic path rose. Ever since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable started cultivating, he had been trying to bring order to the world, to suppress demons and eliminate disasters, to benefit the people of the world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had opposing ideologies. To find Paradise Earth's battlefield and destroy it, the difficulty. Bing Sai Chuan shook his head, even an expert like him felt hesitant and troubled. Why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force attack? Why did he set up an ambush here? A Gu immortal asked. This question made Fairy Myrtle's mood even heavier, her expression was shrouded by a thick layer of dark clouds. It must be Fang Yuan. Even though there was no evidence, Fairy Myrtle still said it with absolute certainty. She had fought with Fang Yuan too many times, she was the loser every time. Fairy Myrtle had tasted this feeling of failure too many times, she was already used to it. Every time she thought that victory was in her grasp, Fang Yuan would cause trouble. The current situation gave Fairy Myrtle the same feeling, it was extremely familiar. Qin Dingling agreed with Fairy Myrtle's deduction. We are chasing after Fang Yuan, but from another perspective, we are being led by Fang Yuan. One chasing and one escaping, this route is controlled by Fang Yuan. If he cooperated with Paradise Earth's force, this situation would have been the easiest. But why is Paradise Earth's force cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan? We have not seen it with our own eyes, is this a force left behind by Paradise Earth? If it is, which Paradise Earth force is it? Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most recent venerable, he naturally had the most forces left behind. But different from the other venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not intentionally support any forces. Celestial Court was a force created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Longevity Heaven was originally Giant Sun Immortal's Grotto Heaven, it was a foundation created by his inheritance. Shadow Sect was an organization created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul after his death, using Zombie Alliance as a shell. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was different, he supported and helped countless forces. For example, Eastern Seas Merman Imperial Court, he could not bear to see the merfolk being bullied. Or Southern Borders Mushroom Man Paradise, he did not want to see the Mushroom Men being slaughtered mercilessly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had methods to transform his immortal aperture into a paradise. He had helped a large number of Gu immortals and many grotto heavens and blessed lands in his life. He even helped legendary immemorial beasts, like the blue dragon whale. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just help humans, he also helped variant humans and all living beings. Thus, in this aspect he was the most benevolent and compassionate venerable. Even though Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable also helped all living beings, he mostly focused on saving nature and restoring the environment. The other venerables had offensive methods, only Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had also left behind true inheritances in various places. Southern Borders Mushroom Man Paradise was one of them. Thus, Paradise Earth's leader, Southern Border Gu Immortal Lu Weiyin, claimed to be Paradise Earth's inheritor. Nobody could refute him. Back then, before the Fate formation, Fairy Myrtle had personally entered Mushroom Man Paradise and borrowed Benevolence Gu. The Immortals could not guess. Paradise Earth's actions caused many forces and Gu Immortals to be connected to him. It was hard to say which force was among them. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had been eliminating Spectral Soul's influence his entire life. He showed kindness and brought peace to people. Would his force cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan? But this is not impossible. Isn't Celestial Court also cooperating with us temporarily? Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with dark clouds. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. The reason why Celestial Court cooperated with Shadow Sect was to let Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul exhaust each other. It would be best if they could eliminate these two demons at the same time. If they had such thoughts, why would Paradise Earth's force cooperate with Fang Yuan? With Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's status and nature, he would not do such a shady thing. But the Immortal Venerable had already passed away. Nobody could say for sure what kind of nature his force or inheritor had. This situation is definitely out of Master's expectations. But there is an even worse situation. That is, this is all Fang Yuan's scheme. He did not hesitate to give up Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship to lure Master into this battlefield. No matter what the situation is, I need to do my best to save Master as soon as possible. Fairy Myrtle had a bad premonition. She was very anxious. She was a wisdom path great expert. Any premonitions or changes in her mood were important to her. Spectral Soul naturally had an advantage against Fang Yuan. But if he faced another venerable force, it would be hard to say. And most importantly, this venerable force was the Paradise Earth force that targeted Spectral Soul the most in history. At the same time, in the Earth Path battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the surging yellow sand around him. His expression was cold as ice. Good, very good. You are Lu Weiyin, the current generation Southern Border inheritor of Paradise Earth? A Gu Immortal stepped on a yellow cloud as he bowed towards Spectral Soul. Lord Demon Venerable is wise. I have been waiting here for a long time. At the side, Fang Yuan urged, Lu Weiyin, I have lured him here. Don't expect me to take action now. I need to see your sincerity. Ugh. Fang Yuan stopped talking and retreated rapidly. But it was too late. In an instant, Spectral Soul suddenly appeared in front of him, using an unknown method. Fang Yuan, you were careless. It has been hard on you to escape to this point. Die. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand and grabbed Fang Yuan's neck. Chapter 2064. Spectral Soul was truly a demon venerable who had fought his way up. If it were anyone else, they would be on guard and wait for a chance to break out. Furthermore, his combat experience was too rich. Once he fell into a trap, he actually took advantage of this opportunity. Needless to say, his timing was perfect. Fang Yuan had been chased by 3 parties. He felt huge pressure. Now that he was safe here, it was normal for him to relax. Spectral Soul used words to confuse him while secretly preparing a killer move. His move was silent. In the current 5 regions, only Southern Border's Wu Yang's Qi concealment method could match it. Thus, once he activated it, Spectral Soul immediately changed the situation. He grabbed Fang Yuan's neck tightly. And Spectral Soul's move was extraordinary. It was called Soul Shattering Hand. This move could only be used in close combat. After all, Gu Immortals rarely fought in close combat. Most of them fought from afar. Only a few paths like Transformation Path and Strength Path focused on close combat. Soul Shattering Hand's area of effect was extremely short. It had a huge flaw, but Spectral Soul still grasped it and could not bear to part with it. Because once it was hit, it would be extremely powerful. The person hit would not be able to escape. It had the effect of deciding the outcome. At the next moment, Soul Shattering Hand activated. A smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face again, but Spectral Soul's expression turned grim. Fang Yuan in his hand rapidly turned into sand, vanishing into thin air. It was a puppet made of sand. Sand flew in the sky. Fang Yuan's praise could be heard from within. Spectacular indeed. Friend Lu, you did not waste so much effort and time to create this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. Fang Yuan did not conceal his voice. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He immediately searched for traces of the sand and arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul attacked again, but Fang Yuan did not dodge. At the next moment, Fang Yuan crumbled, turning into countless sand and dispersing again. Spectral Soul finally showed a rare frown. Lu Weiyin's voice could be heard. Fang Yuan, you are too kind. Spectral Soul is simply too powerful. I had to use my most powerful battlefield killer move. I won't hide it from you. Although this battlefield originated from Paradise Earth's true inheritance, it has undergone several generations of innovation and has undergone many changes. The transformation just now is Sha Zhao's substitute. It can confuse the enemy's senses and attract their firepower. Lu Weiyin, you don't want the Mushroom Man paradise in southern border? To think that I, the Shadow Sect, let you off back then. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, staring at Lu Weiyin's sand ape. He knew that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin were purposely saying those words to lower his morale and pressure him. In a battle between experts, every word was a battle. Especially in the hands of Information Path Gu immortals, their words were even sharper. Every word was like a sharp spear. The opponent could not let their guard down. Fang Yuan ignored Spectral Soul. He continued to speak to Lu Weiyin. Such a powerful battlefield killer move, it was worth it to destroy 2 immortal Gu houses as bait to lower this old geezer's wariness. Next we will have to rely on you. Lu Weiyin knew about Fang Yuan's tribulation. In fact, Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly mark was a gift from Lu Weiyin. The truth was Fang Yuan did not trust Lu Weiyin. His main target was not Earth Abyss but Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan did not know much about Lu Weiyin. There was not much information about him in his memories from 500 years ago. Right now, not only was Spectral Soul trapped in illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, Fang Yuan was the same. Moreover, Fang Yuan's 2 immortal Gu houses, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, were destroyed. He lost a lot of Gu worms. The core immortal Gu he brought back were all injured. Spectral Soul laughed sinisterly. Fang Yuan, hide well. Maybe Lu Weiyin will let you out? Hehehe, but it doesn't matter. Paradise Earth is gone. No matter what kind of Earth Path battlefield it is, it cannot trap me for long. Once I understand the profundity of this, it will be the day you die. Lu Weiyin did not reply. He activated the battlefield. Yellow sand flew around Spectral Soul. A figure charged out of the sand. It was Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone. Qi-Si ancestor saw Spectral Soul and was stunned, as if he had charged through the sandstorm earlier. He did not expect Spectral Soul to be here. But at the next moment, Qi-Si ancestor immediately attacked, using Qi Path methods to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He blocked the attack and was about to counterattack when he saw Qi-Si ancestor getting engulfed by the sand again, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul immediately chased after him, diving into the yellow sand, but he could not find Qi-Si ancestor's whereabouts. Another figure attacked. It was Demon Immortal Qiju. Spectral Soul was about to greet him, but he saw that Demon Immortal Qiju's expression was not right. He became vigilant. As expected, at the next moment, Demon Immortal Qiju also attacked him. Spectral Soul blocked and shouted, "Qiju, what are you doing?" Demon Immortal Qiju smiled coldly. "Qi-Si ancestor, since you provoked me, I will show you the true power of Qi Path." Hearing this, Spectral Soul was stunned. He thought, don't tell me this is another ability of the Earth Path battlefield. It can confuse enemies and allies? Spectral Soul could recognize the sand puppet as Fang Yuan, but Spectral Soul could not. Then, this battlefield could disguise him as Qi-Si ancestor. It was not strange that Demon Immortal Qiju was deceived. Spectral Soul and Demon Immortal Qiju fought for more than 10 rounds. Demon Immortal Qiju was injured. He was engulfed by the sand again. Next was Qingqiu. Spectral Soul, I want you to die. I want you to die. Qingqiu was still going crazy. The rank 9 Immortal Gu aura on its body was extremely dense. Spectral Soul's heart jumped. Like this, at times, it was Qi-Si ancestor, at times, it was Demon Immortal Qiju, and at times, it was legendary immemorial desolate beast Qingqiu. They appeared and disappeared amidst the sand, engaging in continuous battles against Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul had incredible battle strength, surpassing any of them, but whenever he gained a slight advantage, Lu Weiyin, who was behind the scenes, would immediately switch targets. Spectral Soul could not do anything about it. Spectral Soul was attacked repeatedly. He was also covered by the sand. He could not get away for the moment. He could only fight passively. At the back of the battlefield, Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation with all his strength. Wu Shuai, on the other hand, was guarding him with a vigilant expression. Beside him, countless army ants gathered into a hollow sphere, protecting him and Fang Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation had already turned into a torrential flood. The flood engulfed the surrounding 10,000 li. Fang Yuan's mini-5 regions were all affected. A large number of small-scale resource points were destroyed. Mini Central Continent Spirit Spring Forest, Kokitahara's Bone Burial Ground, Contact Heart River Bank, Mini Western Desert's Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit, Sand Gull Soil Bank, Mini Southern Borders Become Dragon Mound, Heaven Sealing Mountain and Mini Eastern Seas Jade Beard Lake were all heavily damaged. And the resource points that were heavily protected by Fang Yuan were also greatly impacted. Fang Yuan's losses were severe. There was no choice, he had already used all his strength. Fortunately, his efforts and sacrifices were not in vain. The number of heavenly Dao marks that he had refined had already reached more than 20. The first myriad tribulation was the myriad destruction lightning forest tribulation. Fang Yuan finally came up with a countermeasure to deal with it. Under the control of Providence, the Heaven Path Dao marks immediately changed the contents of the myriad tribulation. Fang Yuan's countermeasure quickly lost its effectiveness. If this situation happened to most Gu immortals in the world, it would be a desperate situation. But for Fang Yuan, every change in the myriad tribulation was a great opportunity for him. Because he had the killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret. Exposed Heavenly Secret allowed Fang Yuan to accurately predict what the next calamity or tribulation would be. Even though he might not have enough time to prepare, this was already a qualitative change. After all, the biggest reason why calamities and tribulations were troublesome and dangerous was that they were hard to predict. Once they were accurately predicted, the threat of the calamity or tribulation would fall by several times. Of course, even if the predicted myriad tribulation was a myriad tribulation, it was still a myriad tribulation. Thus, the sovereign immortal aperture was flooded and countless resources were destroyed. Fang Yuan's losses were severe indeed, but this was not a bad thing. The power of the myriad tribulation continued to fall. Because the essence of the heavenly Tao was balance, the greater Fang Yuan's losses, the smaller the imbalance. Even with Providence, it still followed the principles of the heavenly Tao. More and more Heaven Path Tao marks were refined by Fang Yuan. His refinement efficiency was rising rapidly. The first step was the most difficult. Fang Yuan sacrificed all of his soul beasts to break through this greatest predicament of his life. He succeeded. Even though the myriad tribulation was still rampaging, Fang Yuan had already gotten a breather. He was starting to turn the situation around. Spectral Soul fell into a tough battle. Lu Wei Yin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield forced him into a passive state. Qi Si Ancestor, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qing Chou, and Lu Wei Yin could even work together to attack Spectral Soul. Qing Chou was blinded by hatred. It was once used by Spectral Soul, but here Lu Wei Yin moved it around casually. Spectral Soul could not make use of it. Intense winds blew, yellow sand flew into the sky. Suddenly the fine sand turned into rocks. They spun on their own while flying rapidly. In an instant, countless flying rocks covered heaven and earth, enveloping Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul waved his hand and threw out a cloud of smoke. A small portion of the flying rocks vanished into the black smoke, but most of them pierced through the black smoke and arrived in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's body suddenly vanished. When he appeared again, he was already at the other side of the battlefield. He dodged almost all of the flying rocks, but when these flying rocks landed in the swirling yellow sand, they turned back into sand. Next, the sand in the sky condensed into a smooth yellow flying rock, flying towards Spectral Soul. This move is called Flying Sand Turning Rocks. Please take a look at it, Lord Spectral Soul. Lu Wei Yin said calmly. Child's play. Spectral Soul growled, his body shook as black smoke rumbled. With him as the center, it spread rapidly in all directions. Spin. Spectral Soul vanished into the thick black smoke as he shouted. At the next moment, the black smoke started to spin like a whirlpool. Spectral Soul was at the center. He breathed in and released the black smoke at the same time. When the flying rocks entered the black smoke, they were immediately corroded into sand, before being swept away by the black smoke and absorbed into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. This response made Lu Wei Yin praise, amazing as expected of Lord Spectral Soul. However, my battlefield killer move's location was carefully chosen. It is placed on the Earth Vein node. Lord Spectral Soul, no matter how many flying rocks you absorb, this battlefield of mine can absorb Earth Chi from the Earth Vein at any time to replenish itself. Thus, unless the Earth Vein's power is completely exhausted, these flying rocks will be endless. These words did not affect Spectral Soul. This former demon venerable sneered with killing intent. Lu Wei Yin, do you think I used this move to break your flying sand-turning rocks? Oh no. Lu Wei Yin paled. He could not react in time. At the next moment, yellow sand fell to the ground. A layer of illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield's power was corroded by the black smoke, returning to a yellow land. My killer move Singing Sand as Rice was actually broken. So fast. Lu Weiyin had an ugly expression. Spectral soul moved stealthily. He was dealing with flying sand turning rocks on the surface, but he was actually targeting singing sand as rice. Now that this move was broken, the sand puppets were no longer obstructing him. Demon Immortal Qiju saw the truth, while Fang Yuan also revealed his location. Fang Yuan, how much longer do you want to hide? Spectral soul pounced at Fang Yuan without hesitation. Wu Shuai tried to resist, but the defense created by the army ants was instantly torn apart by spectral soul. A dark soul ball flew out and arrived in front of Fang Yuan in a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan had been sitting cross-legged. He opened his eyes and smiled lightly. I don't need to hide. Rumble. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared, covering Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai. The dark soul ball landed on the immortal goo house and erupted with terrifying power. But this immortal goo house was like a mountain. It did not budge. Chapter 2065. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared in the battlefield. It was like a mountain, but it was not tall. From the bottom to the top, there were clear layers. The surface was smooth and round. Thus, it was like a tower piled up with dozens of drums of varying sizes. This immortal goo house was yellowish-brown in color. There was a layer of dense sand on the surface. It gave off a strong feeling of stability and stability. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. This Earth Path Immortal Goo House was an unexpected gain from Fang Yuan's dream realm exploration. It was different from most Immortal Goo houses. The most fundamental difference was that this Immortal Goo house did not have a core Immortal Goo. It was constructed with an Immortal Killer move as the core. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had 3 core killer moves. The most important one was Accumulating Soil Mountain. This move was very special. It could not be used for offense, movement, healing, or anything else. Using this move, the Goo Immortal could stack Earth Path Goo worms and make them form an Immortal Goo house. Even if the Goo Immortal using the killer move had no formation path attainment level. Mastering this killer move was equivalent to mastering the foundation of this Immortal Goo house, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Thus, every Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a different appearance. In fact, even the same Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would have different forms and powers because of the different Earth Path Goo worms added into it. Fang Yuan had already created Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for a long time. He obtained the complete blueprints from the Dream Realm. He also obtained a large number of Earth Path Immortal Goo from the Blue Dragon Whale. In fact, he had already obtained this rank 8 Immortal Goo house before the Fate War. Right now, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was taken out by Fang Yuan. It changed the situation. Spectral Soul's attacks on Fang Yuan were ineffective again. Lu Weiyin, Qing Chou, and the rest attacked one after another, forcing him to deal with them first. I thought that Fang Yuan was only bluffing earlier. I forced him too much. He had to give up Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, these 2 Immortal Goo houses. But now, it seems that he was truly trying to lure me into an ambush. Spectral Soul's heart sank. In truth, Fang Yuan's action of abandoning the 2 Immortal Goo houses had greatly lowered his guard. After all, the Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship had been destroyed one after another. It was impossible not to feel that Fang Yuan was at the end of his rope. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to have such a hidden card. Lu Weiyin was also surprised, thinking, Fang Yuan is willing to pay such a heavy price to lure Spectral Soul. Was this a kind of trust in him? Or was this a test of their first cooperation? In fact, Fang Yuan had no other choice. Although he had been hiding this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, there was a huge flaw. Their flying speed was too slow. If there was a ranking list of Immortal Goo houses, Fang Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would definitely be at the bottom. There was no doubt about it. Honestly speaking, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was like a tortoise among Immortal Goo houses. It moved slowly, only slightly better than an immortal formation. It was a terrible sight to behold. But there were gains and losses. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a huge weakness in terms of movement speed, but its defense was terrifying. If Spectral Soul, Lu Weiyin, and the rest knew about Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress weakness, they would understand some of Fang Yuan's weaknesses. If they took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress in the battle earlier, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape far. He would become a sitting duck and suffer the attacks of Spectral Soul and the rest. Even though Fang Yuan had a short period of peace, the other forces were able to mobilize their troops and gather their methods to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not stay in one place for long. This was Central Continent, the territory of Celestial Court. Even though Celestial Court was on the decline, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still there. But now that Fang Yuan took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, the effect was completely different. Spectral Soul resisted the attacks of Lu Weiyin Qi Ancestor, and the rest while attacking Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress stood firmly, it did not move at all. Even an existence like Spectral Soul felt great discomfort. His main target was Fang Yuan, it had never changed. But if he wanted to attack Fang Yuan now, he had to destroy this immortal goo house. This huge obstacle made Spectral Soul feel a little suffocated. If Spectral Soul ignored Fang Yuan and focused on this battlefield and these enemies, he would give Fang Yuan precious time to recover. This was something Spectral Soul did not want to see. In the intense battle, Spectral Soul looked at Qingqiu wanting to use it as a breakthrough point. But Lu Weiyin was prepared. Once he saw that Spectral Soul was targeting Qingqiu, he immediately used a battlefield killer move to teleport Qingqiu away. Qingqiu only targeted its greatest enemy, which was Spectral Soul. Lu Weiyin was not helping Spectral Soul, he was helping it, Qingqiu would not attack him. Spectral Soul's scheme was foiled, he transmitted to Demon Immortal Qiju. Qiju, you will be the main attacker, after we destroy this immortal goo house, the reward will definitely satisfy you. Demon Immortal Qiju hesitated, Spectral Soul, your battle strength is higher than mine. If you cannot do it, how can I? Spectral Soul snorted coldly, who says I cannot do it? I just need to spend some effort. We lack cooperation, the most suitable thing now is for me to deal with this battlefield and the enemies while you attack Fang Yuan. You have the secluded domain of heaven and earth, as long as you are willing to pay the price, how hard can it be to destroy this immortal goo house? Spectral Soul's main target was Fang Yuan, but now he had to change his target. Firstly, Spectral Soul could tell that this immortal goo house had high defense, it would take too much effort to destroy it. Secondly, Spectral Soul was only cooperating with Qiju, their relationship was shallow, thus Qiju was an unstable factor. Spectral Soul wanted him to attack to prevent Qiju and reduce the chance of accidents, he could also break out of the battlefield and wait for an opportunity, it was safer and more stable. Spectral Soul had the greatest killing nature in history, he was not a fool who lost his rationality and was overwhelmed by killing intent. Demon Immortal Qiju naturally did not want to be trapped in the battlefield, he did not doubt Spectral Soul's determination to break out of the battlefield. He thought about it and smiled, my Shi land can indeed destroy this Earth Path immortal goo house, but the price will be extremely high. After all, I cultivate Qi Path, not Earth Path. It is very likely that after I succeed, Shi land will be completely destroyed. But it is not impossible to make this deal. The crucial thing is, what kind of price can you pay for me to make such a huge sacrifice? What, you think I can't take it out? Spectral Soul immediately asked. You are a venerable, your foundation is extraordinary, I am looking forward to it. But until now, even though you have given me many types of true inheritances, they are lacking in any of them, I am truly disappointed. In your eyes, only venerable inheritances are worthy of being mentioned. Of course. Demon Immortal Qiju's tone was direct. Only venerable inheritances are worthy of my attention. To speak the truth, I am very interested in Spectral Soul's true inheritances. Demon Immortal Qiju was an old demon, in this situation he actually asked for Spectral Soul's soul path true inheritances. This was a shameless move. Spectral Soul naturally did not want to be taken advantage of, he rejected in a forceful tone. Qiju, don't forget our goal. If you do not use your full strength now, how can you kill Fang Yuan? You and I might get trapped in this battlefield and become prey for others. Demon Immortal Qiju was silent. The situation was tense now, the Earth Path battlefield was unfathomable, he had not explored it yet. Demon Immortal Qiju was only probing earlier, since Spectral Soul was so forceful, it was better to cooperate and get through this crisis first. Even though Spectral Soul unraveled a layer of this Earth Path battlefield's transformation, Lu Weiyin, Qingqiu, and Qi ancestors' attacks still gave him huge pressure. Even though Demon Immortal Qiju restrained Fang Yuan's Qi clone, under Lu Weiyin's control, Qi ancestor tried not to fight with Demon Immortal Qiju. Instead, Qingqiu was often used, this fool dared to fight and charge, it was crazy and reckless, Demon Immortal Qiju was in a difficult spot. Battlefield killer moves were hard to set up, but once they were set up, the Gu Immortal would have a huge territorial advantage. Formation Path and Enslavement Path were both paths that could fight against many, because once these two paths were used to their full potential, the upper limit of one's strength would be very high. And this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was a killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. After being modified, it became even more threatening. Furthermore, this battlefield was located in Earth Abyss now, it was connected to the Earth vein, using the endless power of the Earth, Spectral Soul and Qiju felt troubled. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation was still ongoing. The content of the myriad tribulation changed again, it turned from a torrential flood to a blazing inferno, burning everything and creating endless heat waves. I have already refined more than 100 heaven path Dao marks. Fang Yuan made new progress. Each myriad tribulation's transformation was a crisis for him. Chapter 2066. At the same time, Fang Yuan had to pay a heavy price as well. The richest mini-southern border in the mini-5 regions was already mostly destroyed. Immortal Succession Mountain was destroyed, it was cleansed by the flood. This immortal mountain was a middle-grade resource point. Fang Yuan took it from Heifan Grotto Heaven. It once had the ability to guide mortals to immortal ascension. There was also Heaven Sealing Mountain. This mountain was created by Fang Yuan, it was small and unassuming. The belly of the mountain was hollow. Fang Yuan had once set up a goo formation here to seal the strength path immortal zombie body. Other than that, there were hundreds of other mountains. Among them, the greatest losses were Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, and Bone Bird Peak. Interior Rain Mountain was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. Rain continued to fall from the dark clouds. This rain was not ordinary rain, it was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This was a resource point that could produce water path immortal materials, it was now in ruins. Copper Seal Mountain still had a remnant body left. This mountain was originally red in color, it was Fangjing Square, it was like a huge seal that stood on mini-southern border. There was no soil on the mountain, it was made up of all kinds of copper. These copper materials were mortal and mortal, there were chaotic heaven copper, wisdom copper, snowflake copper and other mortal copper materials. There were even immortal copper materials like gray profound copper and ascending dragon copper. Copper Seal Mountain was so special, it was heavily taken care of during the myriad tribulation myriad destruction forest lightning. But now it was half its original size, it was black and was emitting smoke and lightning. The entire mountain was completely melted, it gave off an intense charred smell. This mountain had once produced domination copper, it was a rank 7 immortal material. Unfortunately, after this calamity there were no more. As for Bone Bird Peak, it had a large number of flower-winged white bone birds, it was full of vitality. But now, it had completely collapsed, the flower-winged white bone birds had already been killed by the lightning. The lightning collapsed the mountain, the flood destroyed the forest. Fang Yuan had obtained a large number of musical trees from Heifan Grotto Heaven, they formed mini-southern border's vast primordial forest. After this myriad tribulation, how could there still be a forest? Not to mention the beautiful and colorful Chi Death Bird and the fragrant tea stream. Mini-southern border was in ruins. There were only a few places that were heavily guarded by Fang Yuan. Among them were the Coiling Thread Cavern, the Stalactite Cavern, and the Dark Inkstone Mine. These resource points were all underground, so it was easier for Fang Yuan to protect them. At the same time, these places were also inhabited by stone men. Firebird Mountain was an exception. Because of its remote location, it had luckily escaped the calamity. This mid-sized resource point had many types of fire path birds. There was still a fire phoenix in the crater of the volcano, imprisoned and suppressed by the great formation within the volcano. The roots of the sunset parasol tree on the mountain absorbed the magma as nutrients. Its branches swayed in the wind, and its leaves glistened. It emitted a beautiful glow like the sunset. It was a rare and beautiful scene. Apart from the lesser southern border, the other lesser 4 regions were also heavily damaged. The rocky shoal in Kokitahara was obtained by Fang Yuan from annexing Han Dong's blessed land. Now it had been washed away by the flood. All the pink spirit snakes living inside were killed. The Little Western Desert's Quan Desert was created by Fang Yuan after he took Liu Yong's blessed land. There were more than 20 desolate dogs inside, and none of them had their corpses or bones left. The small middle continent, the small East Sea, and even the small 9 heavens were affected. Fang Yuan could not care so much anymore. The myriad tribulation had taken the lives of countless rank 8 Gu immortals. In history it was the main cause of death for countless geniuses. If he did not deal with it properly, Fang Yuan would lose his life. Fang Yuan not only had to deal with the myriad tribulation, he also had to deal with the 3 pursuers outside. If giving up some resources could improve the situation, why would Fang Yuan not do it? Was his life more important than resources? The answer to this question was self-evident. Only with his life would there be hope and possibility. In the worst-case scenario, even if Fang Yuan destroyed all of his resources, even if his main body and clones died, as long as he was alive, as long as he got through this predicament, even if he was on his last breath, Fang Yuan would be able to accept this outcome. A man should be unyielding, success or failure did not matter. The destruction of these resources is actually of great help to me. The heavenly Tao is balanced. If these resource points are destroyed, the power of the myriad tribulation will decrease accordingly. Thus, my efficiency in refining heaven path Tao marks will continue to rise. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Rumble. With a loud sound, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress shook intensely. Hundreds and thousands of goo worms were shattered into pieces. This was an attack that Demon Immortal Qiju had prepared for a long time. Demon Immortal Qiju. This old demon who had once resisted limitless demon venerable in history had ruthless methods. He had the terrifying strength to weaken and shake peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. If he continued to attack like this, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress would be destroyed by him sooner or later. It was not that Lu Weiyin and the Qi Si clone did not want to obstruct him, but Spectral Soul continued to attack and obstruct them. Spectral Soul's body was covered in black smoke. He attacked and defended at times, he tossed out immemorial soul beasts at times and used strange soul path killer moves at others. Not only did he protect Qiju and give him ample time and space, he even probed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield and obtained new results. He successfully got rid of another layer of variation in the battlefield. Lu Weiyin, Qingqiu, and the Qi Si clone attacked Spectral Soul with ease. And at this level, Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul. He is injured, he has not reached the peak of sovereign immortal fetus goo when he underwent tribulation. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had already experienced Spectral Soul's strength. We cannot let this go on. Wu Shuai, join in and deal with Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan ordered. In the current situation, Spectral Soul and the other two sides wanted to kill Fang Yuan. On the other side, Lu Weiyin inherited Paradise Earth's will to eliminate Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan was the key, but so was Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan did not face much pressure from the outside world now. He was even more wary of Spectral Soul. He did not hesitate to target Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai joined the battle. At once, army ants gathered into an ant river that surged towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul split a portion of his attention to use killer moves to resist them. Wu Shuai was Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone. He mainly cultivated enslavement path. Even though he had not cultivated for a long time, he inherited the inheritance of the Dragon Man race, as well as the true Wu Shuai inheritance. After several rounds of attacks, Lu Weiyin was energized. He was overjoyed. Even though Wu Shuai does not fight personally, he has rank 8 cultivation level, his battle strength is quite impressive. Good, with him around, it is Spectral Soul's turn to feel pressure. With him controlling the battlefield, even Qingqiu could be surrounded, not to mention Wu Shuai who was willing to cooperate. Wu Shuai soon integrated into the encirclement, his tempo became faster and he exerted greater pressure on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was the strongest in the current world, but his soul had not reached its peak state. Demon Immortal Qiju and Qi Si Ancestor could not defeat Spectral Soul, but they could fight him for dozens of rounds. With Wu Shuai's addition there was a qualitative change. He was a crucial factor in the balance of battle strength. Lu Weiyin and the rest's attacks could be said to be endless. Spectral Soul started to become passive. He started to get tired of dealing with the encirclement. Immortal killer move, breathless breaths. Demon Immortal Qiju stretched out 2 fingers, pointing at the top and foundation of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At once, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was unable to move. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, his breathing was no longer smooth. Worse still, the immortal essence that he was injecting into Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress started to become intermittent. Immortal goo houses needed to expend a lot of immortal essence to activate. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was the same. After being hit by this move, its defense started to fluctuate between strong and weak. A huge weakness of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was exposed. It was too slow, it could only take most killer moves head-on. Of course, its defense was extremely strong, it could expend a lot of the enemy goo immortal's immortal essence. Thus, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress tactic was a battle of attrition. Goo immortals could heal inside, they could also use Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to expend the enemy's immortal essence and investigate their killer moves. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress also lacked defensive methods. In fact, Demon Immortal Qiju could ignore Fang Yuan for now. He could join forces with Spectral Soul to deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest. Fang Yuan was entangled by the myriad tribulation. He could only rely on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to fight. He posed little threat. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Explosion. Spectral Soul suddenly turned around. He endured the attacks of Lu Weiyin and the rest as he flicked his fingers, sending out more than 10 black dots. The black dots quickly flew to the sky above Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, turning back into more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. These immemorial soul beasts charged down towards Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. The mountain-like beast bodies stacked together, completely burying Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At the next moment, rumble. The terrifying explosion killed these immemorial soul beasts on the spot. They sacrificed their lives in exchange for this terrifying explosion, creating a pure black sphere of light. The sphere of light expanded rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it reached an astonishing size of 100 li. Earth shook. The entire battlefield was shaking intensely. Lu Weiyin's expression changed. He quickly got out and tried his best to protect the battlefield. If the battlefield collapsed, even a corner would collapse. The entire situation would turn for the worse. Spectral Soul is crafty and sinister. He actually had such a terrifying move. Chi Si Demon Immortal squinted. He had already retreated to a safe distance. Soul explosion is not rare. It is not surprising that he detonated the immemorial soul beasts. But he could perfectly fuse the power of the detonation of more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. How did he do it? Oh no, I wonder how the main body is doing? Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were worried. Qing Chou was affected by the aftershock. It was heavily injured, but the more painful it was, the more frenzied it became. It ignored everything else. It charged towards Spectral Soul again. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor could only follow behind it, to prevent Spectral Soul from absorbing Qing Chou's strength. After Spectral Soul completed this attack, his face turned slightly pale. This time, when resisting Qing Chou's attacks, he focused on defense, recovering his mental energy. Evidently, that attack earlier expended a lot of mental energy. In fact, the price of this soul explosion was very high. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Spectral Soul sacrificed more than 10 rank 8s at once. I wonder how Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress is doing? Demon Immortal Qi Ju quickly approached Fang Yuan. As the dust settled, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress appeared in front of the immortals again. This Earth Path Immortal Gu house was 30% shorter. It was damaged on the surface, but there were no holes. Demon Immortal Qi Ju squinted as he sighed internally. This Immortal Gu house has the highest defense among all Immortal Gu houses currently. Immortal Killer Move, Accumulated Soil Mountain. Inside the Immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan injected Immortal Essence as he activated the Core Killer Move. Countless Earth Path Gu worms flew out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, entering the Immortal Gu house. In just 3 breaths of time, not only did Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress recover to its original state, its outer appearance even changed. It was no longer round. It looked like a tower with many straight lines and corners. Even a demon like Demon Immortal Qi Ju's pupils dilated upon seeing this. He was at a loss. Isn't this a little too shameless? Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress not only had high defense, its recovery speed was also outstanding. After all, it was not easy to repair most Immortal Gu houses in the world. To place Gu worms into the empty spots, these empty spots had to be specific. It was not as simple as placing them there. Most of the time, some Gu worms or killer moves were needed to be used to place them in. Immortal Gu houses were a type of immortal formation that could be moved at will. To repair Immortal Gu houses or immortal formations, one had to consider the influence and interference of the main body. But Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was not like that. For example, repairing other Immortal Gu houses was like building a wooden tower. The Gu Immortal would need to place the same Gu worms into specific holes. During this process, the Gu Immortal would need to use all sorts of methods to hold the wooden tower and stabilize the wooden blocks around the holes, to prevent any accidents from happening during the process. But repairing Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was like dumping it. Because the core was an immortal killer move, no matter how many Earth Path Gu worms Fang Yuan put in, these Gu worms would fuse with the wooden tower and become extremely stable. In fact, its characteristics were even different from before. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for a long time. They finally had some information about it, but after Fang Yuan's attack, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress became different from before. He had to let Qi Ju and Spectral Soul probe their strength again. Chapter 2067. If it were any other Gu immortal, they would have given up all hope already. This scoundrel Fang Yuan is too good at turtling up. How can we kill him? Demon Immortal Qiju asked. His tone was filled with the urge to curse. Spectral Soul was silent for a while before smiling coldly. In an instant, terrifying killing intent condensed into solid form as it spread out from his body, making everyone's limbs turn cold and their hearts shake. After suffering this setback, Spectral Soul's determination to kill Fang Yuan became even firmer. Let me tear down this tortoise shell. Go and deal with the others, cover me. Spectral Soul's voice had just fallen when his soul flew out and devoured Lady Cold Ash's body. A huge soul giant that was as large as a mountain appeared. The giant's body was black like ink, it had a thick body and bulging muscles. He had 2 heads, one had a sinister expression while the other had a cold expression. 2 pairs of eyes, one was red like blood, emitting a blood-red light, while the other was cold like ice, extremely eerie. It had 600 arms, some were raised high, some were lowered, some were meandering, some were straight. It had the ability to hold up the sky and grab the moon. It had the ability to grab the stars and dance in the wind. Good giant. Lu Weiyin's body shook as he praised. Battle intent surged in his heart as he shouted, "Try this move." He used all his strength to activate illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strong gust of wind blew, and the yellow sand danced. Countless rocks flew around like a meteor shower, landing on the Black Soul Giant's body. The Black Soul Giant faced it coldly, it only raised its hand. About 200 arms stretched out and reached into the sandstorm. The 200 ghostly hands at the front of the arms opened their fingers and grabbed the sandstorm. The formless sandstorm was grabbed like silk in the sky. The Black Soul Giant waved its arms, ripping sounds could be heard endlessly. The sandstorm was torn apart, the wind dissipated and the sand fell, the battlefield became clear again. Lu Weiyin's eyes were wide open, his expression was pale. Spectral Soul broke through the battlefield so easily, he was deeply shocked. Let me. Qi Si Ancestor flew into the sky, looking at the Black Soul Giant at eye level. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed and rapidly pressed down, as if the sky was falling. This move was part of the true teachings of the Premier. Duke Long had once used it to send Zishan Mikoto flying, vomiting blood. Now that Qi Si Ancestor was using it, he could not be underestimated. Giant Spectral Soul looked at the descending mountain as he walked closer. Over 100 arms were raised, and in an instant, it was as though a pitch-black ancient forest had appeared on the battlefield. More than 100 giant arms supported the airflow mountain, producing loud banging sounds. The 5 sharp, pitch-black, ghostly hands clawed at it, and the airflow mountain only lasted for a breath before it completely collapsed. Qi Si Ancestor grunted, he could only retreat in defeat. But Spectral Soul was unwilling to let him go. The furious head on his neck opened its mouth and spat out a vast soul river. The soul river was formed by countless vengeful spirits and ghosts, and it flowed without end. Billions of vengeful spirits wailed and screamed in pain. At once the entire battlefield became sluggish. Qi Si Ancestor saw this move's imposing aura and his heart shook. He knew that this move was extraordinary, it was even more powerful than the immemorial Soul Beast self-detonation earlier. At this moment, Spectral Soul erupted completely. Not only did he turn into the Black Soul Giant form, his killer moves also changed, their power rose sharply, they were strange and terrifying. Qi Si Ancestor's arms shook as he stretched out 2 hands from his wide sleeves. He used his index and middle fingers to draw a huge circle in front of him, causing rumbling winds and clouds to gather. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Current Scissors. Streams of translucent Qi currents flew out of his sleeves at an extremely fast speed. These air currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. They drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then converged into a translucent river of air currents. With a loud sound, the Qi Current Scissors River collided with the vengeful Soul Black River. The Qi Current Scissors were pushed back, the vengeful Soul Black River was heavily injured but it still charged forward, it soon got close to Qi Si Ancestor. Lu Weiyin shouted as he activated the battlefield, creating a sand and stone barrier that blocked the vengeful Soul Black River's weak point. Qi Si Ancestor's face was already red, he was having a hard time fighting against it, he used this chance to escape. Spectral Soul, why are you not dead yet? At the same time, Qingqiu roared as it pounced from the left. And on the right of Giant Spectral Soul, Wu Shuai did not make a sound, he controlled the countless army ants to attack Giant Spectral Soul's head like a black cloud. Pincer attack. Spectral Soul stood on the spot, 300 arms blocked Qingqiu while 100 arms attacked Wuxia. Qingqiu charged with all its might, disregarding its own safety. Spectral Soul snickered, his black hands suddenly clenched, they were sharp like spears that countered soul beasts. At the next moment, close to 100 arms stabbed into Qingqiu's body, a large amount of green-black blood splattered all over the battlefield. Spectral Soul saw this blood and the eyes of the furious face shined. The cold face laughed sinisterly, "Soul beasts have no bloodline, but it seems that your body has already changed along with the refinement of hatred goo. Interesting. After this battle I will cut you into pieces and research on you." The meaning was that Spectral Soul was definitely going to defeat Qingqiu. Qingqiu roared in pain, its snake-like neck moved rapidly, its roars almost pierced the immortal's eardrums. Its body was emitting smoke, it was also Black Soul smoke, almost the same as Spectral Soul's. Not just that, it opened its mouth and shot out more than 10 human-face soul balls that were flickering with lightning. All sorts of attacks landed on giant Spectral Soul's body, but it was like a gust of wind hitting an ancient tree. The tree only shook slightly, its huge trunk did not budge at all. Spectral Soul's arms that stabbed into Qingqiu's body went deeper, they dug and twisted. Qingqiu screamed in pain, it was heavily injured by Spectral Soul and could not break free, its soul blood flowed like a river, it was a tragic scene. Seeing this, Wuxia, who cultivated enslavement path and had a weak body, did not dare to take the risk, he quickly retreated. He made up his mind, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would only attack from afar. The army ants were densely packed, they gathered and dispersed like smoke, they charged towards the eyes, nostrils, ears and eyes of the Black Soul Giant's head. Spectral Soul's cold head snorted lightly, a trace of black smoke came out of its nostrils. The smoke spread, everywhere it went, the army ants died instantly, they could not resist as they fell in large numbers. As expected of the former demon venerable. Demon Immortal Qiju's eyes shined with bright light, he praised endlessly. Spectral Soul used his full strength and immediately changed the situation. Even though Lu Weiyin and the rest had the terrain advantage and numbers advantage, they were still at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul attacked several times to block them, before turning around and staring at peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress with his 4 eyes. Over 400 black arms stretched out, clenching into fists. Black chi surged on the fists as they attacked Fang Yuan's rank 8 Earth Path Immortal Gu House. Bam bam bam. Each punch caused the peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress to shake violently. Under the countless punches, black chi surged and corroded the Immortal Gu House. The surface of peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress's defenses started to fall off in large chunks, they were quickly destroyed. Fang Yuan quickly used his killer move, using Earth Path Gu worms to replenish the damage. However, misfortune did not come alone, the myriad tribulation in his sovereign immortal aperture transformed again. Almost all of the Heaven Path Dao marks condensed into a lump, turning into a meatball monster. The meatball floated in the sky, it was huge like a mountain, it was 10 times the size of Spectral Soul, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. Countless black holes appeared on the meatball's surface. The holes opened up and emitted an intense suction force. The suction force rumbled and spread endlessly, forming tornadoes. Under the cover of the tornadoes, countless resources and variant humans in the sovereign immortal aperture were forcefully sucked away and thrown into the meatball. At once, screams could be heard, there were heavy casualties. The meatball quickly digested all of this, its size started to expand. Oh no, I have never seen this myriad tribulation transformation before, it also has the ability to grow, it can get stronger as it fights. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had to deal with Spectral Soul's frenzied attacks and the myriad tribulation in his immortal aperture. Regardless of which, he needed to put in all his effort. Others could not help him at all. Fang Yuan could not split himself into 2, he had to make a choice now. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress can last for a while, but if the myriad tribulation continues to grow, it will surpass my limits. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Fang Yuan decisively chose to guard against the myriad tribulation. Most of his attention was focused on the sovereign immortal aperture. His control over peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress slowed down. The old combat beast king was saved, he dragged his heavily injured body as he gritted his teeth and stood up, listening to Fang Yuan's instructions. Shui Air controlled the situation on the ground, controlling the ice crystal formation to resist the suction force of the tornado. The meatball monster slowly floated over, it was stable like a mountain. Shui Air felt immense mental pressure. Immortal Killer Move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Ever since he activated it, Fang Yuan had not stopped. But now its power had fallen to the deepest part of the abyss. Countless thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. It was a grand sight. Fang Yuan multitasked. He first activated a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move. The number of thoughts increased rapidly. His mind felt extremely small at this moment. A vast number of thoughts collided. Fang Yuan's thoughts became extremely sharp. He had extra energy to activate other killer moves. Without any other choice, Fang Yuan used the Human Path formation to disrupt the Heavenly Tao. The formation was activated, it buzzed and let out a bright radiance. Just this step caused more than half of the thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind to disappear. If he continued to activate it, the thoughts would be expended faster than he could produce, his thoughts would dry up soon, his mind would dry up, Fang Yuan would turn into a fool. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth but did not panic. He was prepared for this. He arranged many of Fang Yuan's wills in the Human Path formation. Fang Yuan's will took over the formation, it continued to operate, Fang Yuan's thoughts started to rise again. Fang Yuan only needed to activate the Human Path formation at the first step. Again? Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, activating a Wisdom Path Killer move again. The thoughts in his mind were stimulated, they surged like a tsunami, they were about to clog up his mind. For Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, it was not good to have too few thoughts. Too many thoughts would clog up their minds, there would be no space for them to collide and change, it was a terrible thing. Fang Yuan did not make a stupid move, he had expected it. Seeing that these thoughts were about to clog up his mind, he quickly focused his attention on the sea of clouds in the sky. Chapter 2068. In the boundless azure clouds, waves surged, waves splashed and waves crashed onto the shore. It was like a sea but not a sea, clouds and mountains shrouded in fog, transforming endlessly with countless images. This was a killer move. This killer move was Fang Yuan's trump card, it was his trump card, it could even be considered his strongest offensive method currently. It was a mortal killer move, unlimited Qi Si. This move was mystical. After Fang Yuan's modification, it not only used rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi as the core, it also had 10 Qi Path Immortal Gu as supplementary Gu and hundreds of thousands of Mortal Gu as the foundation. Moreover, it included Qi Path Immortal Materials, it could expend immortal materials to increase the power of this move. This move was mystical. It could absorb all the Qi in the world, life Qi, death Qi, sword Qi, blade Qi, dusk Qi, dawn Qi. The more Qi Path Immortal Materials it stored, the more powerful it would be. If it was used to attack, it would expend immortal essence and immortal materials. If it was used to defend, it would absorb external Qi currents. This move had vast power. Qi Xiang left behind this move, and Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven used this move to survive countless myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations. Most rank 8 Gu immortals in this world did not even dare to go through one myriad tribulation, they would try their best to stall for time in their immortal aperture. Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven, however, was controlled by the heavenly spirit, it had survived countless myriad tribulations. After Fang Yuan annexed Qi Xiang's Grotto Heaven, he used the Light of Wisdom Gu to modify unlimited Qi Si before the Fate War. Next, during the battle, he used this move to forcefully break the primordial Qi wall, shocking everyone in the world and the 5 regions Gu immortals. The primordial Qi wall was Primordial Origin's creation. It not only contained Qi Path Immortal Gu, but also Qi Path Immortal Materials. One of the characteristics of Qi Path was that it could use Qi Path Immortal Materials to replace Gu worms to use killer moves. Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall. He also absorbed a vast amount of immortal material Qi currents from the Qi wall. Fang Yuan broke it once, he broke it a second time. Not long ago in the Celestial Court, he once again used his boundless Qi Si to absorb the immortal materials Qi flow in the primordial Qi wall and broke it. Breaking his Qi Si twice in a row, in addition to the large amount of immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained from exploring the Qijua Paradise, caused the Qi reserves in his boundless Qi Si to skyrocket to an extremely shocking level. As a result, the power of this move rose to a level that even Fang Yuan found terrifying. Fang Yuan willed and decisively used unlimited Qi Si. His Qi Si churned and a huge white pillar of Qi condensed. It pressed down from the sky and headed straight for the meatball-like monster. The pillar of energy was extremely thick. This scale had reached an unprecedented level, even by Xiang of the past sighed in amazement. Not only that, but the surface of the air pillar was also enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden halo, giving off an extremely tough and domineering feeling. Before the white pillar of air hit the meatball-like monster, A boundless, formless and terrifying force surged from all directions, locking the meatball-like monster in midair. Boom. The white pillar of air was like a heavenly pillar. It crashed into the meatball-like monster and crashed down fiercely. The huge explosion caused Shui Air, who was at the edge of the battlefield, to go deaf for a moment. The piercing white light of the Qi pillar forced Shui Air, who was hiding in the ice crystal formation, to shut her eyes to prevent herself from being blinded by the intense light. The meatball-like monster could not resist the force of the Qi pillar. It was directly pressed down on the grassland of Kokidahara. The grass on the grassland, along with a layer of the ground, had long been swept away by the incomparably fierce wind before the pillar of Qi arrived. The meatball-like monster was heavily pressed down on the grassland by the Qi pillar. The ground shook, hundreds of huge cracks formed on the ground below the meatball-like monster, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. The white Qi pillar was still continuing, shattering mountains and splitting seas. The great meatball-like monster transformed from myriad tribulation was pressed down on the ground. It was as weak as a chicken, unable to resist. 3 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters, as the meatball-like monster sank deeper and deeper, its body also shrunk. It was continuously being destroyed by the white Qi pillar. The countless black holes on the surface of the monster were tightly closed, as if it was desperately trying to shrink. Waves of mournful wails came from inside the monster's body. This was the wailing of Providence. The white Qi pillar lasted for 20 breaths of time before it slowly disappeared. The sea of clouds in the sky had shrunk by 80%, and the remaining clouds had also become extremely thin. Fang Yuan immediately sent it away. Meanwhile, the meatball-like monster was in an even worse state. Its mountain-like body was now the size of a dragon palace. The meatball-like monster did not move at all. It was like a corpse lying at the bottom of the cave. And there was a distance of 100 meters between the ground and the bottom of the cave. Fang Yuan's main body breathed roughly. His head was throbbing in pain as he breathed. For this move, he had spent a lot of effort. He had used up too many thoughts. It surpassed the limits of his mind. The myriad tribulation formed from more than 3,000 heaven Dao finally stopped for a while. It seemed to have been stunned by Fang Yuan's vicious counterattack. Opportunities were hard to come by. Fang Yuan quickly increased his strength, using unrestrained heavenly mark to refine heaven path Dao marks. In just a short while, Fang Yuan's newly refined heaven path Dao marks had already broken through 100. Together with his previous gains, Fang Yuan had more than 160 heaven path Dao marks. When Fang Yuan's total number of heaven path Dao marks officially broke through 200, the heavenly Dao finally reacted. The meatball-like monster at the bottom of the cave dissipated like smoke. Hail started to fall from the sky. However, Fang Yuan could have used this opportunity to deal with it, but now he could only barely deal with it. He placed his attention on the outside world again. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was heavily damaged. Giant Spectral Soul had been attacking continuously during this period of time. The results were huge. Spectral Soul swore to kill Fang Yuan. Even when Lu Weiyin and the rest attacked, Giant Spectral Soul did not hesitate to endure the attacks. He still maintained his ferocious attacks on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was trying his best to repair it now, but the situation was getting worse. Boom. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress could not block it anymore. A hole was created. The inside and outside were connected. Through this small hole, Giant Spectral Soul's 4 eyes shined with cold killing intent, because he saw Fang Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the room. He saw Fang Yuan's expression after using unlimited Qi. Fang Yuan was not in a good state. Spectral Soul's heart jumped. His rich battle experience made him decide to use his trump card like Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, Eat Heart. I comprehended this move from The Legends of Renzu in my later years. Fang Yuan, everything is over. The current Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress will not be able to block this move. Spectral Soul's killing intent surged. As expected. At the next moment, Fang Yuan grunted. His expression twisted as he clutched his chest in pain. His heart was in intense pain, like he was bitten by a fierce beast. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 33. Renzu stared at the skull. Next, I will eat the most important part of the predicament. Strong Gu laughed loudly. This is a stupid move. O human, your choice is very foolish. The predicament shook its body as it shrunk rapidly. At the same time, countless tribulations flew out of its neck and attacked Renzu. The tribulations were like fire. They burned Renzu's bones. The tribulations were like hammers. They smashed Renzu's bones into pieces. The tribulations were like wind and rain. Renzu was left alone. The tribulations were like lightning. They struck Renzu continuously. Fear Gu shouted, "Oh heavens, this is too scary, at this rate he will die for sure." Courage Gu encouraged, "Oh human, don't be afraid." Self Gu and Attitude Gu shouted together, "I am very strong, I am very strong, all of the tribulations are like a drizzle, they are like a breeze." Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu and Fear Gu flew together, they wanted to escape with Renzu. "Oh human, run. Don't believe Self Gu's words, it has already been deceived too thoroughly." Renzu was trapped in the tribulations, he could not escape. When the tribulations engulfed him, he could not leave even if he wanted to. "This is too scary, let's go, forget about him." Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu and Fear Gu flew away together. "You traitors." Self Gu was extremely furious, it grabbed these three Gu and bit them fiercely. The three Gu were injured but they were not stopped by Self Gu, they escaped from Renzu. Self Gu wanted to chase them but rules and regulations Gu persuaded, "Don't chase them. Escaping because of weakness and fear in the tribulations, betraying self and courage will only lead to death. Isn't it good that they escaped?" Weak Gu and Betrayal Gu are useless. As for Fear Gu, if the tribulations did not appear, fear would be futile. But the tribulations have already happened, fear will only increase human pain. "You are right." Self Gu was persuaded. Hope Gu shined as it supported Renzu. "Oh human, as long as you have hope in the center of the tribulations, there is still hope." Strong Gu laughed loudly, "Oh human, you are truly pitiful, you listen to hope so easily. Don't you know? Relying on hope in the tribulations will only cause the tribulations to continue, it is hope that prolongs human pain. When you do not have any hope, you will instead feel relaxed in the tribulations." Renzu did not speak, he resisted the attacks of the tribulations with difficulty. No matter how his skeletal body bent, he did not fall. Strong Gu soon found the reason. On Renzu's ankles, there was an independent pair of wings. Even though the wings were small, they flapped tenaciously, allowing Renzu to stand on his own. Strong Gu continued to attack Renzu. "Oh human, I am starting to admire you. It is a pity that you cannot hold on for much longer, look at your bones, they are filled with cracks from the torture of the tribulations." Renzu was silent. Originally, Renzu's bones were smooth and warm, there were no cracks at all, but now his bones were unrecognizable, they were filled with cracks, it was like they were going to shatter at any moment. The other Gu worms were silent, only Hope Gu shined. "Oh human, don't give up. The tribulations are not scary, the scary thing is when a human loses hope." Hope Gu's light penetrated Renzu's bones, shining into his bone marrow. All living beings in the world would have cracks in their lives, but that was where the light of hope shone in. Renzu's bones absorbed the light of hope, they started to devour the surrounding tribulations. Each crack was like a big mouth. The wider the crack, the bigger the mouth seemed to be, and the more calamities and tribulations it could devour. "How can this be?" Strong Gu was shocked. Renzu's bones were devouring more and more tribulations, his bones were getting tougher. Chapter 2069. The calamities and tribulations continued, Renzu's skeleton started to shine with golden light. The calamities and tribulations became more intense, Renzu's skeleton continued to burn, it turned into a dazzling golden light. Renzu started to straighten his back, he raised his head and puffed out his chest. Enduring all the torture, his skeleton seemed to be made of gold as he stood in the calamities and tribulations. It was the myriad tribulation golden bone. And on Renzu's skeleton head, a crown grew out, it was the connecting heaven bone crown. The calamities and tribulations that humans endured would become their crowns in the future. Even though the calamities and tribulations were still ongoing, Renzu finally had the ability to speak. "I know, fate has its arrangements, the calamities and tribulations are its arrangements for humans. But I can persevere, any calamities and tribulations that seem unbearable are actually bearable to me." Strong Gu was shocked and uncertain. Self Gu came to a realization, "I understand now. O human, you are someone who walked out of ordinary abyss. That is why you can endure the unbearable calamities and tribulations." Strong Gu saw that the calamities and tribulations could not deal with Renzu, it forced itself to remain calm. "O human, don't go back on your words. You have hope Gu, the calamities and tribulations will continue. Don't tell me that the bet between us is going to be dragged on like this. I don't care. I will take it that you have passed the calamities and tribulations. Now it is our turn to eat you. What do you want to eat from me?" Renzu sighed. Strong Gu laughed loudly, pointing at Renzu's ribs. "Next I will eat your heart." Renzu was slightly shaken, Strong Gu's choice was too fatal, if a person did not have a heart, how could they live? Quickly take out your heart, let us eat it. Strong Gu shouted impatiently. Ren Zhu sighed bitterly. He hesitated for a moment before taking out the sympathetic heart. Strong Gu directly placed the sympathetic heart into the predicament's neck and into its stomach. Its stomach became bigger. In predicaments, people often lose their sympathetic heart first. Ren Zhu took out the noble heart next. The predicament swallowed it. Its stomach became bigger. It was hard to digest. Ren Zhu took out his original heart. Oh, Hope Gu, quickly leave. I don't want to implicate you. Hope Gu was residing in Ren Zhu's original heart. It did not fly out. It said, I am not leaving, this is my home. Man, you might as well throw me in as well. I don't blame you. Ren Zhu was helpless. Under the urging of Strong Gu, he took out his original heart and fed it to the predicament. After eating, the predicament's belly swelled up a lot. Difficult situations often make people lose hope. Without the Hope Gu, the calamities and tribulations that plagued Ren Zhu's life gradually disappeared. This greatly reduced the pressure on Ren Zhu, but at the same time he felt a sense of loss. Quick, human, take out your final heart and let us eat it. Strong Gu pointed at the heart of loneliness in Ren Zhu's chest. Ren Zhu hesitated. The heart of loneliness was not only the self-Gu, it was also his final heart. Without this heart, Ren Zhu's life would be in danger. Strong Gu laughed loudly and threatened, Quick! If you don't take out your heart for us to eat, we'll make a move and eat you whole. Self-Gu was deceived. It said indifferently, Oh human, just give it to them. I don't care and you won't die. We are the strongest. Give them to me. Strong Gu snatched the heart of loneliness from Ren Zhu's hands and threw it into the predicament's stomach through the wound on its neck. At this moment, Ren Zhu lost all his heart. He fell to the ground without any signs of life. He could not get up anymore. Ren Zhu was dead. O human, you are dead, we are free. Rules and regulations. Gu flew away. There is no helping it, this human is facing the greatest predicament of his life. Courage Gu, Edge Gu and others also flew away. On Ren Zhu's corpse, only Self-Gu was moving around. Attitude Gu wanted to leave too, but Self-Gu held onto it tightly. It did not succeed. Strong Gu laughed happily. Ha, oh human, you are only a predicament, what's wrong? Strong Gu's predicament held its extremely swollen stomach, rolling on the ground in pain. Loneliness was extremely hard to digest. The stronger the predicament, the lonelier it was. Boom. Suddenly, the predicament's stomach burst open. Ren Zhu's heart of loneliness, as well as his skin and flesh, formed into a boy. Strong Gu was dumbfounded. Who are you? The boy shouted, I am Ren Zhu's son, great strength true martial. Before he finished speaking, he jumped up and grabbed Strong Gu. Strong Gu struggled to break free, but Self-Gu took the chance to fly up and bite it. Strong Gu was injured, it became weak. Where do you think you are going? Great strength true martial shouted. He grabbed Strong Gu and pushed it into his chest. Strong Gu landed on his chest and was locked in his heart, unable to get out. Don't waste your energy. This is my grand ambition, you will not be able to get out. Great strength true martial laughed loudly. Next, he found the other hearts of Ren Zhu from the predicament's corpse and placed them back into Ren Zhu's chest. The human ancestor came back to life. Undeniably, a person's heart was the source of their motivation. It was one of their fatal weaknesses. The food path killer move Eat Heart that Spectral Soul created was much more outstanding than Eat Hardship and Eat Loss. Even if the last two moves hit the enemy, they would only add weight to the scales of victory and defeat. But Eat Heart was extremely fatal. Once hit, if one did not defend against it, the outcome would be certain. This was a method that could ensure victory. Fang Yuan was hit. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had outstanding defense, that was true. But Gu Immortals had many paths, but Food Path was rare. There were few defenses against Food Path. Thus, during the Fate War, Western Desert's Immortal Gu were all hit by the joint use of the two Celestial Court Immortals. Sitting Eating Mountain empty, Food Path killer move, they could do nothing about it. Fang Yuan had some Food Path inheritances. He also knew that Spectral Soul had deep Food Path attainment. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was created by Fang Yuan. It could naturally defend against Food Path. But now, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was destroyed by Spectral Soul. Even the complete Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress could not block Eat Heart. Fang Yuan would still be hit. At once, the dense shadow of death shrouded Fang Yuan. He could not struggle, he had no strength to struggle. The heavenly Tao in the sovereign immortal aperture seemed to sense it. It stopped the myriad tribulation and spread out, restraining Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan could not use any methods to defend himself. He could only wait for death. Lu Weiyin saw that the situation was bad. He quickly mobilized the Earth Path battlefield. Yellow sand gathered like a dragon, coiling around giant Spectral Soul and tightening, trying to imprison Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul smiled coldly, his hundreds of arms barely held on. His defense was very passive. His 4 eyes were still staring at Fang Yuan. Most of his focus was on activating Eat Heart. Oh no! Lu Weiyin's heart sank. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai felt a chill in their hearts. They attacked with all their might, but Spectral Soul did not even turn around. Spectral Soul would rather get heavily injured to grab this chance. He had to kill Fang Yuan. Am I going to die here? Fang Yuan's mind was still dry, he barely had any thoughts left. This was the aftereffect of using unlimited Qi Si earlier. Spectral Soul was truly too strong. As expected of the former demon venerable. An invincible man in the world. During that era, he slaughtered until the world was shrouded in darkness. Nobody dared to make a sound, billions of living beings could only tremble in his shadow. Only when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared and fought for his entire life did he heal the wounds of the world's living beings. Before Spectral Soul used his full strength, his individual battle strength was not much different from his opponent's, but he still had the upper hand in the battle. When he unleashed his full strength, his battle strength would surge and widen the gap between him and his opponents. What was even more despairing was that each of his choices was so ruthless and ruthless. They were instant. He did not give his opponents any chance to catch their breath, not to mention a chance to survive. No, even if there is only a trace of hope, I will try it to the end. Fang Yuan could not use any methods, but even if he could use killer moves, he could not defend against Eat Heart. Unless he had reverse flow protection seal. The painful expression on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a mysterious smile that was extremely thought-provoking. At the next moment he shouted, "If you don't attack now, when will you?" Qiju. Spectral Soul's eyes were wide open, but his other eyes squinted at the same time. This? Fang Yuan tricked me? No. One of Spectral Soul's heads turned around. He saw Demon Immortal Qiju attacking Spectral Soul. Boom. Demon Immortal Qiju activated a killer move. She landed above his head, shot out like a meteor, landing heavily on Spectral Soul's back. Spectral Soul staggered from the impact. He almost fell to the ground. Puff 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 puff. All of a sudden, many large holes appeared on his body, and countless dark and gloomy soul energies spurted out of the holes like air leaks. Chapter 2070. Phew. This part of the Legends of Renzu was finally finished. Evidently, this was the longest part of the Legends of Renzu so far. This was the result of a week of planning. It was very difficult. I had modified it many times back then. Just from the imagery alone, I had to choose carefully. For example, predicament, weakness, calamity and calamity. The predicament contained suffering, loss, calamity and calamity. These 3 imagery were carefully chosen. At the start there were at least 10 of these imagery. In the following days I reluctantly cut down more than half of it. At the final juncture, I removed the words difficult and easy. Otherwise the full text would be even longer. I needed to match the main text for this part of the Legends of Renzu. Thus, there were several scenes of Renzu suffering, loss, suffering, calamity and finally having his heart eaten. They corresponded to Spectral Soul's food path killer move, as well as Fang Yuan's own situation. Many readers should be able to sense that the connection between the Legends of Renzu and the main text was more of a comparison. There was a faint resonance between the 2 lines. For example, in the Legends of Renzu, Renzu encountered the strongest predicament in his life. Fang Yuan was the same. Renzu struggled on his deathbed. Spectral Soul was the same. Fang Yuan was the same. Others like Wang Xiao'er were the same. Wang Xiao'er was an important supporting character. Everyone will know after reading. There was also the example of Renzu using attitude gu and self gu to deceive the predicament. It was the same as Fang Yuan using his own will to deceive Spectral Soul in myriad year flying worship. These things were mutually resonating. Renzu was the main character in the Legends of Renzu. When he interacted with the predicament, what interesting reactions would his gu worms have? This was something that could not be ignored. I had thought about this for at least 3 days. There was also the problem of the 10 extreme physiques. In this chapter, there was finally some progress. The birth of great strength true martial physique. When this part of the plot is finished, everyone can read it again. 1 chapter a day. Everyone might feel that the pace is slow, but if you read it, you will find something different. Venerable Gu, the feeling will be different when you read it the first time and the second time. Especially this chapter, other than Fang Yuan's struggles on the surface, resisting the pursuit, there was actually a deeper meaning to it. For example, the legends of Ren Zhu, and the interactions between the various characters. Only by looking at it as a whole could one discover the beauty of this novel's layouts. Or the schemes of the various forces and characters, especially Qiju, Spectral Soul, and Fang Yuan. After everyone finished reading tonight's second update, they would understand more about Perfected Being Zhao's Alliance Master. Recently, I saw a reader friend's book review and I was deeply moved. The gist of it was that venomous person was actually a work with growth potential. In the beginning it was more of a dark style, but in the middle and later stages, it became more majestic. It would be biased to say that this book was a dark text. This review triggered me to look at myself in a new light. Gu Dao Master had been written for about 6 years. After such a long time, the style had indeed changed. Just as the book reviewer had said, at first, it leaned towards the dark wind, but then it gradually changed. On one hand, it was because of external reasons. Ever since the book was published, it had been reported many times, and it was still the same until recently. It did not become safer as time passed, but instead, it became more and more dangerous. With the country in such a state, he had no choice but to change the direction of his writing. On the other hand, there were internal reasons. As an author, I've grown a lot. Especially during the period when I stopped updating, I had a special realization. When I was writing venomous person, I relied on my hot-bloodedness, unruliness, and unruliness. I focused on writing, not caring about the results or money. At first, there were few people paying attention to it, but as time passed, there were more and more people paying attention to it. Thus, when I reached the middle stage of venomous person, my ears were filled with noises as if I was in a bustling market. All sorts of mundane matters came one after another, causing my mental state to waver and my heart to become restless. Now, when I reached the later stages of venomous person, because of the legends of Ren Zhu, there were too many clues in the main text, making it difficult for me to write. Often I felt powerless and felt my own insignificance. The period when I stopped updating had saved me. Just like the bustling market around me, it gradually shrank. The sea of people around me became fewer and fewer, until there was only a study table at the end of the street, a dim table lamp, and a me. The voices that had been lingering in my ears also gradually disappeared, leaving only my pounding heart. When I was in seclusion, I did not look at any QQ messages or WeChat messages, I only focused on thinking and writing. Finally, I broke through the bottleneck in front of me. Actually, the biggest problem that Ren Zhu faced in the Legends of Ren Zhu, the biggest problem that Fang Yuan faced, isn't it also the biggest problem that I have faced in writing? Now, when I read Venomous Person again, this book spanned 6 years or so, it had suffered many blows, tortures, curses, and doubts. Look at the book reviews, those curses have never stopped. At first, I was filled with excitement, but as my emotions fluctuated, I finally settled down. All that was left was my desire and determination to complete this work. Regardless of the ranking, regardless of the income, regardless of the outside world, just this thought, the pure thought of writing. Let them report me, let them question me, let them be dismissive, let them be furious. I only care about writing this novel, that's all I can do. Recently, I have come to realize how insignificant I am, and that my ability is very limited. I will continue writing like this until the end of Venomous Person. From September onwards, I have set a small goal, that is to steadily update one chapter every day for a month. During this period, if there is a new alliance leader, I will try to update one chapter. But if I feel that I am unable to write the ideal text during this period, I will still choose to go into seclusion. When that time comes, I can only temporarily give up on this small goal. As for how long, I am not sure, but in order to overcome this difficulty, I must first satisfy myself. If you think it is good, then support it. If not, then I will not force it. So be it. Chapter 2071. Ah! Qiju. Spectral Soul screamed, looking back at Demon Immortal Qiju angrily. Demon Immortal Qiju kept Shiland calmly as he retreated to prevent Spectral Soul from retaliating. You fool! Spectral Soul stomped on the ground with a loud sound. He finally stabilized his body. Even though he had lived for so long, he was extremely furious now. Just as Fang Yuan was about to die at his hands, he was interrupted by his teammates. Demon Immortal Qiju floated in the sky, staring at Spectral Soul vigilantly. He first frowned, recalling the change in Fang Yuan's expression earlier. It was clear that Fang Yuan purposely made Spectral Soul reveal a flaw. Was Fang Yuan really at his wit's end at that moment? No, this is more likely Spectral Soul's deception to distract me. In fact, even if I was deceived, since we have reached this point, we can only continue to attack Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Qiju quickly made up his mind. The killer move Eat Heart was broken. Spectral Soul also suffered a backlash. Fang Yuan used this chance to quickly repair Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At least that hole had already disappeared. While reorganizing his forces, Fang Yuan did not forget to attack. Spectral Soul, don't be too angry. In fact, long before you contacted Qiju, I had already made an agreement with him. You made an agreement? Impossible, I clearly inspected you secretly, there are no traces of an agreement on you. Spectral Soul retorted with a cold smile. I have just been reborn, I will not trust any information path methods. Spectral Soul, you used benefits to tempt me, but actually, Fang Yuan had already done so. Furthermore, he is much more generous than you. Before Demon Immortal Qiju finished speaking, he attacked again. Chi Path killer moves were unleashed, his attacks rained down on Giant Spectral Soul like a storm. Lu Weiyin and the rest looked at each other, they were overjoyed. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor did not know, seeing Demon Immortal Qiju counterattacking, they were very excited. The situation was already in a deadlock, it was hanging by a thread. Demon Immortal Qiju suddenly betrayed Spectral Soul, the situation immediately turned around. Lu Weiyin thought about it before realizing, after the Fate War, I used Lord Paradise Earth's method to confirm that Spectral Soul had regained freedom and was growing stronger. Soon, the secret of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was transmitted from Jewel Yellow Skies. I secretly contacted Fang Yuan and told him about it, wanting to work with him to deal with Spectral Soul and Shadow Sect. But initially, Fang Yuan was only suspicious. But not long after, Fang Yuan contacted me and agreed to this alliance. Now it seems that he secretly contacted Demon Immortal Qiju and used him to confirm my information. Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor, and Paradise Earth had been setting things right all his life, he did not get along with Spectral Soul. One of Lu Weiyin's objectives in participating in the Fate War was to eliminate Spectral Soul's remnant souls. But even after the Soul Sect Dong ancestor Lu Weiyin naturally would not give up. He paid a huge price and used Paradise Earth's method to deduce Spectral Soul's condition, but he could not deduce his exact location. Lu Weiyin thought of Fang Yuan. If Spectre wanted to rise again, he would have to eliminate Fang Yuan. After killing Fang Yuan, not only would Spectral Soul obtain Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, he would also regain his attainment level. Lu Weiyin used Paradise Earth's method and finally managed to contact Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very wary of Lu Weiyin. Fang Yuan had been reborn, he vaguely knew that Lu Weiyin was not like what he looked like on the surface. He was fully supporting the Celestial Court, he had his own motives. In addition, during the Fated War, when Fang Yuan attacked the Celestial Court, he did not see any remnant souls. Thus, Fang Yuan already believed some of Lu Weiyin's information. Subsequently, the secret of Fang Yuan's supreme immortal body was revealed in the Jewel Yellow Skies, which made Fang Yuan believe it a little more. After Demon Immortal Qiju was reborn, Fang Yuan secretly tried to contact Demon Immortal Qiju, but he did not succeed. Not long after, Demon Immortal Qiju came to find trouble with Qi Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan used Qin Ding Ling's help to repel Demon Immortal Qiju on the surface, but he was actually colluding with Demon Immortal Qiju. In order to gain Demon Immortal Qiju's trust, Fang Yuan told him that Qi Si Ancestor was his disguise. Demon Immortal Qiju obtained Fang Yuan's weakness, he immediately understood Fang Yuan's sincerity in cooperating with him. What Demon Immortal Qiju lacked the most back then was understanding of the current Gu Immortal world. Fang Yuan catered to Demon Immortal Qiju's interest. He used all sorts of true inheritances as bargaining chips to transact with Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju was moved, but he was still very wary. He did not agree to an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. He was worried that Fang Yuan would use information path methods that he did not know about to harm him. Fang Yuan did not force him, he eventually formed an extremely loose alliance with Demon Immortal Qiju that could not restrict each other. Fang Yuan provided Demon Immortal Qiju with true inheritances of all sorts of paths, while Demon Immortal Qiju gave Fang Yuan the profundity of his Qi Path revival. Furthermore, he had to follow Fang Yuan's arrangements to sell Qi Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies and purchase inheritances of all sorts of paths. After Fang Yuan obtained the profundity of Qiju's revival, he immediately had a huge breakthrough in terms of Qi harvest fruits. Thus, Qi ancestor was able to resolve the Qi harvest fruits. After that, Fang Yuan used the Qi harvest fruits of Celestial Court to successfully create the Qi clone. In fact, with just Fang Yuan's current Qi path attainment, he could not resolve the Qi harvest fruits so quickly. But not long after, Demon Immortal Qiju actually contacted Spectral Soul in Jewel Yellow Skies. Demon Immortal Qiju was greatly shocked. After learning of Spectral Soul's intention, he immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention. Demon Immortal Qiju and Fang Yuan's alliance was very loose, they could easily betray each other. Demon Immortal Qiju naturally would not consider for Fang Yuan's sake, he kept this information to negotiate with Spectral Soul. In the end, he found that Spectral Soul's price could not compare to Fang Yuan's. A great demon venerable is actually so stingy? Demon Immortal Qiju was disdainful at first, but he thought about it. Oh, I understand. Spectral Soul is only the leader of Soul Path, he has a food path true inheritance, but he is hiding it and will not trade it to me. Even though Shadow Sect has been in hiding for many years, they have only found a few venerable inheritances. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was a crucial chess piece of Heaven's Will and the 10 venerables, many venerables invested in him, thus, he had Red Lotus true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Giant Sun's true inheritance, Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Reckless Savage's true inheritance, Primordial Origin's true inheritance, Genesis Lotus true inheritance, Paradise Earth's true inheritance, and Limitless true inheritance. Other than these, he also has Langya true inheritance, Dragonman Race true inheritance, Food Path true inheritance, Boqing Sword Path true inheritance, and so on. Damn it, why is he so lucky? After Demon Immortal Qiju thought about it, he felt a complex emotion rising in his heart. Fang Yuan could be said to be the person with the most true inheritances in history. Even though Spectral Soul had been secretly managing Shadow Sect for so many years, it took a lot of effort to obtain venerable inheritances, and they were often incomplete. Venerables had their own reasons for setting up inheritances. Even if Spectral Soul could destroy them, it was hard for him to gain anything. His greatest gain was still the Red Lotus True Legacy. This was specially set up by Red Lotus Demon Venerable for him so that they could cooperate. Demon Immortal Qiju could not help but feel jealousy and hatred towards Fang Yuan's gains. Fang Yuan was truly too rich, even though Spectral Soul was once a Demon Venerable in this aspect compared to Fang Yuan, he was a complete pauper. After understanding this, Demon Immortal Qiju gained a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. No wonder this lad was chosen to become the crucial person to destroy fate. He is using me to defend against Spectral Soul, he is trying to frame him, he also knows my intentions, so even without the alliance agreement he is not afraid of me betraying him. Fang Yuan was truly wealthy, he knew that Demon Immortal Qiju was going to deal with Spectral Soul, he was naturally generous and promised generously. In contrast, Spectral Soul did not know about this, he was facing the cunning and taciturn Demon Immortal Qiju. This formed a clear contrast to Fang Yuan. Of course, Demon Immortal Qiju did not completely side with Fang Yuan because of this. He had always been taking advantage of both sides and benefiting from both sides. On one hand he told Fang Yuan what price Spectral Soul offered, on the other hand he kept raising the price to Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Qiju was trying his best to gain benefits for himself. He was still doing this even before he attacked Spectre just now. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture situation was not optimistic. The myriad tribulation changed again, turning into boundless gloomy gray winds. Wherever the winds blew, ashes and sparks would appear, eventually, they would be blown away by the gray winds like paper, leaving behind a huge empty space. It was the myriad tribulation, starfire blowing gray wind. The heaven path Dao marks turned into wind path and fire path Dao marks, forming this myriad tribulation. Fang Yuan could not deal with it immediately. The gray winds not only ravaged the mini-5 regions, they even attacked the mini-9 heavens. Many of the resource points scattered around were destroyed. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had always been developed by Fang Yuan, it was at least 20% developed, but now more than half of it was destroyed. Fang Yuan could only try his best to protect his people. There were many humans and variant humans living in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they lived in cities, snowy peaks, valleys and other places. This was the greatest wealth, Fang Yuan could only give up on everything else to protect these people. Cough cough cough. Inside peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress, Fang Yuan continued to cough blood. He was heavily injured. This was caused by Spectral Soul's Eat Heart Killer move. The earlier scene was too dangerous, if it had continued for a few more breaths of time Fang Yuan would have died. Even now, as long as Spectral Soul continued to use Eat Heart on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape death. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress could not completely block Eat Heart killer move. However, Spectral Soul no longer had a chance. Demon Immortal Chiju's counterattack changed the situation. Previously, Demon Immortal Chiju had Chi land above his head, he countered Chi Si Ancestor, he could even share some of Spectral Soul's pressure. But now, Chiju became Spectral Soul's biggest problem. Immortal Killer Move, Giant Chi Hand Explosion. Chi Si Ancestor activated a killer move, Spectral Soul sensed it, he waved his 100 arms as black smoke rose from his body. Chi Si Ancestor's face turned red, he felt like he was holding a piece of metal that was expanding, his killer move was about to be broken. Immortal Killer Move, gasping for breath. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Chiju used a killer move that hit Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul immediately felt his aura becoming uneven, his immortal essence infusion became even more intermittent, his defensive methods against Giant Chi Hand Explosion became weaker. Chi Si Ancestor saw this chance, he immediately increased his speed. Boom. Giant Chi Hand Explosion was finally unleashed, but at this instant, Demon Immortal Chiju used a supplementary move that doubled the power of the Giant Chi Hand Explosion. Chapter 2072. Swoosh. Some parts of Giant Spectral Soul's body broke open, holes of various sizes formed. Pitch-black soul energy continued to spurt out of the hole at a rapid speed. As the soul chi leaked out, Giant Spectral Soul's huge body shrunk at a visible rate. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin's eyes shined with bright light. No wonder Spectral Soul had been using his physical body to fight and did not turn into a soul giant. So this move is only his explosive state, it cannot be maintained for long and is a huge hidden threat. Giant Spectral Soul quickly healed his injuries and sealed the holes on his body, preventing the soul chi from leaking out. While healing, he used offense as defense, hundreds of arms waved all over his body, forcing Lu Weiyin and the rest to retreat. Spectral Soul's momentum was even fiercer than before. But Lu Weiyin and the rest were calm and collected, their morale soared because they saw the chance of victory. Buy me some time. Demon Immortal Chiju suddenly transmitted to Lu Weiyin and the rest. Lu Weiyin did not hesitate, he immediately mobilized the battlefield. The sandstorm concealed Demon Immortal Chiju's traces. Within the sandstorm, Demon Immortal Chiju had a solemn expression. Almost all of his attention was placed on his immortal aperture. A brand new killer move was carefully prepared by him, gradually taking shape. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss, he immediately charged into the sandstorm, attempting to destroy Demon Immortal Chiju's mysterious killer move. Chi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai tried to block him but they could not stop Spectral Soul. Qing Chou charged forward but Spectral Soul easily dodged it. Seeing that Spectral Soul was about to get close to Demon Immortal Chiju, Lu Weiyin stepped forward. His defensive methods were outstanding, but his offensive abilities were far inferior, but he was the best at delaying Spectral Soul now. Giant Spectral Soul fought with Lu Weiyin, causing Lu Weiyin to bleed from his mouth and nose. He could not break through the latter's obstruction for the time being. Demon Immortal Chiju obtained the crucial time to finish preparing his killer move. Immortal Killer Move Shi. She land above his head shined with profound light, targeting Spectral Soul. Inside the pillar of profound light, the specter was howling, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. The profound light pillar released a terrifying suction force. It forcefully sucked the pitch-black soul energy out of Giant Spectral Soul's body. Giant Spectral Soul's body shrunk rapidly, the power of his soul path moves also fell. Spectral Soul's expression was grim, he used food path killer moves, bitter taste and suffer loss. Demon Immortal Chiju was hit, his body shook intensely, he almost could not maintain the killer move and let Spectral Soul escape. At the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin roused his mind, he pointed at Demon Immortal Chiju and shot out 2 yellow lights. A yellow light landed on Demon Immortal Chiju's body and spread to the entire battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, all life is bitter. At once, all the immortals felt the bitterness, even the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was sharing the power of bitter taste. The second yellow light entered Demon Immortal Chiju's body. Immortal Killer Move, suffering a loss is a blessing. Demon Immortal Chiju benefited from this, his injuries healed rapidly as he laughed heartily. Spectral Soul's expression was grim. After using 2 moves, Lu Weiyin's aura became extremely weak and he was immediately swept away by the yellow sand. His voice resounded in the wind, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you have committed many evil deeds, you have brought disaster to the world. In the past, so many Gu immortals lost to these two food path killer moves of yours. Thus, Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created these two moves specifically to deal with you. It was too targeted. Spectral Soul's situation immediately became very passive, because his two killer moves were broken. Once a killer move was broken, any Gu immortal would fall into a passive state. Spectral Soul was no exception. Because the person dealing with him was also a venerable, and this person had been dealing with him for his entire life. Bitter Taste and Eat Loss were both countered. Spectral Soul wanted to use Eat Heart. This move was created in his later years, he had never used it before. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had little chance of breaking it. But Spectres couldn't do this. When he activated Eat Heart earlier, he destroyed many Soul Path Immortal Gu and expended a vast number of Food Path Mortal Gu. He paid a huge price to forcefully activate it. That was to say, he could not use Eat Heart a second time in a short period of time. Precisely because of this, Spectral Soul had been holding back on Eat Heart. He did not use it easily. After Spectral Soul escaped, he first seized Celestial Court's treasury, then devoured Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, obtaining all of its foundation. Spectral Soul recovered at full speed, he could rise up again very quickly. However, it was undeniable that he had very few Food Path Immortal Gu, he could not use Food Path's full strength. Food Path was rarely passed down, this was both the advantage and disadvantage of Spectral Soul. There were too few Food Path Gu immortals in history. Food Path Immortal Gu were also extremely rare. The time given to Spectral Soul to recover was still too short. Ever since this pursuit of Fang Yuan started, Spectral Soul had been using Soul Path killer moves endlessly, it was tiring to deal with them. But in terms of Food Path, Spectral Soul only had 3 killer moves. And among them, Eat Heart was forcefully created by Spectral Soul, it was a trump card that could only be used once. Spectral Soul had too many Soul Path killer moves, they were strange and terrifying, they were hard to deal with. But in terms of Food Path, there was nothing to write home about. Just 3 moves for Lu Weiyin and the rest who had fought for a long time, it was hard for them not to be familiar with them. Like Fang Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, when he first used it he was shocked. But after a few rounds of fighting, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was continuously probed, its foundation was gradually exposed, Qiju and Spectral Soul quickly became familiar with it. Trump cards were things that were used less and less often. Spectral Soul's 2 Food Path killer moves were countered by Lu Weiyin. He immediately suffered a backlash and suffered heavy injuries. Killer moves could not be used carelessly, once they were countered the outcome would be terrible. But Spectral Soul's move was not a mistake, in that battle earlier, Soul Path killer moves could not change the situation. Food Path killer moves were the wisest choice. But Lu Weiyin had schemed, he was only Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor, he was not the main body. Lu Weiyin purposely hid these 2 trump cards. Spectral Soul had already used Bitter Taste and Eat Loss killer moves earlier, but Lu Weiyin endured them. Finally, at the most crucial moment, he unleashed it in one fell swoop and created the greatest battle result. Mingyu, I will kill you, I will kill you. Spectral Soul was heavily injured, Qingqiu roared as it charged over. It went berserk, disregarding its own safety, its face was twisted, its eyes were bloodshot, they were about to burst open as green-black blood flowed out. Its body was filled with hundreds of wounds, they were densely packed, they were still bleeding profusely, the injuries were shocking. Truly a wondrous creation. At once, giant Spectral Soul squinted. Spectral Soul's attainment in Soul Path was definitely the #1 in history. Soul Beasts only appeared after he created Soul Path. Thus, his understanding of Soul Beasts was extremely deep, no one could surpass him. But Qingqiu was different, there was a qualitative change in its insides. Qingqiu attacked him, but giant Spectral Soul was not shocked, he was happy instead. Ever since they fought, Spectral Soul had benefited from Qingqiu many times. Qingqiu was a huge problem to others, it could even be fatal. But to Spectral Soul it was like a timely rain, it came at the right time, allowing Spectral Soul to absorb its strength and recover rapidly. Qingqiu charged extremely quickly, it truly disregarded its life. Its only enemy was right in front of it. But memories surfaced, causing its vision to blur. Escape, quickly escape. Who can save me, Qing clan's ancestors, why are you not attacking? Father. Mother. Where are you? Cries and screams filled the whole of Qing Prefecture. The desert winds howled, Qing Prefecture's warm wind blew. This was Western Desert Qing clan's blessed land headquarters, It was located in a beautiful oasis in western desert. The sandstone was like a mountain, the lake was like a sea, the trees were lush, it was filled with vitality. But now this paradise, the beautiful home of Qing clan's clansmen, had turned into a living hell. A terrifying massacre was happening, blood flowed like rivers, countless Gu masters resisted in despair, but they could not cause any trouble to the killer. The young spectral soul, Mingyu from southern borders Gu immortal world, wore a black robe, he stood proudly in the sky. Every time he attacked, tens of thousands of lives would be taken. He looked down at the countless people who were running for their lives, they were like pitiful ants. Qing clan, you are a great western desert superforce, how long are you going to hide for? Mingyu sneered and provoked. What a disappointment, are you going to watch your clansmen die like this? The so-called Qing clan is nothing more than this. Qing clan did not have many Gu immortals left. Right now, they were in the deepest part of the blessed land, hearing Mingyu's voice they were furious. This demonic path scoundrel is so arrogant and hateful. To think that second elder would die at his hands, it is truly unbelievable. Our great Qing clan actually fell to this state, we are forced by a mere Mingyu to the point of not daring to fight. No, this is not Mingyu's contribution alone. Don't you feel that ever since news of Divine Bean Palace was leaked, something has been amiss? Qing clan's Gu immortals discussed, some had sorrowful expressions, some felt powerless. Cough, you are right. Qing clan's first supreme elder woke up from his coma. First supreme elder. Qing clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed, some cheered, you are finally awake. Qing clan's first supreme elder, however, still had a dark purple expression, his aura was weak. He sat up on the bed with difficulty. Mingyu has probably colluded with other forces to plot against us. Mingyu is a sharp blade on the surface, while the other forces are restraining us, they have malicious intentions. Not long ago I was dealing with a conflict at the border and fought for a super resource point, I was ambushed and defeated, my injuries are severe and I do not have much battle strength left. And recently the clan's super resource points were attacked by demonic path Gu immortals at almost the same time. Right now the clan's immortal Gu houses have all been sent out, our headquarters are unprecedentedly empty, cough. First Supreme Elder, you need to rest, don't overwork yourself. Yes, we will bear all of this. As long as our Qing clan survives this tribulation, we will definitely teach those despicable people a lesson. Qing clan's Gu immortals urged. But Qing clan's first Supreme Elder shook his head. Don't go and die, Mingyu has great battle strength, he has overwhelming luck, he is not a simple person. We were too careless earlier when we wanted to take him seriously, our attention and strength were diverted by other forces. We need to be very careful when dealing with him now. Chapter 2073. First Supreme Elder, do you have any good ideas? Qing clan's first Supreme Elder forced a smile. The cause of everything, the source of Qing clan's predicament, is one thing, that is Divine Bean Palace. Other than us, no one wants to see Qing clan refine Divine Bean Palace. Even if we do our best and give up the territories outside to repel Mingyu, how can we deal with the major forces that will come after us? Cough. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder breathed heavily. Thus, our best counterattack is to refine Divine Bean Palace. An anxious Gu immortal asked, how can we refine Divine Bean Palace so quickly? Qing clan's first Supreme Elder sighed. We have a way, let's try. Qing clan's immortals' eyes shined as they stared at Qing clan's first Supreme Elder. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder revealed, earlier we used Hatred Gu to pry open Divine Bean Palace's defenses, we made a lot of progress, we only need some time to refine it. However, what we need now is time, we can only take a risk and use that killer move. What killer move? Don't tell me. Some Qing clan Gu immortals were confused, while others' expressions changed as they thought of some rumors. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder nodded, excitement appeared on his weak face. This killer move was created by me and second Supreme Elder, he is the main force while I am the support. The killer move has incredible power, I will control it while the rest of you participate. As long as it is used, Divine Bean Palace will not be able to resist it. Any rank 8 Gu immortal will have to avoid it. No matter how strong Mingyu is, he is only rank 7. Then let's do it. First Supreme Elder, what is the name of this move? First Supreme Elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. We have not decided on a name yet, but second Supreme Elder has already passed away. This old man was silent for a while before saying solemnly, how about we call it Qing Cho? This is the grudge of Qing clan. Because of all the difficulties and pain caused by Divine Bean Palace, we need to take revenge. Using Qing Cho we can completely refine Divine Bean Palace. Those super forces with ill intentions, every single one of them is my Qing family's enemy. Mingyu, who wreaked havoc in my Qing province, is the enemy of my Qing family. Using Qing Cho we will take revenge. Take back the blood debt of my Qing family and return the pain you inflicted on us 1,000-fold. On this point, our Qing family will not be stingy and will be infinitely generous. These words stirred the immortals present. Qing Cho, what a good name. What the great elder said is absolutely right. We must take revenge. Let Qing Cho be the symbol of our Qing clan's rise. Qing Cho, Qing Cho, Qing Cho, Qing Cho. Qing Chao's vision cleared up, it remembered everything, all of its memories were complete. Facing Mingyu's attack, Qing clan's immortals decided to use Qing Cho killer move to refine Divine Bean Palace. Then he would kill his way out and secure victory in one fell swoop. However, Qing Cho, which he had high hopes for, did not completely refine Divine Bean Palace. Instead, it had a mysterious resonance with the Divine Bean Palace, creating a sky full of green light. The mystical light swallowed the Qing clan immortals, digested the Qing clan's headquarters, enveloped Qing province and even spread for thousands of miles. Mingyu was forced to retreat. When the mystical light dissipated, all the super forces came to search for him. The once powerful Qing clan was only left with a vast and desolate desert ruin. The indignant western desert Gu immortals searched everywhere, but they could not find any clues. Time passed, people went from disappointment to despair. They finally left this lifeless desert. Only a dark palace of a rank 8 wood path immortal Gu house was left in a corner, as well as a killer move that was being prepared with hatred Gu as the core. This killer move was called Qing Cho. Qing Cho did not fail, it was only affected by something and underwent a mutation. It turned into a life form. Countless souls that died tragically gathered and fused. A soul beast with hatred Gu as the core was born. Initially it was very young, it was as weak as a baby. It opened its eyes, its gaze was clear like water. Next it continued to grow in a daze. Its body grew larger and larger, its body was distinct. It had claws, it had a tortoise shell, it had a head with long hair. Its body was the size of a rabbit at first, then it was the size of a wolf, then it was the size of a bull, then it was the size of an elephant and finally, it was the size of a hill. The screams of countless vengeful souls, from the moment it was born, it had been echoing in its ears, it was echoing in its heart. Every time it grew a little bigger, a little taller, these echoing voices became a little louder and a little noisier. They were hissing, they were roaring. Qing Cho could not hear them clearly, it was deeply troubled. These voices were too annoying, they were too noisy, they did not stop, it was confused, it was annoyed, it was angry. Its thoughts became chaotic, it became ferocious and violent. It roared, it used its claws to tear apart the floor tiles of the hall, it used its back to break the pillars of the hall. Its head was bleeding from the collisions, its hair was disheveled. The hall quickly recovered, but the voices continued, they were getting louder and louder. Qing Cho was helpless. It could not help but feel discouraged. It wanted to give up, it even wanted to die. But it did not do so, the voices of the vengeful souls seemed to be reminding it of something. What was it? These damned voices, what were they saying? Tell me, why are you torturing me like this? Why don't you just let me die? Ever since the pursuit battle, Qing Cho had sensed spectral soul, it had been in chaos because of hatred Gu. Even though it had consciousness, it was not clear. It only knew to kill, it only knew to charge, it only knew to fight. It used all its strength, every drop of blood in its body as long as it could kill spectral soul, destroy spectral soul. But now, at this moment, Qing Chao's mind was no longer in chaos, it was extremely clear. It was like the clouds had parted, it was clear. Its memory suddenly became complete, and it understood everything from beginning to end. It finally understood the cries of those vengeful souls. These vengeful souls were screaming, crying, they were furious, they did not stop or weaken at all. Qing Cho heard them clearly. These vengeful souls did not say that they were in pain or suffering. They did not say that they were wronged or wronged. They only said one word, Qing Cho. Qing Cho. Qing Cho. You need to remember the meaning of your birth. You need to remember the mission that you have. You need to remember all of your enemies. Do not forget for even a moment. Do not rest for even a moment. Revenge. The deaths of our kin, the unfulfilled ambitions of Qing clan, The pain and anger that they inflicted on us, we need to pay them back. Spectral soul. Qing Cho screamed, have a good taste of this. This is my Qing clan's hatred, it has been accumulated for 100,000 years, this killer move, Qing Cho. Oh no. At this moment, giant spectral soul's expression turned cold, his heart sank. Qing Chao's body underwent a qualitative change. The rank 8 immortal goo hatred goo that it had been accumulating finally broke through at this moment, becoming a true rank 9 immortal goo. Qing Chao's mountain-like body burst out with a strange jade light that spectral soul was familiar with. Within the strange light, Qing Chao's body moved like water. It stood up abruptly, its limbs turning into human hands and feet. The huge wings that it had grown during the battle had transformed into a full-body armor. Its tortoise shell turned into a shield that was held by its left arm. Its snake neck shrunk rapidly, the ratio of its head and shoulders became extremely appropriate. Next, the snake neck and tail turned into a large lump of light, it moved to its right palm and stretched, turning into a sinister spear. Giant Qing Cho charged towards spectral soul, the sky full of jade light suddenly shrunk and entered the spearhead. The spear continued to move forward and slammed. Giant spectral soul changed his move. He had to change, using the previous method to deal with Qing Cho was courting death. Spectral soul grunted, he retracted his move at the last moment, causing him to suffer a backlash again. But he achieved his goal, he successfully changed his killer move. At the crucial moment, black smoke surged towards Qing Chao's body, trying to block the attack. Seeing this, Wuxia Qi ancestor and demon immortal Qi Ju stared with wide eyes. Everything seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but it happened too quickly and suddenly. Qing Cho suddenly became stronger, it turned into a giant, its battle strength rose to a terrifying level. Before Wuxia Qi and Qi Ju could rejoice, giant spectral soul decisively retracted his move and counterattacked. Seeing that spectral soul was able to block most of their killer move's power, Wuxia Qi and Qi Ju felt disappointed, but they were also impressed by spectral soul's decisiveness and methods. He actually managed to change his killer move in such a short period of time. Lu Weiyin smiled lightly. At the next moment, giant Qing Chao's messy hair rose up like vines, intertwining and turning into the shape of a huge tree in the blink of an eye. The huge tree had lush leaves and branches, it was like a canopy, it was placed on top of giant Qing Chao's head and emitted jade light again. Spectral soul's thick smoke was blocked by the jade light. This is a venerable's method. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Karma Divine Tree Killer Move. Qi Qi Ju and Wuxia were shocked. Puchi. Giant Qing Chao's attack was unstoppable, the terrifying spear pierced through giant spectral soul's body. Next, the green-scaled spear flowed like water, turning into jade light that entered giant spectral soul's body. Giant spectral soul staggered a few steps back, his aura fell rapidly, he was at rock bottom. There were many holes on spectral soul's body, soul chi was leaking out, at the same time jade green light was seeping out. Hundreds of arms covered the holes subconsciously, but they could not cover the jade light that was getting brighter and brighter. These lights were like sharp swords and spears, they broke out of spectral soul's body and illuminated the entire battlefield. Spectral soul was defeated. This was a true fatal blow. Spectral soul's expression was cold as ice, he muttered, Genesis Lotus Paradise Earth, good, very good. Then he sneered. His killing intent didn't decrease, but increased to an unprecedented level. A long time ago I swore that I would only let others struggle before their death. Are you prepared? Spectral soul's words had a hidden meaning, the immortal's expressions changed. Oh no. Dodge. He is going to self-detonate. All of you die with me. Spectral soul howled. Chapter 2074. Quick, faster, faster. Fairy Myrtle urged herself in her mind. She was the only wisdom path great expert here, the responsibility of unraveling the battlefield killer move naturally fell on her. Fairy Myrtle's soul had been modified by spectral soul, she was extremely loyal to him, she put in all her effort to deduce and unravel the battlefield killer move. However, Lu Weiyin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. This Earth Path battlefield is stable, but it also has a layer of obscurity. I'm afraid it used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's battlefield as the foundation, and was modified by later generations. Fairy Myrtle's brows were tightly furrowed, her mind was working hard, she had already made some progress in her deductions. But overall there was not much progress. Firstly, once the battlefield killer move was set up, it could hide in the void and isolate itself from the outside world. Be it from the inside or the outside, it was very hard to break. Back then, when Fairy Myrtle fought in Langya Blessed Land and unraveled Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield, she had also relied on Feng Jioga's Fate armor Immortal Gu to locate the battlefield inside Yama battlefield. Only by working together from the inside and outside could she make a sharp breakthrough in the battlefield killer move. Secondly, illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. This was the work of an immortal venerable, and it was constantly being modified along with the times. Fairy Myrtle was able to quickly find the crucial location of the battlefield. It was already very impressive. She did not let down her wisdom path cultivation level. Fairy Myrtle used all sorts of methods. Sometimes she used Immortal Gu, sometimes she used wisdom path killer moves, sometimes she directly commanded Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to probe the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. This was truly an unimaginable scene. Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court were actually working together. At the outermost area, the Black Bat group was like a pitch-black tide, attacking continuously. Celestial Court's several Immortal Gu houses guarded it, forming a sturdy defensive line to kill the reckless Earth Abyss Black Bat groups that dared to invade. Inside the inner circle, Fairy Myrtle was hovering in the air, surrounded by Old Man Jingyuan, by Ning Bing, Fairy Miaoyin, and the others. At the center, two Immortal Gu houses were facing each other. They were Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar and Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. Whenever Fairy Myrtle gave instructions, these two Immortal Gu houses would cooperate and use their methods to move a corner of the battlefield killer move. Qin Ding Ling, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest did not doubt Fairy Myrtle's eagerness. They lacked wisdom path great experts to begin with, they were willing to sell themselves. Everything was done with Fang Yuan as the goal. Originally, in the process of pursuing Fang Yuan, these three parties had interfered with each other and were secretly on guard against each other. But now that the battlefield killer move had engulfed Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the rest, the three parties immediately focused their attention and energy on unraveling the battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan's craftiness and viciousness were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Since Fang Yuan could set up an ambush here, he definitely had ulterior motives. He was plotting something. The three Gu Immortals felt that something was amiss. They immediately cooperated and tried their best to destroy Fang Yuan's plan. This was indeed a wise move. But, G.O.H. Fairy Myrtle's body suddenly shook. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. Oh. This change attracted the attention of the other Gu Immortals. Fairy Myrtle wiped the blood off her lips. Her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and continued to deduce. Celestial Court's nurtured immortals are really going all out for their master. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's cold laughter resounded. His words dealt a huge blow to the two parties. Inside the Immortal Gu house, Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly as she frowned. Why is my luck suddenly wavering? At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan attacked. Mystical lights danced and enveloped the Shadow Sect immortals as they shot out like a meteor. Bing Sai Chuan and Qin Ding Ling's hearts jumped. They did not have time to think. They subconsciously controlled the Immortal Gu house to chase after Fairy Myrtle. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. Calamity Luck Altar had just moved when it felt an incomparably strong force attacking its back. Bing Sai Chuan growled, Z-Wei is harming us. Calamity Luck Altar was heavily injured, but its momentum increased. It continued to charge towards Fairy Myrtle. Meanwhile, Fang Jing, who was inside Demon Judgment Board, lacked experience. He could not compare to Bing Sai Chuan and Qin Ding Ling. When the explosion occurred, Demon Judgment Board was still at the same spot. This way, Demon Judgment Board took much more damage than Calamity Luck Altar. In an instant, Fang Jing seemed to have fallen into a raging wave. He was caught off guard and the entire Demon Judgment Board was swept away by the explosion. Rumble. This explosion came from Spectral Soul's self-detonation. After the explosion destroyed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, the three Gu Immortals who did not know what happened were in a terrible predicament. Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Judgment Board were both heavily injured. Even though Fairy Myrtle had deduced the explosion in advance, the time was too short. The explosion quickly spread to them and sent them flying, scattering everywhere. Many of the Celestial Court Immortal Gu houses were also blown away like kites by the intense winds. The Black Bat group was in an even worse state. Hundreds of thousands of black bats, be they desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts, were instantly blown to pieces by the explosion. The ground shook, heaven and earth collapsed. The scene became very chaotic. A tattered earth tower appeared in the sky. Qingqiu, who had turned into a giant, was blown into 3 pieces, falling to the ground. Shiland was in a terrible state. It was originally intact, but now only 30% was left. Demon Immortal Qiju was covered in blood. He barely managed to fly out of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. His gaze was like an eagle as he stared at the Earth Tower. The Earth Tower was peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house had the best defense indeed. Even though it was damaged, it still blocked Spectral Soul's self-detonation. At the next moment, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This Immortal Gu house was too slow, he could not rely on it blindly. Fang Yuan appeared. In an instant he attracted the attention of all the Gu immortals present. But Fang Yuan was not alone, he had Lu Weiyin and Wu Shuai with him. Come and kill Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar was in a terrible state. Bing Sichuan abandoned it and let others repair it, while he charged at Fang Yuan. This rank 8 great expert who had once fought alongside Fang Yuan did not conceal his killing intent towards Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan, what did you do to Master? Fairy Myrtle did not escape. Blood flowed out of her nose and mouth as she shouted. Demon Immortal Qiju had the appearance of a young boy. He had an old voice as he laughed coldly. Did you not feel the explosion earlier? Spectral Soul has already self-detonated. What? The immortals heard this and their bodies shook intensely. The great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable really died? That explosion earlier had terrifying power. It was clearly a soul path killer move. Was it Spectral Soul's final counterattack before his death? But how is that possible? The great Demon Venerable. No, Spectral Soul is no longer a Demon Venerable. Even so, he is still the strongest in the current world, but he actually died at the hands of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan killed Spectral Soul? The immortals' expressions changed, their pupils shrunk, their gazes were scattered for a moment before focusing on Fang Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul's death was a combination of the immortals' strength. But Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the mastermind. Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated, he is too sinister. He actually caused Spectral Soul's death. He was a former Demon Venerable. He could even destroy Fate Gu. It is not strange for him to do such a thing. Kill him, we cannot let him escape. If such a demon remains in the world, it will be a great misfortune for all living beings. That's right, even if he was acting earlier after killing Spectral Soul, he must be in a bad state. If we don't kill him now, when will we? The immortals shouted madly. Fang Yuan, even if I die, I want you dead. Fairy Myrtle's expression was twisted, she gritted her teeth as she charged forward. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle was modified by Spectral Soul, she was extremely loyal, Spectral Soul's death made her extremely furious. On the other hand, she lost to Fang Yuan time and time again. In Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle lost many times, even in Shadow Sect, she still lost to Fang Yuan. Kill, if Fang Yuan does not die, the first to die will be those who are chasing him. Demon Immortal Qiju roared, he also attacked Fang Yuan. At the same time he transmitted to Fang Yuan secretly, Fang Yuan, earlier when Spectral Soul self-detonated, you did not let me hide in peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress, I will let it go. If you want to escape now, you need my help. Take out more venerable true inheritances, show me your sincerity. Demon Immortal Qiju Shiland was heavily damaged, but he still retained most of his battle strength. Earlier this old demon was working together with Fang Yuan to harm Spectral Soul, but now he turned against them, using the 3 Gu immortals to extort Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not in a good state, the sovereign immortal aperture's myriad tribulation was still ongoing. Beside him, Lu Weiyin's expression was pale, his body was shaking. Even if he fainted at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. Wu Shuai was in a pathetic state, his rank 8 aura was unstable, but he still had battle strength. Right now he could only be sacrificed to stall for time. Even so, he could not guarantee how much time he could stall for. As for Qi Si Ancestor, he was already kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the combat beast king was still unconscious. Fang Yuan needed a Gu immortal expert to control the situation. If not, Qi Si Ancestor would be forced to expose his identity in order to protect his main body. At the crucial moment, I can only give up on the Qi Si clone and Wu Shuai clone to stall for time and opportunity for me. Fang Yuan thought as he transmitted to Lu Weiyin. Fellow Immortal Lu, what exactly is the method of escape that you mentioned earlier? When Giant Spectral Soul self-detonated, Lu Weiyin made a move, using illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield to suppress the soul explosion miraculously. Even though it was only a few breaths of time, he managed to stall for the crucial time. During this crucial time, Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone and Wu Shuai clone managed to hide inside Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Lu Weiyin used this chance to transmit to Fang Yuan that he had an escape method to leave Central Continent safely. Precisely so, Fang Yuan let Lu Weiyin into Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress as well. Firstly, Lu Weiyin saved Fang Yuan's 2 clones. He was very sincere. Chapter 2075. Lu Weiyin immediately replied to Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan, please follow me." Fang Yuan, however, replied, "No hurry." At the next moment he smiled coldly, his hands were behind his back as he faced the 3 groups of Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses. He smiled calmly, "Very good, who wants to be the first to die?" As he said that, his aura surged, his rank 8 aura was smooth and unobstructed. He did not show any signs of fatigue. The immortals stared with wide eyes. Is he not at the end of his rope? The surging momentum from earlier immediately stopped. The immortals were hesitant. Using this time, Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he activated an immortal killer move, bringing Lu Weiyin and the rest with him as they turned into a sword rainbow, flying far away. Different from before, Fang Yuan had already refined many Heaven Path Dao marks. He broke free from the restrictions of the Heaven Path Dao marks and obtained precious space. It was much easier for him to use immortal killer moves now. Even though he still needed to use human path formations and other methods to charge at the Heaven Path Dao marks, he still had space to use them. Fang Yuan escaped. Chase him. He is toying with us. The immortals seemed to have woken up from a dream. They chased relentlessly. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed, bombarding Fang Yuan and the rest. It was as if the scene had returned to before, except that Spectral Soul, Qi-Si Ancestor, and Qing Chou were not here, but Lu Weiyin was here. However, we need to be careful. The counterattack of a demon like Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated. Let the other 2 sides deal with him. We need to conserve our strength. Fang Yuan is crafty. In my opinion, there might be a second battlefield killer move or immortal formation ahead. That's right, Fang Yuan used a time path formation to trap the Righteous Path Alliance in southern border. Lu Weiyin is also a sinister person. This time he set up an Earth Path battlefield to ambush Spectral Soul. His method is the same as Fang Yuan's. I was truly wrong about him. The great southern border inheritor of Paradise Earth is actually colluding with Fang Yuan. The immortals were filled with righteousness and indignation. They secretly transmitted their voices and came up with a plan. As they chased and killed, their momentum was great, but at the same time they felt a little guilty. The current situation seemed to be the same as before, but it had actually undergone an earth-shattering change. Fang Yuan's killing of Spectral Soul made the other 3 sides wary of him. And Fang Yuan had always done things sinisterly. He was despicable and cunning, he was ruthless and merciless, his battle achievements were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The Gu immortals of the 3 sides were very wary of him. On one hand, even if Fang Yuan was really an arrow at the end of its flight, his dying counterattack would cause any side to bleed, and the situation would collapse. On the other hand, Fang Yuan wasn't the only opponent of the 3 sides, there were still the other 2 sides. Previously, Spectral Soul and Qiju were the main force. The 3 sides were happy to chase after them and take advantage of the situation. But now that Spectral Soul was gone, even though Demon Immortal Qiju looked aggressive, he was actually extorting Fang Yuan for benefits. How could he attack forcefully? Speaking of which, the 3 sides were wary of Fang Yuan, but was Demon Immortal Qiju not wary of him? This lad Fang Yuan did not even make a move during the ambush. How much has he recovered? Right now he is clearly using killer moves more frequently. How much strength is he still hiding? Is there a 4th Immortal Gu house? Demon Immortal Qiju thought to himself. Earlier, Fang Yuan destroyed Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. He immediately took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. These 3 Immortal Gu houses were all rank 8. They were peak creations of Enslavement Path, Time Path, and Earth Path. Fang Yuan's wealth truly shocked Demon Immortal Qiju. Even if Fang Yuan took out a 5th Immortal Gu house, Demon Immortal Qiju would not be surprised. How deep is Fang Yuan's foundation? The past venerables have invested too much in him. Demon Immortal Qiju gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan retreated while using true inheritances to make transactions. His attitude fluctuated. Demon Immortal Qiju was hesitant. Should I make a move now or not? How much strength does Fang Yuan have left? If I get rid of him, will I gain more? But right now, I can chase him while receiving true inheritances. It seems like a good idea. Among everyone, Demon Immortal Qiju enjoyed the process of being chased the most. We're here. It is one layer below this direction. Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan controlled the rainbow light and made a sharp turn, instantly breaking through the thick soil and rocks, arriving at the next layer. Rumble, Fang Yuan's group's ears were immediately filled with loud noises. Boundless earth chi surged like a raging river, the tides were surging. Fang Yuan and the other two were like ants in a river, they could not be detected. This is the manifestation of the earth vein? Fang Yuan was stunned before recognizing it. Lu Weiyin nodded with a smile. That's right. The 5 regions merged into one, the earth vein will also become one, the earth vein will fuse and move, revealing its true form. Hurry up and land on that small island. Fang Yuan activated his killer move with difficulty, the sword rainbow shot down. The sword rainbow could not hold on any longer, it dissipated in the air. The 3 immortals landed on a brown-yellow island at the same time, they were in a sorry state. This island was very small, it was only a few acres in size. The island was desolate, there was not a trace of life on it. The island was flat, but there were 3 huge rocks at the periphery, they were like pillars that were rooted in the vast earth vein. Because of these 3 pillars, the island was able to remain unmoved even under the erosion of the earth vein. Fang Yuan, where are you running to? Chis. What is this place? At this time the 3 pursuers also arrived at this layer, they chased after them. Someone activated a killer move, but found that the earth path down marks here were extremely dense, suppressing most of the variant paths. Gu immortals had to expend a lot of energy to activate killer moves. Other than earth path, only immortal Gu houses could move freely. Oh no, Fang Yuan came here on purpose. No matter what he wants to do, we need to stop him. Hurry up and destroy that island. The 3 Gu immortals had aggressive auras as they got closer. Fang Yuan, Wu Shuai and Lu Weiyin attacked, destroying the 3 huge rock pillars around the island. Without the huge rock pillars, the island started to move along the flow of the earth vein. The 3 Gu immortals chased after it, but the island's speed was too fast. The difference between the 2 sides was huge, the island pulled away dangerously, in just a few breaths of time, it was far away from the 3 Gu immortals. The 3 Gu immortals were dumbfounded. What the hell was this? It was just an island, but its speed was so fast. We really got rid of them. What exactly was this island? And where are we going? Wu Shuai touched the hard ground of the island as he exclaimed in shock. Lu Weiyin coughed out blood continuously, the destruction of the rock pillars earlier had worsened his injuries. He did not answer Wu Shuai, he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you should have recalled it already, right? Fang Yuan nodded, the moment he saw this island he had a flash of inspiration. When he landed on the island he had already recalled it. This isn't flying earth. Fang Yuan replied to Wu Shuai. Even though Wu Shuai was his clone, Fang Yuan did not copy all of his memories to him. This was a precaution. In the future, if Wu Shuai was defeated and captured, he would be subjected to soul searching or other methods. Then these memories would be used to aid the enemy. In the 500 years of my previous life, the 5 regions were united, the 2 heavens merged into one, the earth veins of the 5 regions also fused together, forming many unique terrains. Since ancient times people called them the 10 earths. They are Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Earth Cave, Earth Prison, Production Ground, Flying Earth, Battlefield, Treasure Ground and Graveyard. This island is one of the 10 earths, Flying Earth, it is formed in the earth vein. It can travel through the earth vein continuously, moving as fast as flying. Its speed is extraordinary. Wu Shuai realized, so that's it. He continued to sigh, heaven and earth have changed but there are other interesting things in the depths of the earth. He knew the essence of this island, he asked, then where can we go? Fang Yuan shook his head slightly, I have only heard of flying earth, I have never personally come into contact with it. I only know that it can move along the earth vein, but the direction is hard to control. I wonder what methods do you have? In this ambush battle, Lu Weiyin's performance was extremely outstanding. Fang Yuan placed a lot of importance on him. This current generation Paradise Earth inheritor of southern border was very strong. First he set up the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. This battlefield was so outstanding that it trapped Spectral Soul and Qiju, it perfectly displayed the power of a battlefield. Next, Lu Weiyin controlled the battlefield, allowing the immortals attacking Spectral Soul to cooperate better. During the intense battle, Spectral Soul had tried to attack Qingqiu several times, but Lu Weiyin stopped him. Secondly, at the crucial moment, Lu Wei-yin displayed a powerful defensive method to block Spectral Soul's frenzied attacks, giving Demon Immortal Qiju time to use Shishi Killer move. This was the turning point of the ambush battle. Thirdly, Lu Wei-yin used All Life is Bitter and Suffering a Loss is a Blessing to restrain Spectral Soul, causing it to suffer a huge backlash. Finally, he held on in the battlefield, suppressing the terrifying power of Spectral Soul's self-detonation, helping Fang Yuan's two clones escape. After the battlefield collapsed, it was he who led Fang Yuan to this place and escaped with his life. Lu Wei-yin's battle strength was definitely top tier in the current world. What made Fang Yuan admire him even more was his temperament. He was skilled and enduring, he purposely kept All Life is Bitter and Suffering a Loss is a Blessing to use at the crucial moment, causing Spectral Soul to suffer a huge loss. With such a shrewd plan, Fang Yuan believed that Lu Wei-yin definitely had a method to control Flying Earth. After all, this involved Earth Path, it was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's specialty. As expected, Lu Wei-yin did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He nodded with a smile. I am untalented, but Paradise Earth's inheritance has a corresponding method to control Flying Earth's direction and stopping point. Wu Shuai heard this and his pupils shrunk, he could not help but be wary. Lu Wei-yin continued to smile as if he did not sense it. Following this earth vein we will pass through Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Southern Border and finally Northern Plains. I wonder where Fang Yuan wants to stop? Fang Yuan smiled as well. Didn't you invite me to Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise as a guest? Lu Wei-yin nodded. Fang Yuan, now that Spectral Soul has been killed by us, I believe you have already seen my sincerity. This is not just my sincerity, it is also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable sincerity. Chapter 2076. What? Wu Shuai heard this for the first time. He was stunned. Who did not know of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's benevolence and kindness? He spent his entire life trying to eliminate Spectral Soul's death, he did not have a single offensive move. His actions and words were to guide people to do good, he took pleasure in helping others. The number of people he had helped numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Not just humans but variant humans and legendary immemorial beasts as well. He had even taken action many times to repair mountains and rivers, managing resource points for the world. Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise, Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court, and the Blue Dragon Whale had all obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. Even Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable because he could not bear to see Central Continent's Gu Immortals kill each other. He created this battlefield killer move to resolve conflicts. As for Fang Yuan killed people like flies. He was cold and emotionless. For his own benefits, he destroyed fake Gu, he disregarded the great cause of humanity. For the sake of cultivation, he plundered resources everywhere. Extortion, ambushes, robberies, he did everything he could. Everywhere he went there was blood and disaster. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan was the true #1 demon in the world. It was not strange that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had deduced Fang Yuan. The other 9 Venerables had also deduced Fang Yuan. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable actually wanted Fang Yuan to be his successor? He wanted Paradise Earth's forces to help Fang Yuan become a Venerable? This was a little too inconceivable. Is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's brain damaged? Wu Shuai reacted and thought of this. Next, Wu Shuai thought, is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable trying to guide my main body to do good? This is in line with his style. That was right. Fang Yuan was a demon. The battle earlier would definitely shock the world if it spread. Fang Yuan's position as the #1 demon in the world was confirmed. If such a demon could turn back to the path of righteousness, it would be a great thing for the world and all living beings. Wu Shuai was shocked, but Fang Yuan was expressionless. He did not show any surprise. The reason for that was because he had heard those words when he was communicating with Lu Wei-yin earlier. At that time, Fang Yuan recalled the scene on the Red Lotus Stone Island. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable barged into the Stone Lotus Island and talked to Red Lotus Will. He did say that he wanted to snatch the inheritor, Fang Yuan. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took Regret Gu and placed it in the Blue Dragon Whale. It was because of this that Fang Yuan ventured into the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven Paradise, took away Regret Gu and released Xin Shang. At that time, the ultimate mission that appeared on the merit list seemed to be inviting Fang Yuan to stay in the Grotto Heaven and accept this mission to become the master of the Blue Dragon Whale. But Fang Yuan did not accept this temptation. He resolutely chose to go out and participate in the Fate War, destroying Fate Gu. After the Fate War, Lu Weiyin took the initiative to contact Fang Yuan and offered his assistance. These two matters were actually of the same origin. It was not that difficult for Fang Yuan to accept it. Since rebirth, I have obtained many venerable true inheritances. This is the help that the venerables gave me. They used me as a pawn to destroy Fate Gu. I thought that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had the same idea, but to think that he had other intentions. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as they collided. He was in such a huge predicament this time, he had a slim chance of survival. The most dangerous moment was when Giant Spectral Soul used Eat Heart on him. Fang Yuan could not resist it, he could only take a risk. At that time he forced a smile and disguised himself perfectly. He successfully deceived Demon Immortal Qiju into betraying Spectral Soul. This interrupted Eat Heart killer move and allowed him to survive. At that moment, most of Fang Yuan's body was already in the coffin. But what was the source of this danger? The external calamity was Spectral Soul chasing after him with all his might. He wanted to take back Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu and the Dream Realms. The internal calamity was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He used over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks to make Fang Yuan unable to retaliate. Fate Gu was already destroyed, Fang Yuan no longer had any value. However much help he received earlier, he was going to suffer a huge backlash now. The venerables who had helped Fang Yuan before had already abandoned Fang Yuan. They were determined to kill him. In such a situation there was a venerable who acted alone. At the crucial moment he helped Fang Yuan. What was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention? What did he see in Fang Yuan? Why was he so sure that Fang Yuan would become a venerable? Why was he willing to pay any price to help Fang Yuan become a venerable? The surroundings were brownish-brown, earth chi was surging. Flying earth moved forward in the vast and majestic earth vein. According to what I know, in the three venerables theory, the next venerable is Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable think that I have the potential to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he broke the silence and probed. Lu Weiyin replied, the three venerables theory is deeply rooted in people's hearts, it is widely spread, but now that Fate Gu is destroyed, nothing is certain anymore. It is possible that the next Great Dream Immortal Venerable is still Great Dream Immortal Venerable, but it is also possible that it is not, right? Fang Yuan, there is no need to say much. When you go to Mushroom Man Paradise and receive Paradise Earth's true meaning, everything will be clear. At that time I will definitely welcome you with open arms. Lu Weiyin smiled lightly, he did not want to say much. After this battle he was confident that Fang Yuan would definitely come to Mushroom Man Paradise, but not now. Lu Weiyin knew Fang Yuan's nature. Fang Yuan was ruthless, but he was extremely cautious. Even if Lu Weiyin contributed greatly in this battle, if there was a chance, Fang Yuan would definitely kill him. But Lu Weiyin had always been on guard, he did not give Fang Yuan a chance. When Spectral Soul self-detonated, he saved Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor. While expressing his sincerity, he also told Fang Yuan that he had a way to escape, thus allowing Fang Yuan to bring him into peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. And in Enclave he had the method to control Enclave. He was still useful. Fang Yuan did not want to kill him. If he fainted, Fang Yuan would definitely kill him and soul search Lu Weiyin's soul, he would find out everything. Eventually Fang Yuan chose to leave halfway. He was entangled by the myriad tribulation, the most important thing now was to get rid of it. His battle strength was low now, otherwise he would have attacked the heavily injured Lu Weiyin already. Before leaving, Lu Weiyin instructed Fang Yuan with a sincere attitude, Fang Yuan, I am sure you have a deep understanding of the situation earlier. Many venerables want to get rid of you, it is not just because of the previous situation. Our time is very tight, the true situation is far more dangerous than the Fate War. If you are slightly slower you will die tragically. Thus, I hope you can fulfill your promise and come to Mushroom Man Paradise as soon as possible. Fang Yuan nodded and left with Wu Shuai. The two immortals left the earth vein and went up. An hour later they came out of the ground and appeared in a desert. The surrounding 1,000 li was desolate and uninhabited. Wu Shuai suddenly laughed. Lu Weiyin seems to be in trouble. He helped us this time and is the leader of a variant human force, he will probably face the joint attack of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Fang Yuan nodded. There will indeed be trouble. Southern Border's Righteous Path is led by Wu Clan. Wu Clan's leader, Wu Yong, is an ambitious and ruthless person, he will not let go of such a good opportunity. But with Lu Weiyin's ability, I believe that he has a solution. Wu Shuai asked again. Before leaving, did Lu Weiyin say those words just to scare you? Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. He shook his head slightly. Wu Shuai's heart sank slightly. Let's go. Fang Yuan said, let's find a place to rest, we need to make every second count. Earth Vein. That demon Fang Yuan really escaped. Inside the Celestial Court's Immortal Gu house, Qin Dingling stared with wide-opened eyes, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. This was the situation she did not want to see the most, but it happened anyway. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan also sighed. He did not expect such an outcome. Earlier, Spectral Soul was so powerful, but in the end he died while Fang Yuan, who was chased all over the place, was still on the run. The biggest surprise was Lu Weiyin. This Paradise Earth's inheritor was simply cutting himself off from the righteous path. He was a disgrace to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Of course, there were also Earth Veins and Ascending Lands. The 5 regions were unified, the regional walls disappeared, the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were all focused on the Fate War. The aftermath of the battle had yet to subside, Qi Tide swept the world again, the Gu Immortals had trouble dealing with them. Basically, no one had the leisure and elegance to go deep underground to investigate the anomaly. The Earth Vein was vast and boundless, it was like a surging yellow river, it had a huge momentum. It was not easy to move in the fan surface of the Earth Vein. The ascending lands that carried Fang Yuan had already disappeared, the Immortals moved with difficulty on the ground, their hopes of catching up to Fang Yuan dwindled. Everywhere the Immortals looked, the Earth Path resources around the Earth Vein were as plentiful as the stars. And inside the Earth Vein, there were even higher quality immortal materials. Heaven and Earth are changing, the Earth has become so unfamiliar. These Earth Path resources are very plentiful, but it is very difficult to collect them from the Earth Vein. Unless one has outstanding Earth Path attainment. Just looking at the Earth Path resources we have seen along the way, if we use them fully, we can definitely change the situation. Ancient Soul Sect, which owns this Earth Abyss, is really lucky. After absorbing these resources, their strength will definitely soar. These were the people at the top of the Gu Immortals, they had broad horizons and great foresight. The underground resources were so plentiful they had a huge impact. How to efficiently excavate these resources and how to use them would affect the entire world. Quick, take out the backup Gu worms, another 300 Gu worms have been destroyed. Who will work with me to replace the new Gu? The Immortal Gu house moved in this Earth Vein. The Earth Chi was constantly corroding the Immortal Gu house, causing more and more Earth Path Dao marks to be carved on it. Unless it was an Earth Path Immortal Gu house, Immortal Gu houses of other paths could not stay in the Earth Vein for long. Fang Yuan has already disappeared for a long time. Unless we can find a flying island like theirs otherwise, that Lu Weiyin clearly has a method to control the flying island. He is Paradise Earth's inheritor, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable mainly cultivated Earth Path back then. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not say it explicitly, they were implying that they wanted to retreat. Qin Dingling maintained her silence. She was very unwilling, but in the end she could only watch as Fang Yuan escaped. She knew that Fang Yuan had disappeared for so long, there was almost no hope of catching up to him. But she still subconsciously did so. After this battle, her wariness towards Fang Yuan increased by several times. Spectral Soul personally chased after him, but Fang Yuan actually survived, he even set up an ambush and killed Spectral Soul. Gua Fang Yuan. I still underestimated you. No wonder back then even Fairy Myrtle who cultivated Wisdom Path lost to you time and time again. Chapter 2077. Today is my birthday. I am very grateful for everyone's support and blessings. Thank you to Nightmare 12, the leader of the Alliance, for your reward. I will add a chapter for you in the near future. I've read all of your lengthy comments and I'm very touched by them. I really feel that I have not written for 6 years in vain. I have been reported all the way. This kind of perseverance is not wrong. Thank you to the friends like Nightmare 12. Thank you to you Xin. Thank you to Ancestor Shi and the others for their congratulations and activities. But I don't know why Qidian did not activate the birthday blessing function. So okay, I'm really happy. Ever since I went into seclusion, I have deeply felt how insignificant I am. Being able to write this book is like trying to light an oil lamp in the dark. From time to time, there will be wind coming from the dark. I have to do my best to protect it and not let this small oil lamp be blown out. Sometimes I feel sad. Can't such a big world accommodate a small oil lamp? Can't the internet, where there is freedom of speech, accommodate a book called venomous person? Chapter 2078. Danger, danger. Lady White Rabbit's expression was pale. Dodge! Fairy Miaoyin shouted. Demon Judgment Board enlarged rapidly in the three immortals' vision, soon filling their entire field of vision. Strong winds blew against her. Lady White Rabbit found it hard to breathe. Bam! At the next moment, the ground shook, rocks flew everywhere. The Demon Judgment Board fiercely smashed into the thick soil and rocks. Bai Ning Bing and the other immortals split up. At the crucial moment earlier, they managed to avoid it. Demon Judgment Board got up and charged again. This time it targeted Bai Ning Bing. So fast. Bai Ning Bing's pupils shrunk, she concentrated. Demon Judgment Board was covered in a faint red light. It accelerated its charge. It did not use any killer moves, it only charged around and attacked quickly. Bai Ning Bing could only dodge. She was exhausted from dealing with it. She could not find any way to deal with it. What do we do? Lady White Rabbit asked anxiously. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was ashen. She said directly, "Let's go. This is an old grudge between the two of them. Let them fight to the death." Lady White Rabbit was grabbed by Fairy Miao Yin. They were about to leave the battlefield. "Where are you going?" Guiyue Fangjing suddenly turned around. Even though he hated Bai Ning Bing, he had never forgotten Qin Dingling's mission. White Rabbit and Miao Yin were crucial clues to finding Fang Yuan. How could he let them leave so easily? Demon Judgment Board let out an intense blood-red light. The blood-red light illuminated the battlefield. Bai Ning Bing and the other immortals were enveloped by the blood-red light. Their expressions changed. Under this blood-red light, they felt their blood being pulled by a strong force. It was as if all of their blood was being pulled into Demon Judgment Board. It was very uncomfortable. If we do not get rid of this light, our blood might really be sucked dry. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was ashen. Immortal killer move, Bai Xiang. On the other side, Bai Ning Bing successfully activated her killer move. She turned into a white ice giant. The blood-red light was ineffective against her. Bai Xiang was the trump card of a southern border rank 8 Gu Immortal. It could allow the Gu Immortal to temporarily abandon their body and transform into another life form. This move was very powerful. It had once brought white terror to southern border. It left a mark in history. When Bai Ning Bing used it, she immediately changed her situation. The white ice giant did not have a drop of blood on it. Demon Judgment Board's killer moves were all useless. Goddess Miao Yin's heart sank. With Bai Ning Bing's current state, it was time for her to retreat. But Bai Ning Bing didn't do that. Instead of retreating, she attacked back and roared excitedly. "This madman." Goddess Miao Yin mumbled. Her expression was a little complicated. However, when Bai Ning Bing's killer moves landed on Demon Judgment Board, they were like waves crashing on a reef. The Demon Judgment Board was like a reef by the sea. No matter how strong the wind or the waves were, it remained unmoving. Goddess Miao Yin furrowed her brows and shouted urgently, "White Rabbit, use your move." Lady White Rabbit nodded and grunted. She quickly used a killer move to protect herself and Fairy Miao Yin. Fairy Miao Yin was willing to take the risk and let others protect her while she used this chance to unleash her killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She grew 5 new arms, giving her a total of 7 hands. His 7 hands formed hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clang clang clang, thud 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 thud. As he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sounds reverberated in the surroundings, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. Waves of sound waves raged like a storm, creating waves of attacks that landed on Demon Judgment Board. Fairy Miao Yin ranked 37th on Demon Judgment Board. Rank 7 Cultivation level, Miao Yin's true inheritance. Her Wondrous Hand Profound Sound killer move can rise to rank 8 along with the core Immortal Gu. Guiyue Fangjing muttered. Above his head, countless blood-red characters gathered into a huge red name list. Be it Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, or Bai Ning Bing, they were all on the list. Fairy Miao Yin and Bai Ning Bing worked together, but Guiyue Fangjing still had a relaxed expression. Because he was inside Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was extremely powerful. Normally speaking, a rank 7 Immortal Gu House that could block a rank 8 was already the foundation of a super force. And a top rank 8 Immortal Gu House could participate in the competition for pseudo-venerable positions. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan had used Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace to fight against Duke Long. And in the pursuit earlier, he had used 3 immortal goo houses to deal with Spectral Soul. These 3 immortal goo houses were all rank 8. Demon Judgment Board was also at this level. It was more focused on investigative methods. Against rank 7 goo immortals like Bai Ning Bing, Demon Judgment Board's battle strength was far superior. It was unreachable. Rays of blood light shot out of Demon Judgment Board. These blood lights rained down on Bai Ning Bing like a torrential rain. Bai Ning Bing turned into a white ice giant. She looked tall and sturdy, but her movements were extremely agile. She dodged continuously. The blood lights did not hit her even once. But as long as I get hit, I will be heavily injured. Bai Ning Bing knew this. She focused on resisting. The dangerous situation made her excited. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shook, restraining Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing could not move. She was hit by dozens of blood lights. The white ice giant was pierced full of holes. It was unrecognizable. It turned into ice shards. Lady White Rabbit screamed, while Fairy Miao Yin's heart sank. The difference in battle strength was too huge. They could not make up for it with numbers. Suddenly, a strong, cold light shone from the ice shards that were falling to the ground. The cold light shined brightly, turning back into the white ice giant. Bai Ning Bing recovered to her original state. This was the strongest aspect of Bai Xiang killer move. As long as there was a shard, it could recover rapidly. Fang Jing was not surprised. He knew a lot of information about Bai Ning Bing. Since a long time ago the two were enemies. Bai Ning Bing had attacked many times. How could the Celestial Court not have any information about her? Furthermore, Demon Judgment Board could investigate. The Demon Judgment Board did not only have Blood Path demonic cultivators, but because of blood relation immortal goo, Blood Path demonic cultivators could not escape from the board. Bai Ning Bing turned around and fought Fang Jing again. Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit attacked together. A large portion of the blood light in the battlefield dissipated. The blood in their bodies was no longer restrained. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit had been waiting for a long time. They flew out and were about to break free. Fang Jing smiled. It is still too early. The blood light that had dissipated condensed into a ball, floating in the sky of the battlefield. In an instant, the blood attraction force that had dissipated increased by several times. Bai Ning Bing roared as she attacked. The Ice Path killer move hit the blood ball, only causing it to dissipate by half. Surrender. Fang Jing's lips curled up. He activated Demon Judgment Board again. The formless pressure caused Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit's expressions to change. At the crucial moment, Lady White Rabbit suddenly became ruthless. She shot out layers of dark shadows that covered her body. Almost at the same time, Lady Black Tigress appeared. Her eyes were pitch black. There were no pupils. Only a cold light was moving around. She had deep eye bags and thick eyeshadow. Her aura changed from pure and innocent to sinister and ruthless. Black Tigress attacked. Her Dark Path killer move actually surpassed Bai Ning Bing's earlier attack, causing the blood ball to dissipate by more than half. Black Tigress and Miao Yin were almost captured by Demon Judgment Board. They managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Fang Jing was not arrogant or rash. He raised his hand as Demon Judgment Board's aura changed. His methods changed like flowing water. Blood energy surged. Countless grains of sand instantly filled the battlefield like stars. This is the killer move, Blood Star Spot. When did he set it up? I did not sense it at all. Even if it was Qin Dingling who saw this scene, she would have to applaud. After Fang Jing became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he had improved greatly. He had already grasped all of Demon Judgment Board's methods. He even used them in a unique style. This time even Bai Xiang was not spared. He was hit. The three immortals were corroded by the blood sand. Red spots appeared on their bodies. Their movements were restricted and their thoughts became sluggish. Their immortal essence also seemed to be stuck in a swamp, becoming slower and slower. The difference in strength between the two sides was too huge. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals fought, if one side wanted to escape, the other side could not stop them, unless they activated a battlefield killer move and trapped them inside. But Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was originally created to chase and kill demonic path Gu immortals. Thus, other than investigative methods, even if Demon Judgment Board did not have the ability to set up a battlefield, it could make it hard for demonic path Gu immortals to escape. Bai Ning Bing and the other immortals were about to be captured by Fang Jing. Suddenly the ground shook. Countless amounts of earth chi shot up from below. The air currents were so fast that they pierced through the sturdy ground. Then, with a loud rumble, the yellow earth vein rushed up like a mighty yellow river. What is this? Bai Ning Bing and the rest had not seen it yet. They were shocked. Even though Fang Jing knew about it at this moment, he felt like he was looking at the evil dragon Di Zongxing. Earth Qi surged and engulfed this battlefield. Earth path Dao marks spread wildly, corroding everything in the surroundings. From the vast earth vein, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju suddenly emerged. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had Qi land above his head. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was extremely damaged now, but it was still very useful. This time it was acting as a guide, attracting the boundless and vast earth Qi upwards. And Calamity Luck Altar's complicated part was that on top of this foundation, the entire earth vein's direction was constantly deviated, finally creating this soaring earth vein. Longevity Heaven is actually cooperating with Demon Immortal Qi Ju? Fang Jing was shocked. It turned out that under Qin Dingling's command, Celestial Court's Immortal Gu houses surrounded Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Both sides were evenly matched. Celestial Court could not take them down, but Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not escape either. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan contacted Demon Immortal Qi Ju, saying that the situation was not right. The two were extremely astute experts with rich experience. Qin Dingling's attitude made them suspicious and worried. Chapter 2079. To break through Celestial Court's encirclement, Longevity Heaven worked together with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Using the earth vein, they completely broke Qin Dingling's encirclement. After Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju came out of the earth vein, they split up and continued to ascend. Celestial Court's Immortal Gu houses also appeared later on. Qin Dingling transmitted to Fang Jing, "Stop them." Even without this order, Fang Jing had already prepared his strength. Boom. Demon Judgment Board shook fiercely, a blood-red light pillar shot out, sweeping towards Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Both Sweet Sound and Black Tigress were greatly shaken by such a vast attack. In order to capture the three immortals alive, Fang Jing had been restrained all along. This attack was the true power of Rank 8 Demon Judgment Board. The blood-red light pillar shot over, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju blocked it, but their speed was obstructed. Qin Dingling and the rest arrived soon after. Good job, Fang Jing. After dealing with those three immortals, gather up and kill these people. Qin Dingling ordered again. At this moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength fell greatly because of Spectral Soul's ambush, but as long as he worked together with Calamity Luck Altar, they were still on par with Celestial Court. Where did Qin Dingling get her confidence from? Yes. Fang Jing had a solemn expression. He had just received the order when Bai Ningbing, who was nearby, attacked. In fact, Bai Ningbing's Ice Path Killer move had been prepared for a long time, but Fang Jing did not care about it. He had once controlled Demon Judgment Board to fight against Rank 8 Ice Path Gu Immortal Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He was hit by the Snowman race's Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. That battle was still fresh in Fang Jing's memory. Compared to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Bai Ningbing was merely rank 7, she was far inferior. However, when Bai Ningbing used this move, Fang Jing's expression changed. Bai Ningbing did not attack the Demon Judgment Board. Instead, she attacked Goddess Miao Yin and the Black Lotus Immortals. Guiyue Fang Jing had no choice but to change his strategy. Blood mist enveloped Sweet Sound and Heiting's bodies, blocking Bai Ningbing's killer move at the last moment. Bai Ningbing, you're crazy. How dare you attack us? Goddess Miao Yin broke out in cold sweat and cursed. No. Perhaps this is the best way. Heiting's expression was shaken, but he soon understood. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned for a moment before realization struck her. Fairy Myrtle used to be the leader of the Celestial Court, so she knew everything about the Celestial Court. All sorts of methods related to Immortal Gu houses were told to Wuxia and the rest. Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing and White Rabbit were not left out. Because earlier, even with Spectral Soul as the leader, Fairy Myrtle and the rest did not have Immortal Gu houses. Compared to Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, they were the weaker side. Fairy Myrtle increased the amount of information she had, trying to make up for the difference. Guiyue Fang Jing knew Bai Ningbing and the rest very well. Similarly, Bai Ningbing and the rest knew Fang Jing and Demon Judgment Board very well. Especially when it came to Immortal Gu houses, once they were built, it was hard to change their methods. The more outstanding the Immortal Gu house, the more this was the case. What? For example, Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Its performance reached a certain extreme, it was extremely hard to modify. Even if there were any good ideas, they might not be used on the entire Immortal Gu house. Demon Judgment Board was extremely complex. It was constructed from the coordination of countless goo worms. Changing a little would affect everything. It often meant a complete change. It would be better to build a new immortal goo house instead. Fairy Miao Yin was not stupid, she just could not react in time earlier. But now, she understood. Southern Borders Tai Clan's Demon Suppression Tower is most specialized in imprisonment, but Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board does not have such methods. Celestial Court must have given orders to Fangjing to capture us alive. Thus, since the start of the battle, Fangjing's attacks have been restrained. He only used his full strength against Demon Immortal Qiju and Calamity Luck Altar earlier. As for why they were captured, the answer was obvious. It was for Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle had constructed a wisdom path formation in front of the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals and deduced Fang Yuan's location. How could Qin Dingling not know the value of these people? Fairy Miao Yin immediately guessed. It seems that Fang Yuan escaped successfully. Celestial Court wants to capture us and use us to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Even though they do not have a wisdom path great expert, Central Continent's 10 great sects are unharmed. They have a large number of wisdom path candidates. And Fairy Myrtle's Z-Way True Inheritance has already been contributed to Celestial Court. The wisdom path formation is likely in this True Inheritance. Fairy Miao Yin thought of Bai Ning Bing. She gritted her teeth. Bai Ning Bing, you lunatic. But at the next moment, Fairy Miao Yin stared with wide eyes. Bai Ning Bing's insanity was more serious than she had thought. Bai Ning Bing had purposely cancelled her killer move by Xiang and restored her flesh body. Come, Fangjing, attack. Bai Ning Bing shouted. Her body turned into a white rainbow as she flew around Demon Judgment Board, shooting out countless icicles. The icicles could not pierce through Demon Judgment Board, they only left behind some snow-white ice marks. Ha ha ha. Black Tigress laughed loudly. She copied Bai Ning Bing and cancelled her defense, joining the battle. This is also insane. Miao Yin sighed to herself with wide eyes. Black Tigress was ruthless and vicious. Her nature was completely different from White Rabbit. When she was ruthless, she did not even care about her own life. The three immortals attacked Demon Judgment Board, especially when Bai Ning Bing and Black Tigress gave up on defense and focused all their energy on offense. Fangjing could not focus on one thing and the other. He wanted to capture these three female immortals alive. He did not want to accidentally kill them. Qin Dingling had told him to deduce Fang Yuan's location. The more clues he had, the better. If he accidentally killed one of them, the deduction might fail in the future. Fangjing knew that he had a huge responsibility on his shoulders. But the Immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board's weakest point was that it lacked methods to capture them alive. Back when Demon Judgment Board was created, which of the ancestors of Celestial Court wanted to test this? Demon Judgment, as the name suggested, was to kill demonic path Goo cultivators. Why was there such a need to capture them alive? In this aspect, Qin Dingling sent Demon Judgment Board. It seemed like she had made a mistake, but she did not have a better choice. Among all the immortal Goo houses of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board had the strongest investigative methods. Even though Fangjing's cultivation level was low, Demon Judgment Board had a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence. As well as the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords, Demon Judgment Board could display its full battle strength. However, all immortal Goo houses had a huge flaw. Their methods were not flexible. Demon Judgment Board was no exception. It was a finished product. It was hard to modify. After it was built, the number of methods and what they were used were basically the same until now. They had never changed their appearance. Fangjing fell into an awkward situation. He had the upper hand with Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ning Bing and the other two were not his match. But with just Demon Judgment Board, Fangjing could not capture them alive. In terms of flexibility, Goo Immortals far surpassed immortal Goo houses. In the past Demon Judgment Board lords could solve the problem. But the current Demon Judgment Board lord, Fangjing, only had rank 7 cultivation level. If they let Fangjing leave the board, wouldn't they be giving Bai Ning Bing and the rest a chance to turn the situation around? If only Fangjing had a rank 8 Goo Immortal helper now. But what helper? From Qin Dingling's point of view, was one Demon Judgment Board not enough? Did he need helpers? Celestial Court was already lacking manpower. It was far from enough to deal with the current situation. No, Lady Qin Dingling's arrangements are reasonable, but I met two lunatics. It makes all reasonable troop deployments become illogical, thought Fangjing. Who could be crazy enough to not defend and only attack when fighting a strong enemy? Wasn't that courting death? But Bai Ning Bing and Black Tigress did it. What was even more amazing was that the results of the battle were extremely good. In the intense battle, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, "Guiyue Fangjing, don't you want revenge? Kill me, don't you want to kill me? Do it." Guiyue Fangjing was silent. Bai Ningbing continued to clamor, "So look, you are just a lackey of Celestial Court. Your enemy is right in front of you, but you don't even have the courage to try and kill him. You are far inferior to your brother, Fang Yuan." Hearing these provocative words, not just Fairy Miao Yin, even Black Tigress was shocked. She thought, "Humph, I completely gave up on defense, it is already crazy enough. But compared to Bai Ningbing, it pales in comparison." Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress were on tenterhooks, while Guiyue Fangjing fell into silence. Hearing Guiyue Fang Yuan's name again, he raised his head and looked at the blood-colored words above his head. The blood-colored words formed a huge list. The names and positions on the list were changing from time to time. And not long ago, Spectral Soul, who was at the top of the list, had disappeared. He was replaced by the person at second place, Guiyue Fang Yuan. Defeated Celestial Court, destroyed Fate, killed Spectral Soul. The number 1 demon in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fangjing smiled bitterly. Regardless of when or where, even if he became the great Demon Judgment Board Lord, Fang Yuan's name was still engraved above his head. Fang Yuan's shadow was still shrouding his life. Eliminating all the names on Demon Judgment Board is the ambition of every Demon Judgment Board Lord. But I know that I am not Fang Yuan's match. In this life I can only look up to his back and hear of his legends. But, Bai Ningbing, you are merely ranked 27th on this list. You really think I don't dare to kill you? Where do you get your confidence from? Fangjing shouted. The moment he said that, Demon Judgment Board charged forward, arriving in front of Bai Ningbing in a breath's time. Intense winds blew. Bai Ningbing could not dodge in time. She would be smashed to pieces by Demon Judgment Board at the next moment. She would die. No. Fairy Miao Yin shouted in her mind. Her 7 hands moved together and shot out a berserk profound sound. The profound sounds arrived first, but they could not stop Demon Judgment Board. Black Tigress spat out a mouthful of blood. Her obstructive methods were also destroyed by Demon Judgment Board. Chapter 2080. Earth Abyss Battlefield. Boom. After being hit by Celestial Court's attack, Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. Bing Sichuan's expression was grim. Legendary immemorial beast Mao Liqiu shouted, "Let Grandpa Mao go out and kill these people." 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted, "Grandpa Mao, this place is too damaged, please help me repair it." Mao Liqiu snorted. It fixed Calamity Luck Altar while muttering unhappily, "It is so unbearable to take a beating." Bing Sichuan, Calamity Luck Altar is under your control, don't ruin Master's reputation. Bing Sichuan frowned, replying, "Mao Liqiu, take a look outside, someone is in a worse state than us." Demon Immortal Qiju was the person Bing Sichuan was talking about. He was in a terrible state indeed. Spectral Soul self-detonation caused his Shi Land to be heavily damaged. And Shi Land was his greatest support since rebirth. Even though he obtained many top-quality true inheritances, he did not have enough time to modify killer moves. Thus, his Chi Path killer moves were almost always the same. Only killer moves that used Shi Land as the core could be used in battles of this level. But now, Shi Land was heavily damaged. Demon Immortal Qiju's battle strength fell sharply. "We cannot let this continue. Celestial Court might have strong reinforcements. Longevity Heaven, we need to work together again." Demon Immortal Qiju transmitted with much difficulty. "Celestial Court is currently at its weakest in history. What reinforcements can they have?" Mao Liqiu muttered. "We cannot be careless. Celestial Court's foundation is unfathomable." Bing Sichuan replied to Mao Liqiu before agreeing to Demon Immortal Qiju's request. He also felt something amiss. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar retaliated first to provide cover for Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju gritted his teeth, activating Shi Land and drawing an endless earth chi. Calamity Luck Altar took over again, fiercely pushing up the gradually sagging earth vein. "Humph, using the same trick again, you are really looking down on me." Qin Ding Ling suddenly left the Immortal Gu house and went outside, using a Luck Path killer move. The killer move's golden light burst out. Bing Sichuan's expression changed. It was like his finger was bitten by a poisonous hand. He quickly retracted his hand. So close. This killer move faintly countered Calamity Luck Altar. Just one more step and Calamity Luck Altar would have to bear the pressure of the earth vein. It would be suppressed in the earth vein and unable to escape. it would become a target. Bing Sichuan thought to himself, Qin Dingling's methods had far surpassed his expectations. Without the guidance of Calamity Luck Altar, the vast earth vein that had just risen fell back down again. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar's efforts were not in vain. Giant pillar-like earth vein tributaries shot in all directions. An earth vein tributary was like a yellow-brown river that passed through the battlefield of the Demon Judgment Board and the three immortals. The three immortals were struggling to maintain the situation and resist Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ningbing was still alive. Even though she was crushed by Demon Judgment Board earlier, at the crucial moment, she used Bai Xiang killer move again. Demon Judgment Board dodged, unwilling to fall into the earth vein tributary. The heavens are helping me. Seeing this scene, Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up with joy. Her body grew rapidly. The small white ice giant that was only 5 meters tall immediately grew to 6 meters tall. This is the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing stretched out her hands towards Miao Yin and Black Tigress. The two hesitated for a moment before letting themselves be held by Bai Ningbing's hands. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate, she jumped into the earth vein tributary. Don't even think about leaving. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, quickly activating Demon Judgment Board to charge into the tributary. The earth veins were extremely vast and even the branch veins were incomparably huge. When the Demon Judgment Board entered, it was like a small fish and shrimp in the river. No, we can't escape. Demon Judgment Board is a rank 8 immortal goo house after all. Fairy Miao Yin had a pale expression. In just this short while, Bai Ningbing could not hold on anymore. A vast number of earth path Dao marks invaded her body. Bai Xiang was already on the verge of collapse, even though Miao Yin and Black Tigress defended with their full strength. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly, she was not flustered. Of course we cannot compare to Demon Judgment Board. Now it is up to Guiyue Fangjing to make a decision. Hehe. At the moment of life and death, Bai Ningbing laughed out loud. She turned around and dispelled Bai Xiang, revealing her true body. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress had already made up their minds. They followed Bai Ningbing and charged towards Demon Judgment Board. What are you doing? Guiyue Fangjing looked at Bai Ningbing and the rest in shock as they dispelled their defensive methods. He had no choice but to use blood-red light to cover the three immortals. With Demon Judgment Board's help, the three immortals finally escaped the tragic fate of being crushed by the earth vein. Guiyue Fangjing, however, felt a huge rock pressing on his heart. What was this? He had become Bai Ningbing's help instead. But Guiyue Fangjing had no choice but to do this. He had to complete Qin Dingling's orders and capture these three immortals alive. Guiyue Fangjing, what methods do you have to capture us alive? If Demon Judgment Board had them, you would have used them already. In this situation, unless you leave the immortal goo house and use your own methods. Come, let's take a gamble. Bai Ningbing could not speak, she could only scheme in her mind. If they lost the gamble, they would become prisoners, they would not be able to do anything. When their value was squeezed dry, they would be beheaded, they would become sacrifices for the celestial court to regain its prestige. Guiyue Fangjing stared with wide eyes, he gritted his teeth. Bai Ningbing won the gamble. Fangjing did not have any unique methods to capture them. Unless he took a risk and brought these three immortals into the immortal goo house. If Fangjing did that, he would be a complete idiot. Because he would be inviting a wolf into the house. How could Fangjing alone be the match of these three immortals? So crafty and ruthless, but so what? Fangjing said through gritted teeth. If you were captured by me, you would still have lived for some time. But now you can only die. Congratulations to all of you. You have fought with all your might and obtained gratifying results. Fangjing left behind a mocking sentence. He gave up on the three immortals and controlled Demon Judgment Board to leave the earth vein. Even something as strong as Demon Judgment Board could not stay in the earth vein for long. In just this short period of time, most of the mortal goo in Demon Judgment Board were destroyed. Without Demon Judgment Board's protection, Bai Ningbing and the rest felt immense pressure. Their lives were in danger, they struggled at the edge of the cliff. Maybe Fangjing is right. Fairy Miao Yin smiled bitterly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. What is that? Black Tigress suddenly called out. The three immortals were as small as mosquitoes, they were washed away by the earth vein tributary. In the boundless yellowish-brown area, a pitch-black hole appeared. Go! The three immortals had no other choice. At the final moment they jumped into the black hole. Almost at the same time. In the lush green forest on the surface, Fairy Myrtle, Wuxia, and Old Man Jing Yuan were secretly moving forward. This distance is not safe, continue. Fairy Myrtle saw that Wuxia was moving slowly. She transmitted to remind him. Wuxia gritted his teeth. He had a dazed expression as he said dejectedly, "Now that our main body is gone, we will." Fairy Myrtle looked at Wuxia seriously. "Even if our main body dies, we still have you. Wuxia, you are a split soul. From today onwards, you will be our master." But Wuxia did not feel proud. He was extremely dejected. "Even our main body died in battle. In this vast world, it is no longer the era of specters." Fairy Myrtle frowned. She was about to console him when old man Jianghu suddenly said, "There's a situation, don't move, let me deal with it." At the next moment, he activated a killer move. His body shined with white light as he quickly covered the three immortals. After a few breaths of time, heaven and earth shook, countless birds and beasts flew around in the forest, loud noises could be heard from afar, filling the world. The three immortals raised their heads and saw that the sky was dyed jade green. An extremely grand immortal goo house was flying in the sky, covering the sun and sky. It seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. This immortal goo house was so huge, it was definitely the #1 immortal goo house in the world. And its rank 8 aura surged like the sea, intimidating all living beings. Inside the immortal goo house, there was a commotion. It was filled with vitality. "This is Divine Emperor City?" Wuxia was shocked. Divine Emperor City was created from the combination of Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Isn't it the largest gathering point of Central Continent's surface human vein? It can actually be moved? Old man Jingyuan was shocked. Fairy Myrtle pondered. This house was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. There must be a reason for it to move. Strange, why did Qin Dingling not move this house to Celestial Court during the battle earlier? So that's it. Old man Jingyuan used human path methods to investigate and found some clues. Too strong, this immortal goo house is too strong. Old man Jingyuan's body shook. He was shocked by his discovery. This immortal goo house contains countless people. It is filled with the profundities of human path. It can actually move the human vein gathering point and move it anywhere. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan is too huge. He had planned for too long, he only revealed it now. Divine Emperor City can gather the strength of countless people in the city, be they goo immortals, goo masters or mortals, they can all be used at will. In the current world, it is probably the #1 immortal goo house. Old man Jingyuan praised, sighing deeply. So that's it. It is a pity that Genesis Lotus plan was slightly off. This Divine Emperor City did not make it to the Fate War. Wuxia said. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. How can a venerable's plan fail so easily? There is a deep story behind this, don't judge it rashly. The three immortals stopped and hid in the forest. They held their breaths and waited until Divine Emperor City flew over their heads and entered Earth Abyss before they let out sighs of relief. Let's go. Fairy Myrtle was about to set off. But old man Jingyuan stopped on the spot and shook his head with a bitter smile. I cannot follow master anymore. Wuxia was curious. What's wrong? Old man Jingyuan sighed. That Divine Emperor City has already become the center of the world's human path. I cultivate human path and am restricted by it. Earlier it might have sensed me, but it might have an important mission and did not pay attention to me. To be safe, it is better to part ways with Master and Lady Ziwei first. Wuxia's expression was grim. He had suffered another blow. Before the pursuit battle in Celestial Court, Shadow Sect was filled with talents and was flourishing. But now only he and Fairy Myrtle were left. It was truly tragic. Chapter 2081. Divine Emperor City was filled with commotion and clamor. The hundreds of thousands of residents living in the city were all looking at the sky at this moment. Divine Emperor City's sky was completely covered by a dark green profound light. Not only that, but the city gates in all directions were also tightly shut and guarded by layers upon layers of soldiers. What in the world is going on? You don't know? There was a notice at the city gates saying that the city gates would be closed for a period of time. There will be a phenomenon during this period, don't panic. I heard of this notice too, but I did not expect it to be such a grand phenomenon. The residents in the city discussed with calm expressions. There was no large-scale chaos. Northern City District. Where did Hong Yi go? Chao Yu sighed as he walked out of the dark alley. Xiaolan was accompanying him. The two were disciples of Universal Life Academy. After Hong Yi disappeared, they were ordered to search for him. Regretfully, they had been in Divine Emperor City for 2 to 3 months, but there was no progress. Xialan frowned. These days we have searched almost the entire Divine Emperor city, we have contacted more than 10 intelligence Gu masters, but there is no news of Hong Yi. The situation is probably the worst. Chao Yu stared with wide-opened eyes. You are saying Hong Yi entered the painting world? How is this possible? Xialan quickly looked around and said in a low voice, Lower your voice, such secret news has been spreading in the city recently. The painting world was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It can take in the residents of the city and return safely after a period of time. Especially recently, many Gu masters have come to Divine Emperor City to try their luck at the immortal opportunity after hearing this news. Chao Yu was at a loss. If Hong Yi is really in the painting world, how are we going to find him? Xialan was silent for a while before sighing. If that is the case, we can only wait. Eastern City District. Master, please take care. A female Gu master sent him off respectfully. Most of the surrounding people were staring at the phenomenon in the sky. Only a small portion of them saw this scene and were stunned. The female Gu master was a famous refinement path master. She was ranked top 100 in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, but she was actually so polite to an unfamiliar Gu master. And this unfamiliar Gu master was wearing a long robe and a straw hat. His face was hidden in the shadows. The unfamiliar Gu master acted cautiously, maintaining his silence and quickly disappearing into the alley. What the hell is going on? Such a phenomenon? It must be the work of a Gu immortal. The unfamiliar Gu master raised his head slightly in the deserted alley, looking at the strange scene in the sky. Sigh, I did not expect to encounter such trouble when I came to the city to exchange for Gu materials. Hopefully my identity won't be exposed. To be on the safe side, I'll choose a remote inn for the next few days and stay there until the city gates open. The unfamiliar Gu master was filled with worry. He was Ben Duo Yi. Under Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun's guidance, he had grasped the natural Gu refinement method. He cultivated day and night and improved greatly, but the cost of cultivating refinement path was very high. He was alone and had to sell the Gu he refined frequently in exchange for cultivation resources. He was a hairy man, he was only using a Gu worm to conceal his true appearance. In this human settlement he had to be as cautious as he could be. There were all sorts of people in Divine Emperor City, there was no lack of rank 6 Gu immortals among them. But no one could have expected that Divine Emperor City was wrapped in profound green light. Not only did it leave its original location, it even flew towards Ancient Soul Sect and descended into Earth Abyss, fighting against Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Single Breath Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's killer move landed on Divine Emperor City, but it only caused ripples on the surface of the profound green light. This is probably the #1 Immortal Gu house in the current world. Even someone like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju felt dejected at this moment. With his current battle strength, he could not shake Divine Emperor City. So Qin Ding Ling's trump card was this Divine Emperor City. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan had a grim expression. Calamity Luck Altar was left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, while Divine Emperor City was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. In the battle between the two, Divine Emperor City won against Calamity Luck Altar, and the gap was huge. Calamity Luck Altar itself was not huge compared to Divine Emperor City, it was even smaller. The largest Immortal Gu house in history, Divine Emperor City, was like a huge and thick jade cloud. It had the power to cover heaven and earth, blocking Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Calamity Luck Altar's escape route. And at the back, Qin Ding Ling was leading the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Demon Judgment Board was at the front of several Immortal Gu houses. It was the vanguard. During the intense battle, Divine Emperor City suddenly became noisy, before profound green light surged and formed a huge whirlpool. Spiraling green winds blew out of the whirlpool, enveloping Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's expression changed, he could only barely maintain the damaged Shi-Land. But Shi-Land could not block this move. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was sucked into Divine Emperor City. Divine Emperor City suppressed Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were shocked. Even though Demon Immortal Chi-Ju only had a damaged Shi-Land, he had pseudo-venerable battle strength. But to think that after he was devoured, there was no commotion in the city. Divine Emperor City's power deeply shook the hearts of Longevity Heaven's immortals. No wonder Qin Ding Ling was so persistent and had such a huge appetite. This is urgent. Bing Sai Chuan exclaimed. He no longer hesitated, activating Calamity Luck Altar's strongest method. Calamity Luck Altar let out golden light that filled the sky. A damaged path was formed in the golden light. It extended far into the sky, passing through the ground without damaging a single rock. Longevity Heaven, where are you going? Qin Dingling knew that this was the crucial moment. She decisively interfered with Calamity Luck Altar. She cultivated Luck Path. Her life's goal was to deal with Giant Sun Immortal, and she was once Giant Sun's immortal concubine. She had a deep understanding of Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was disrupted by Qin Dingling. The newly formed golden path started to shake. It could not be stabilized. At this time, a huge whirlpool started to form in Divine Emperor City's profound green light again. Are we going to be captured by Celestial Court as well? Heilolon's heart sank to rock bottom. She had a bad feeling about this. At the crucial moment, Five Elements Grandmaster hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Let me hold them back, you guys leave. No, little fellow, you cultivate Formation Path, you will be very useful in the future. Grandpa Mao is the most suitable. Mao Li Chiu pushed Five Elements Grandmaster away. Grandpa Mao. Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned. Mao Li Chiu's position in Longevity Heaven was much higher than his. He originally thought that sacrificing him was the most reasonable arrangement in this situation. He did not expect Mao Li Chiu to stop him. One had to know the Celestial Court would definitely not be lenient in this situation. Mao Li Chiu would probably die if he left. Bing Sichuan looked deeply at Mao Li Chiu. Mao Li Chiu said casually, Bing Sichuan, I will leave Longevity Heaven to you. Don't embarrass me, you must escape. Don't disappoint Master, otherwise I will curse you even after I become a ghost. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. So much nonsense. Even if you die, you have to die beautifully. He had fought side by side with Mao Li Chiu many times. Even though the two were not courteous, they had deep feelings for each other. It was just that Northern Plains men only knew how to use tough words to express themselves. Mao Li Chiu laughed loudly. Don't worry, I am the best at this. Bing Sichuan quickly opened the Immortal Goo House and closed it. At the crucial moment, Mao Li Chiu had already charged out. Come, punks of the Celestial Court. Mao Li Chiu charged forward bravely. At once, even Demon Judgment Board was sent flying by Mao Li Chiu. Mao Li Chiu fought so crazily, it was soon bathed in blood and had many fractures. Its laughter became louder and louder, its aura continued to rise. Divine Emperor City sent out spiraling green winds towards Calamity Luck Altar again. Mao Li Chiu clicked its tongue and flew up, using its body to block the spiraling green winds. At the next moment, like Demon Immortal Qiju, it was locked by the green winds and sucked into the profound green light. Taking advantage of this crucial moment, Calamity Luck Altar turned into a stream of light and followed the golden path, quickly leaving the battlefield. Divine Bean Palace Painting World. Boom. Boom. Two loud roars resounded throughout the world of the mural. The gap between them was not long. What's going on? Fairy Xia and the rest were bewildered. They were cultivating diligently in the painting world. They did not know what was happening in Divine Emperor City. Something big happened. Fang Dichang. Shen Shang had an excited expression as he arrived in front of Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang hid in a corner. His clothes were tattered and dirty. He had a bamboo cane in his hand and a broken bowl in front of him. He looked up at Shen Shang and begged, Master, please give me something to eat, I have been starving for 3 days and 3 nights. Meanwhile, he secretly sent a voice transmission. Brother Shen, what exactly happened? Shen Shang replied secretly, I am not sure about the specific situation. But at the edge of the painting world, 2 new paintings appeared. In one painting, chi currents were moving and wind was howling. In the other painting world, there were beast roars. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Fang Dichang heard this and his eyes shined with bright light. His interest surged. He was schemed against by Genesis Lotus Will and only managed to escape with a portion of his will. With Shen Shang's secret help, the situation improved. Fang Dichang did not know what was happening outside the painting world. But this was the first time such a situation had occurred in the painting world. Maybe he could find out the deeper secrets of the painting world? Several days later. In a certain corner of southern border. The fog in the valley dissipated and 2 people walked out. One was handsome, he had a dragon horn on his forehead and intimidating dragon eyes. He was rank 8 enslavement path Gu Immortal Wu Shuai. The other had deep eyes, he had black hair and white skin, he was Gue Fang Yuan. We have finally refined over 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, what do we do next? Wu Shuai asked. Are we going to meet Lu Weiyin first? Fang Yuan stared at his palm with a complex expression. He was a little dazed, a little curious, and a little excited. Chapter 2082. Divine Emperor City Painting World. 3 yellow leopards suddenly charged out of the dense weeds. 1 male and 2 female leopards. They growled at Yi Fan, who was at the center. Their sharp teeth were still covered in blood and flesh. They looked very fierce. Yi Fan was surrounded, his heart shook. These 3 leopards have strong concealment abilities. I only found out about them when they attacked. As for their battle strength, I will have to fight them to know. Thinking of this, Yi Fan threw out several goo worms. Bam bam bam. White smoke rose into the air before dissipating. 3 valiant rangers appeared beside Yi Fan with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were human path goo worms, Ranger Goo. Go! Yi Fan gave the order, and the 3 rangers immediately moved out, each charging at a yellow leopard. Man and beast fought. After more than 10 rounds, the rangers won 2 and lost 1. Yi Fan nodded, making an evaluation. Ranger Goo is rank 3, it is specialized in moving and fighting. These 3 leopards are also very agile. They have rank 3 strength. Ever since the Refinement Path Convention, Yi Fan had been cultivating in the painting world. Not only did he have rank 5 Hero Goo and rank 3 Ranger Goo, he also had killer moves, chivalrous liver, righteous courage, and other cultivation methods. He had made huge progress. Even so, he was frowning slightly now. I have just entered this roaring beast painting world. The outermost ones already have rank 3 strength. It seems that this painting is of a high grade. I wonder what progress Hong Yi has made. Time is up. I should go back and meet up with him. Yi Fan was only here to investigate some things. He was in charge of Roaring Beast Painting World, while Hong Yi went to investigate Chi Howling Painting World. Yi Fan returned and met Hong Yi on the way. The 2 were heroes. They had already become sworn brothers. In the cultivation life of the painting world, the 2 relied on each other and competed with each other. Their brotherly relationship became deeper. After knowing each other's situation, the 2 brothers conversed as they walked. It seems that there is a lot of trouble this time. Why did 2 paintings suddenly appear? Don't tell me the painting world can continue to grow? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods are truly unfathomable. With just the 2 of us, we cannot explore these 2 new worlds. The best way is to rely on the residents of the painting world and borrow their strength. That makes sense. The city gate was guarded by soldiers. People continued to flow out of the city while a small portion of people returned. The 2 new paintings had a huge impact on the painting world. The space of the mural world was limited, but these 2 new paintings were vast, attracting the attention of the entire city. Therefore, a large wave of exploration was set off. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in the crowd and returned to the city. They were inconspicuous. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in the crowd and returned to the city inconspicuously. Shen Shang sat on the 2nd floor of the tea house at the city gate, observing Yi and Hong without leaving a trace while transmitting his voice to Fang Dichang. Look at the 2 of them. They've made extraordinary progress recently. These 2 people's auras were dense and extraordinary. They would definitely accomplish great things in the future. Brother Fang Di, if you return to your main body one day, you can ask about these 2, maybe you can make use of them. Fang Dichang sat on the ground, still looking like a beggar. He secretly replied, in the painting world, there is not much difference between immortals and mortals. Fang Dichang sat on the ground, still looking like a beggar. He secretly replied, in the painting world, the difference between immortal and mortal is not big. Their exploration time this time was very short. Calculating their journey, they probably only explored the periphery of 2 murals. From this, we can deduce that these 2 painting worlds are of extremely high standards. Even Yi Fan and Hong Yi do not want to enter too much. Shen Shang chuckled. Brother Fang is indeed worthy of being the wisdom immortal of Fang clan. You can see the general trend from just a small clue. Yi Fan and Hong Yi want to borrow external strength. We might as well save some effort this time. Look, the 10 children of human path are here. Actually, there was no need for Shen Shang's reminder. There was already a commotion on the other side of the street. With Xiao Qi Xing in the lead, Fairy Bai Xia, Sun Yuan Hua, Sun Yao, Ing Xing Ji, Chen Dejiang, and the others appeared together, causing a commotion. Passers-by looked around and praised these 10 people. Fang Dichang's gaze focused slightly. Xiao Qi Xing and the others were Shen Shang's 10 children of human path. Shen Shang had already commented that these 10 people were full of human qi. Even though they were inferior to Hong Yi and Yi Fan, they were far superior and would definitely shine in the future. This was only natural. These 10 people were chosen by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were Gu immortal seeds specially nurtured by the Celestial Court. They were people who were strongly supported to develop into human path Gu immortals. Even a pig could obtain the support of the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Their future achievements would not be low. The 10 children of human path started to display their talents in the battle of exterminating Fang Dichang. During this period of time, they showed off their abilities and improved rapidly, becoming famous people in the painting worlds. They obtained the recognition of the city's higher-ups and were almost entrusted with important tasks. Now that the painting worlds were shaken and 2 new paintings were added, the 10 children of human path received orders and became the main force in exploring them. Besides the culprit Genesis Lotus Will, the ones who destroyed my soul are these 10 people. Don't let me get any chance, otherwise I won't mind if some of you die. Fang Dichang snorted coldly in his heart. Even though he was only left with a will, his strength had recovered a lot and was no longer the same as before. This was all thanks to the mystical path of human path. Fang Dichang had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He had a deep understanding of human path. The most prominent characteristic of human path was that Gu worms could transform into humans. For example, Hong Yi's scholar Gu could transform into a scholar. Yi Fan's hero Gu could transform into a hero. These scholar and hero-type Gu worms had the intelligence of a normal person after transforming into humans, but their temperament, ideals, and behavior would be different depending on the type. The most crucial point was that these Gu worms could transform into humans and use other Gu worms. Moreover, the proficiency in using them depended entirely on the Gu cultivator themselves. This was very terrifying. After transforming a Gu worm into a human, a bunch of Gu worms could use it and instantly create a Gu cultivator. Mortal Gu worms could transform into humans and use other Gu worms to become Gu masters. Immortal Gu worms could transform into humans and become Gu immortals. This made Fang Dichang think of his main body's sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu's effect and power were naturally not something these human path Gu worms could compare to, but there were huge similarities between the two. The crowd surrounded the 10 children of human path and set off from the city gate. This would be the largest wave of exploration. Quietly looking at this scene, Fang Dichang hid in a secluded corner and waved his hand, "Men!" Immediately, a few beggars rushed to him from their respective corners. Their attitudes were incomparably respectful as they said in unison, "Chief, what orders do you have for us?" "Go and gather some gang brothers, follow the crowd and gather information," Fang Dichang instructed. Currently, although he was formed from a beggar Gu, he was already a rank 5 bag beggar. Not only that, he had also borrowed Xinshang's strength to purchase a large number of beggar Gu and used the sect token Gu to activate the killer move, creating beggar gang. Right now, more than half of the beggars in the city were already under his command. Immortal killer move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a waterfall appeared. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura as it fell from the sky and smashed into the hill. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a thought. They had the appearance of a sword. In just a few breaths of time, the hill was flattened. Fang Yuan retracted the killer move, the hill vanished completely and a shallow pool appeared in its original location. The water was filled with flowing small sword thoughts. As expected, the killer move's power has increased by several times, and it is even smoother. Fang Yuan carefully experienced the use of the Heaven Path Dao marks. After quelling the myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to keep the appointment. He found a place to rest and reorganize in secret. The reason why he used Myriad Year Sword Waterfall was because it was not an ordinary killer move. Killer moves were mainly of a single path. Even if Gu worms of other paths were mixed in, they were only supplementary. For example, Rule Path's 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, or Time Path's Time Cutting Edge. And some killer moves were special, they were compound killer moves that were based on 2 or more paths. For example, this Myriad Year Sword Waterfall move was the fusion of Wisdom Path and Sword Path. Fang Yuan had many such killer moves. There were Myriad Dragon, Yama, Great Thief Ghost Hand, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, Jade Flow Pearl, and so on. More accurately speaking, Myriad Dragon was a compound killer move of Enslavement Path and Transformation Path, Great Thief Ghost Hand was a compound of Soul Path and Theft Path, and Jade Flow Pearl was a compound of Refinement Path and Space Path. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was even more complex. It was created by fusing Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. Every time he used Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, it would expend 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks on Fang Yuan. This compound killer move was much stronger than a single path killer move. The enemy would need to consider 2 or more paths to deal with it. It was harder to defend against. Normally, Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths would use it. For example, Qin Baisheng cultivated both Soul Path and Metal Path. He had a move called Burning Soul Supreme Gold. It was a compound killer move of Soul Path and Metal Path. All Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths would have such killer moves. Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch had one because she cultivated both Lightning Path and Soul Path. Duke Long naturally had one as well. Because of conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths were extremely rare. Compound killer moves were also very rare in the Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan cultivated many paths because of the sovereign immortal body. He accumulated many compound killer moves. Even so, these compound killer moves could not be used in top-tier battles. This was because even though Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks, the compound killer moves that he used would have a large amount of internal friction because of the conflicting Dao marks. But the existence of Heaven Path Dao marks helped me greatly improve this. Fang Yuan acutely sensed this. He had already verified his conjecture. Right now, when he used a compound killer move like Myriad Ghost Sword Waterfall, because the internal friction was greatly reduced, the killer move's power increased by several times. According to my deductions, if I use Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon now, the expenditure of 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks will definitely be reduced by a lot. Because the internal friction is reduced, I do not need to expend so many Soul Path Dao marks to balance out the strength of the various paths. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks are not enough to eliminate this internal friction. But what about more? In the future, will I be able to use the help of Heaven Path Dao marks to create killer moves that cover all paths? At this point, other than a few killer moves of a single path, Fang Yuan no longer cared about them. Chapter 2083. Fang Yuan held an information path Gu worm in his hand. The Gu worm recorded the battle report of the pursuit earlier. The content was, Celestial Court 1, Spectral Soul died, Fang Yuan escaped, Demon Immortal Qiju and Mao Li Chiu were suppressed, Old Man Jing Yuan was captured, Shadow Sect Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia escaped, Qi Si Ancestor by Ning Bing Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin went missing. They were most likely dead. It seems that in the current world, even if there is no Immortal Gu House ranking list, Divine Emperor City is the #1 Immortal Gu House. Fang Yuan sighed. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, information path great experts had created many ranking lists together. Every ranking had intense competition. The Immortal Gu House ranking list was the same. But in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Divine Emperor City had never appeared. Fang Yuan's rebirth brought about all sorts of changes. Even before the Immortal Gu House ranking list appeared, Divine Emperor City was already at the top. In this case, even if there is an Immortal Gu House ranking list in the future, Divine Emperor City's #1 position will not change. Fang Yuan estimated. Fang Yuan did not find it strange that Divine Emperor City could suppress Mao Li Chiu and Demon Immortal Qiju. Divine Emperor City was created by Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Even though it did not have rank 9 Immortal Gu and was not a rank 9 Immortal Gu House, it had painting worlds inside. This was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's peaceful and contented lifestyle. It was a human path killer move with painting path effects that formed the painting of all living beings. Evidently, it was a rank 9 level killer move, a venerable method. Against venerable methods, Duke Long had lost and Di Zongxing had knelt before. Even if Demon Immortal Qiju was not heavily injured in Shiland, he was only a pseudo-venerable, while Mao Li Chiu was still far from it. My myriad-year flying warship and Dragon Palace have been destroyed. Even if they still exist, they are only at the peak of rank 8. But Divine Emperor City can be considered half a rank 9 Immortal Gu House. If 88-point Jinyang Tower was not destroyed back then, we could compete with it for the #1 position. Back then, the 88-point Jinyang Tower was jointly refined by Longhair Ancestor and Giant Sun Immortal. It could split into countless small towers and collect wild Gu worms. After merging into one, the main building would be formed, and it could even help Imperial Court Blessed Land resolve disasters. Giant Sun Immortal had passed away, but he had left behind 88-point Jinyang Tower, allowing Giant Sun to control the whole of Northern Plains even after his death. Northern Plains had held countless Imperial Court contests. The Huangjin bloodline had established a supreme position in both the mortal and immortal worlds of Northern Plains. and the 88-point Jianghu Tower was the main reason for this. And now, the Divine Emperor City was Central Continent's largest gathering point of human connections. It was Central Continent's largest storage and training ground, a holy land of humanity. In terms of structure, it was comparable to the 88-point Jianghu Tower. Even Fang Yuan was wary of such an immortal Gu house. As for why the Celestial Court wanted to announce this battle to the world, Fang Yuan could completely understand. The Celestial Court needed to raise their morale. Ever since the defeat in the Fate War, Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu in front of the world, the Celestial Court seemed to have lost its backbone, it lost its spiritual banner and was even trampled by Fang Yuan. This result had a huge impact, the whole of Central Continent was shrouded in a dark shadow. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were furious, but they also felt fear deep in their hearts. Meanwhile, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had low morale, they were listless. Central Continent was a place of war, this situation was truly dangerous. Once they were seen as weak and easily bullied, when the 5 regions' chaotic war started, they would be attacked by all 4 regions. By then, no matter how strong Central Continent was, it would be like a tiger or leopard, it would be devoured by a pack of wolves. On one hand, it could stabilize the internal situation, on the other hand, it could intimidate the external situation. Qin Dingling had to do this. Concealing the results of the battle might give her a tactical advantage, but Qin Dingling was the leader of the Celestial Court, she had to look at the world. Thus, she chose to give up on the tactical advantage, she was willing to salvage the situation based on the overall situation. The Celestial Court has many talents, even after losing a great expert like Fairy Myrtle, Qin Dingling is still able to stabilize the situation. The foundation of the Celestial Court is solid, it is not an exaggeration. Fang Yuan sighed, he approved of Qin Dingling's decision. If it were Fang Yuan he would do the same. At their level, the 5 regions and 2 heavens were like a chessboard. When they competed with each other, without a grand scheme and vision, even if they could show off their might for a while, they would eventually lose miserably. Looking back at this pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Zhang Xian's expression changed. Undeniably, the biggest loser was the Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul, who had pseudo-venerable battle strength, died. Shadow Sect's Gu immortals either died, went missing, escaped, or were captured. Next was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's losses were severe. Right now, the entire sovereign immortal aperture was in a terrible state. Mini Southern Border, which had the most vitality, had turned into barren mountains and ruins, only a few resource points were left. The other Mini 4 regions and the Mini 9 heavens were not in a good state either. Even though many variant humans and humans were protected by Fang Yuan, they suffered great losses. After the Combat Beast King blocked the myriad tribulation, he was still unconscious, he had not woken up yet. The losses of Immortal Gu were the greatest in Fang Yuan's life. Firstly, 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses were lost. Dragon Palace's core Immortal Gu Dream Token and Myriad Year Flying Warships Year's Flow like water were preserved, they were both damaged and needed to recuperate. Most of the other Immortal Gu were destroyed in the battle, including Precaution Gu and Fight Gu. He also lost many Earth Path Gu worms, even though Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was still around, the power of Spectral Soul self-detonation was terrifying. Just to block this attack, Fang Yuan lost 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and countless Earth Path Mortal Gu. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was severely weakened as a result. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had gone through the Fate War, the Myriad Tribulation and Fang Yuan's pursuit battle. His rank 8 immortal essence was almost used up. It could be said that he had used up almost all of his hard work before the Fate War. The 12 Zodiac battle formation had just improved, but after the battle with Spectral Soul, it had to be replenished again. There was only a trace of reverse flow river left, it could not be used properly. Unlimited Qi Ci's power had fallen to rock bottom, it was no longer a trump card. And from Spectral Soul's body, Fang Yuan did not obtain any battle spoils. Spectral Soul's self-detonation caused everything to disappear. Undeniably, Spectral Soul was extremely troublesome, even in death he did not leave any loot for Fang Yuan. After the pursuit battle, Fang Yuan's greatest gain was that he survived. He had over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks and the Qi Ci clone. But these were not what he had originally, they were his gains from the Fate War, or from plotting against the Celestial Court. They had nothing to do with Spectral Soul at all. Even though Spectral Soul died in battle, Fang Yuan felt terrible. Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan were losers, Longevity Heaven was the same. They lost a legendary immemorial expert like Mao Liqiu, they had no gains. It was just that compared to Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan, their losses were much lower. After that, it was Demon Immortal Qiju who lost more than he won. Demon Immortal Qiju extorted many inheritances from Spectral Soul and Fang Yuan. There was no lack of venerable true inheritances. But his Shi land suffered heavy losses, he lost his freedom and was imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. Thus, the greatest victor of this battle was Celestial Court. Spectral Soul was destroyed, Fang Yuan escaped, they suffered heavy losses. Next, Celestial Court defeated Longevity Heaven, Calamity Luck Altar escaped Central Continent in a panic. Divine Bean Palace suppressed Demon Immortal Qiju and Mao Liqiu, Qin Dingling and the rest captured Old Man Jing Yuan, and put out arrest warrants for Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia. Qi Si Ancestor by Ning Bing White Rabbit and Miao Yin died in battle. This kind of battle result was really not small. It was a huge boost to the morale of the whole of Central Continent. Celestial Court's battle report spread all over the world. Not only was Fang Yuan analyzing the results, all the Gu immortals in the world were analyzing the situation. Among them, one person was the happiest. Amazing, amazing. At the main seat of the hall, this Gu immortal held the battle report as he praised. Joy appeared in his eyes. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had thin eyebrows and long eyes. He had a strong physique and a domineering aura that was 30% ruthless and 30% domineering. He was Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Wind Path Gu Immortal, a formidable character of the present era, Wu Yong. Sitting at the first seat on the left was Wu Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wu Bachong. He did not have outstanding battle strength in Wu Clan, but he had the most experience. He was a steady person and dared to take on responsibilities. Back when Wu Clan was facing difficulties from the alliance of various forces, he stood up and stabilized the situation. He was an important member of Wu Clan. Wu Bachong respectfully asked Wu Yong, "What is so amazing about it? Please enlighten me, Lord." Wu Yong put down the information path Gu worm in his hand. His gaze was bright as he said, "In the 5 regions and 2 heavens the strong are revered. The so-called major forces of the world are merely the fights between the strongest experts at the peak. Only when the strong are in a stalemate can the weak and super forces have a chance to shine. If a venerable is born, he will be invincible, he will dominate the world, everyone will bow down to him." Right now, the major forces of the world are in the hands of 4 people. One is Spectral Soul, the second is Guyue and Fang Yuan, the third is Demon Immortal Qiju, and the fourth is Qi Si Ancestor. Other than them, super forces like Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have immortal Gu houses like Calamity Luck Altar and Divine Emperor City. They can participate in the battle and influence the overall situation. Wu Bachong heard this and felt puzzled, asking, "Divine Emperor City is now publicly recognized as the #1 immortal Gu house. It can suppress Demon Immortal Qiju. Calamity Luck Altar is only slightly inferior, but it is also an extremely powerful immortal Gu house that shone brilliantly during the Fate War. Lord, why do you rank Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven below those 4? Wu Yong smiled, replying calmly, "These 2 immortal Gu houses are strong indeed, but they can only be strong for a short period of time. The greatest flaw of immortal Gu houses is that their methods are fixed and singular. Once they are understood, they can be targeted. But immortal Gu houses are hard to modify, they are not as flexible as pseudo-venerables, they can adjust quickly. Divine Emperor City is very strong, it can suppress pseudo-venerable Demon Immortal Qiju. But when its methods are understood, its deterrence will fall by a level. Celestial Court lacks pseudo-venerables, that is their greatest weakness. If not for Qi Si Ancestor standing on Celestial Court's side, Qin Dingling would not have such an outcome. So that's it." Wu Bachong realized, "I understand Lord's joy now. In this pursuit battle, Spectral Soul died, Fang Yuan escaped in a sorry state, Demon Immortal Qiju was suppressed, and Qi Si Ancestor went missing. The chances of him dying are very high. The 4 pseudo-venerables that decide the overall situation of the world are in an intense battle of attrition. It is a good opportunity for us to develop." Wu Yong nodded, "It is good that such experts are all dead. The most regretful thing is that Fang Yuan escaped. Sai, this demon is unfathomable, he cannot be evaluated with common sense. Maybe when he reappears, he will be even stronger than before." Speaking of Fang Yuan, Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Wu Bachong was also very worried. Fang Yuan had deep conflicts with Wu Clan. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan was definitely the #1 demon in the world. If he was given time to recover and deal with Wu Clan, it would be a terrifying calamity that could cause heaven and earth to collapse. Wu Yong continued, we can't interfere with the pseudo-immortal venerables. So, we need to use this chance to develop and strengthen ourselves in the future. When Fang Yuan comes to find trouble with us, we will at least have the strength to fight back. If this situation does not happen in the future, the 5 regions' chaotic war will definitely be the trend. Central Continent and Northern Plains are guarded by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. They have been operating for countless years. They are impenetrable. Let's not talk about them for now. As for the remaining 3 regions, Southern Border, Western Desert and Eastern Sea, they are in a state of disunity. The tides of the new era have already risen. Wu Clan is taking this opportunity to rise. Western Desert is filled with sand and oases. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea is rich in resources. It has never had a venerable. Its people are the most gentle. We should first unite Southern Border's Gu immortal world, then take over Eastern Sea, followed by Western Desert. We will use the resources of the 3 regions to pass tribulation and become a pseudo-venerable, then nurture rank 8 Gu immortals and construct a top-tier immortal Gu house. Finally, we will attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Lord. This was the first time Wu Bachong had heard of this. He could not help but stare with wide eyes. He was shocked and excited by Wu Yong's plan, but also felt uneasy. This was the ambition to conquer the world. Could Wu Clan be brought to the peak by Wu Yong? Or would it be destroyed by the tides of the new era? Wind Path has never had a venerable. If possible, I might be able to fill this gap. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Wu Yong did not say this out loud, he only thought about it in his mind. He sat on the main seat, his gaze seemed to pierce through the hall, looking at the sky. At the next moment, Wu Bachong heard Wu Yong reciting leisurely. Eternal life is ethereal, I do not seek it, I am ashamed to live a long life without achievements. Regional walls vanish, chaotic times arise, once fate is gone, freedom reigns. Eagles soar in the sky, whales dominate the sea without trying. How can we know the difference? How can mortals understand me? I will not give up until the end. Chapter 2084. Wu Bachong, quickly get up. In Wu Clan's main hall, Wu Yong laughed loudly. Wu Bachong instantly felt an invisible gust of wind that gently and tenaciously lifted him up. With your help, I have no worries. Wu Yong had a gratified expression. I am ashamed. Wu Bachong lowered his head and cupped his fists. This subordinate's cultivation level is insufficient. I have failed Lord's expectations. But from now on, as long as Lord gives the order, this subordinate will do my utmost to serve you. Wu Bachong was not putting on a show, he was willing to submit. Wu Yong was a true leader. When he first took the position, he got rid of the spies planted in Wu Clan. Even though Fang Yuan pretended to be Wu Yihai and used Wu Clan to steal dream realms, Wu Yong turned the tide and quickly regained all of Wu Clan's lost territories. During the Battle of Southern Border's Dream Realm, Wu Yong and the Celestial Court reached an agreement, returning the immortal Gu of the super clans. His reputation was unparalleled. Next, he led the Southern Border immortals to surround and kill Fang Yuan, forcing Fang Yuan to flee to Western Desert from Southern Border. During the Battle of 5 Regional Mountain Range, he suffered a slight setback due to Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's schemes. But after that, Lu Weiyin could not compete with him. Wu Yong became the leader of the Southern Alliance in the end. During the Fate War, Wu Yong led the elites of the Southern Alliance and took the initiative to attack, disregarding Fairy Myrtle's threat. During this battle, Wu Yong led the Immortals to attack the unceasing chain formation. He used unlimited wind killer move and expended his wind path Dao marks. Be it his heroism in battle or his contributions, they were deeply engraved in the hearts of Southern Border's Gu Immortals. After the Fate War, Wu Yong returned to his clan to rest and reorganize. He modified his killer moves and even modified Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. At the same time, he was in charge of Wu Clan's political affairs. He made sure that Wu Clan was in good order and flourished. Whether it was self-cultivation, personal talent, battle prowess, or leadership, Wu Yong was a rare hero that Wu Bachong had never seen before. Even his mother Wu Duxiu was beneath Wu Yong in the hearts of Wu Bachong and many other Southern Border Gu Immortals. I'm getting old and this is all I can do for my life. It is my good fortune to be able to follow a person like Wu Yong. I'm really looking forward to seeing how far the Wu clan can go under his leadership. These were Wu Bachong's thoughts. Swoosh. With a soft sound, an information path Immortal Gu flew into the hall from outside. The information path Immortal Gu landed in Wu Yong's hands. Wu Yong's divine sense probed and instantly understood the contents. Wu Bachong saw this and guessed, using information path Immortal Gu to transmit information, it must be an important matter. Is it good news or bad news? Then he smiled at Wu Yong. This is double happiness. Take a look. Wu Yong said as he handed the information path Immortal Gu to Wu Bachong. Wu Bachong received the information path Immortal Gu and looked at it carefully, realizing that Wu Yong had set up a trap and successfully lured the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts into the formation. Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts? It really is the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts. Wu Bachong was excited. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts was a famous demonic path organization in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World. It had 7 members. Every generation of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts would cause great trouble and losses to Southern Borders' righteous path. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts were arrogant and had violated Wu Clan's benefits many times. At the same time, Wu Clan, as the leader of Southern Borders' righteous path, naturally had to step forward. Thus, Wu Clan and the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts clashed. Every generation of Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder worked hard to exterminate the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts. Generations of the Fierce Gorge's 7 Ghosts had always been dealing with the Wu Clan. Whenever the behemoth, the Wu Clan, was weak, they would be like vicious dogs hiding in the dark, suddenly pouncing out, biting off a piece of the Wu Clan's flesh, and then quickly escaping. Wu Clan was a super force. It was the #1 force in Southern Border almost all year round. But the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts were not simple either. There was a lot of evidence that their inheritance came from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As long as one of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts survived in every generation, it meant that the inheritance would continue. If the survivor was given some time, another 6 demonic path Gu immortals would appear around him or her. After generations of life and death struggles, Wu Clan and the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts became irreconcilable enemies. Wu Clan became the strongest enemy of every generation of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts. While the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts became a sore point in Wu Clan, they could not get rid of it. Every new member of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts was to take revenge on Wu Clan. Wu Duxiu had 3 regrets in her last words. The first was the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts. In Wu Duxiu's life, she had commanded from behind the scenes and even personally killed more than 10 members of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts, but she had never had the chance to kill them all. As long as one of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts survived and hid for a period of time, they would be full again. But now, according to the information path Immortal Gu, the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts had actually fallen into Wu Yong's trap. It was no wonder that Wu Bachong was so excited. Wu Yong put away the information path Immortal Gu and walked towards the door while instructing. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts are a threat that our Wu clan must get rid of. If we ignore them, they will definitely make a mistake in the future and drag our clan down. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I will personally take action this time. Wu Bachong followed closely behind, requesting to fight. If they could kill the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts in this battle, it would have a huge significance to Wu Clan. But Wu Yong rejected him. I am going to take away clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. It is like a lion using its full strength to capture a rabbit. Wu Clan's headquarters still need you to guard it. Yes. Wu Bachong had no choice but to accept the order. Under his expectant and respectful gaze, Wu Yong's figure soared into the sky like the wind, quickly vanishing. Wu Clan's headquarters was on Wu Yi Mountain, and Wu Yi Mountain was at the southwest end of Southern Border. If one looked at the whole of Southern Border, they would roughly see Yellow Dragon River and Red Dragon River formed a cross, and Wu Clan's territory was at the bottom of this cross. And Shang Clan was at the right side of this cross. Among all the Southern Border super forces, Wu Clan was at the southernmost end. Wu Yong was very satisfied with this geographical location, because Wu Clan was not like Central Continent, which was at war on all sides. The surroundings of Wu Clan's territory were almost isolated by Yellow Dragon River and Red Dragon River. The geographical location was very favorable for their rise. Right now, Wu Clan's greatest weakness is the lack of Gu immortals. Even if we annex the surrounding territories in the future, we will not have enough Gu immortals to defend them. Wu Yong pondered along the way. Thinking of this, he thought of Fang Yuan. It was Fang Yuan who stirred up the situation and brought disaster to Southern Border, causing Southern Border to experience many battles. Not just Wu Clan, the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world lost many members because of this. Wu Yong flew towards the northeast at an extremely fast speed. After a short period of time, the corpse mountain was already in sight. This corpse mountain was hundreds of feet tall, there were large numbers of zombies living on the mountain, it was close to the whirlpool at the center of the Red-Yellow River. More accurately speaking, this corpse mountain was called Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. A southern border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie, and was attacked by the joint forces of super forces here. The rank 8 immortal zombie died in battle. After a long time, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse in the ruins of the battlefield, under the nourishment of the vast spiritual energy along with the water plants that were washed ashore by the river water, it gradually grew into a corpse mountain. The corpse mountain produced transformation path zombie Gu, as well as Chi path zombie Chi Gu. Before Southern Border Zombie Alliance's headquarters was exposed, they had their eyes on this treasure land and offered a high price to purchase it from Wu clan for their headquarters, but Wu clan rejected them. Later Yao clan took it away from Wu clan. Wu Yong took out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and turned the tide, the corpse mountain returned to Wu clan. Because this resource point not only produced a lot of resources, it was also located at a strategic location. Wu Yong sent Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Zhen to guard it. After the Fate War, Qi tides appeared in the 5 regions. Qi tides swept through the world, not only forcing the 5 regions Gu immortals to recuperate, many true inheritance secluded areas and even the 2 heavens grotto heavens were exposed. Demon immortal Qi Ju had once seized blood Qi immortal Gu in western desert, it was one of the blood sea true inheritances, but its traces were exposed because of the Qi tides. A true inheritance also appeared in Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. All the signs showed that this true inheritance was left behind by that rank 8 immortal zombie great expert from back then. A true inheritance of this level might not enter the eyes of demon immortal Qi Ju or Fang Yuan, but it was the inheritance of a rank 8 great expert after all, it was enough for any super force in the world to pay attention to it, it was also reasonable for the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts to be moved. Wu Yong thus made a plan and set up a trap. Now that he had finally lured the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts into his trap, it was time for him to catch them. At the peak of the Corpse Mountain, an intense battle had already been going on for some time. What a great 5-directional wind formation. Unfortunately, we Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts have a deep understanding of your Wu clan, this formation cannot trap us. Once the formation breaks, you Wu Zhen will be killed. Wu Zhen, a Corpse Emperor true inheritance appeared in Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, but you did not report it. Even if Wu clan's reinforcements arrive, you will not have a good time in the future. You might as well betray Wu clan and join us. The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were wreaking havoc in the wind path formation. They had a deep understanding of the formation, because the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts had fought against the 5-directional wind formation many times. The wind path formation was already in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Wu Zhen, who was controlling the formation from the outside, was also covered in injuries, and his condition was not good. Suddenly he received a transmission from Wu Yong, and his face instantly revealed a joyful expression as he quickly used his method. The 5-directional wind formation instantly changed, a clear breeze blew in, and it turned into Wu Yong's true body. What? This formation can actually change. Wu Yong actually came. Wu clan's reinforcements are actually so fast? Damn, this is a trap. The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were extremely shocked, and after the shock, their ferocious nature was aroused. Kill. Even if we die, we must make Wu clan suffer heavy losses. If we kill Wu Yong, Wu clan will become a joke. The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts all charged at Wu Yong, but they were secretly discussing how to quickly break out of the encirclement. Since this was Wu clan's trap, naturally the longer they were entangled, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Moreover, Wu Yong was a current generation expert, below pseudo-venerables he was a character. In the current Gu immortal world, Wu Yong, Qin Ding Ling, Bing Sai Chuan, 1000 Transformations ancestor, and others belonged to the same level, they were all experts below pseudo-venerables. The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts knew they were not Wu Yong's match, but they still had hope. In order to lure these Gu immortals, Wu Yong used the 5-directional wind formation. Even though there were some changes, the foundation was still the original 5-directional wind formation. Precisely because this formation was not a battlefield killer move, the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts let down their guard and attacked together. Seeing the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts charging over, Wu Yong smiled coldly, cowardly in appearance, not worth mentioning. At the next moment, strong winds blew and cold air pressed down. At the next moment, the wind howled and a blizzard poured down. Among the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, 3 were frozen, and in 2 breaths of time 2 were frozen to death. What killer move is this? It is actually so cold. This was the killer move that Wu Yong had created in his recent closed cultivation, Snowy Wind Without Return. Seeing the fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts chaotic formation, Wu Yong's eyes flickered with a dark light. Cowards, you are not my match. At the next moment, the fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts' bodies were covered in green leaves and branches grew out. The remaining 5 ghosts screamed miserably as their life force was completely plundered. Lush willow branches grew out of their corpses. This was another killer move that Wu Yong created called Willow Wind. The 7 ghosts died, but their souls flew out of their corpses and fused into one, turning into an immemorial soul beast. The soul beast was shaped like a bird, its body was pitch black, its feathers were like ink, and it had 7 bird heads. Wu Yong's expression became excited. So the 7 ghosts' true inheritance is the semi-finished legendary immemorial soul beast that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attempted to create back then, 7-7 Profound Soul Bird. Come. Wu Yong waved his hand. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was like a dark green meteor, crashing towards the 7-7 Profound Soul Bird. The 7-7 Profound Soul Bird fought with its life on the line, using killer moves continuously. Unfortunately, its mind was sometimes clear and sometimes confused. It was eventually suppressed by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Chapter 2085. Lord. Wu Jin put away the 5-directional wind formation. He was extremely excited. Earlier he had personally witnessed Wu Yong defeating the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. The methods he displayed were unheard of, they were sharp and unstoppable. Everyone knew the price Wu Yong had to pay for using unlimited wind in the Fate War. What Wu Jin didn't expect was that Wu Yong's strength actually rose instead of declining in this recent period of time. During the entire battle, the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts could not resist at all. Sensing Wu Jin's reverent gaze, Wu Yong smiled. The strongest of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts is only rank 7. They are hard to deal with because they rarely move together. If we cannot capture them all, our previous efforts will be in vain. Saying so, Wu Yong's expression turned grim. You heard the words of the 7-7 Profound Soul Bird earlier. What do you think? Wu Jin's expression turned grim as he analyzed. From what it said before it fainted, it seems that the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were not the only ones who attacked Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. Lu Weiyin was also the one who added fuel to the fire. Lu Weiyin, he can actually influence the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. Maybe we can make use of this. Wu Yong laughed heartily. Not bad, Wu Jin, you are very good. Wu Jin had already guessed Wu Yong's next step. In Wu Yong's strategy, the first step was to unite southern border. And the biggest obstacle in this step was Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin was the current generation Paradise Earth inheritor of southern border. Because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence and his contributions to southern border's righteous path, Wu Yong could not make a move on Lu Weiyin. To think that during the pursuit of Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin actually helped Fang Yuan. This gave Wu Yong the best reason to attack. And this time, Lu Weiyin was also secretly colluding with the 7-7 Profound Soul Birds. This could further facilitate Wu Yong to lead the Southern Alliance and exterminate the Mushroom Man Paradise. Recuperate well, the next step will be for us to deal with Lu Weiyin and eliminate the Mushroom Man Paradise. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with cold light as his battle intent surged. Wu Jin hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth and said, Sir, isn't the timing right now a little rushed? The Qi tide had just passed, and many inheritances appeared in southern border. My Corpse Monarch's true inheritance is only one of them. Currently, the various superpowers of the Southern Alliance were actively searching for and collecting these true inheritances. If we summon them hastily, won't there be very few who will respond? Won't the various superpowers turn against us? Wu Yong nodded with a smile. You're right. To deal with Lu Weiyin and eradicate the Mushroom Man Paradise, what you mentioned is one of the difficulties. Apart from that, there were several other difficulties. Firstly, Lu Weiyin is a shrewd and scheming person. He has unique methods and is not an ordinary opponent. Secondly, the Mushroom Man Paradise obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. It has deep foundation and is not inferior to our super forces. Thirdly, Lu Weiyin helped Fang Yuan escape. If we want to deal with him, we might have to fight Fang Yuan. Fight Fang Yuan? Wu Jin's expression turned pale. The current Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. Just hearing the possibility of fighting him made even a rank 7 Gu immortal like Wu Jin feel uneasy. Wu Yong laughed heartily, raising his voice. But these difficulties are only difficulties if we don't do them because we are afraid of them. There is almost nothing we can do in this world. Farmers need to farm. If they are afraid of drought or flood and do not farm, there will definitely be no harvest. Fishermen need to eat fish. If they are afraid of drowning and do not fish, their baskets will definitely be empty. How can our Wu clan cower because of these difficulties? Wu Zhen's expression turned solemn. He quickly cupped his fists. Lord is right. Wu Yang's gaze was deep and eerie as he continued to give pointers. Now is the best time to deal with Lu Weiyin. For a person like Lu Weiyin, the more time he has, the more preparations he will make. Mushroom Man Paradise will not be easy to attack. Fang Yuan is escaping. He clearly does not have the strength to fight. If we miss this opportunity when he recovers, there will be even less hope of destroying Mushroom Man Paradise. As for those righteous path super forces pretending to obey, do they think the Southern Alliance is so easy to join? As the Alliance leader, I cannot find a chance to deal with the entire Southern Alliance. Wu Zhen heard this and no longer had any doubts. He was completely convinced by Wu Yang's idea. This subordinate is willing to follow Lord to conquer the world. Wu Yong nodded and said before leaving, "Rest well. Wu clan's path of conquering the world will depend on your contributions." At the same time in Eastern Sea, Xia clan headquarters. The atmosphere in the ceremony hall was heavy. More than 10 variant human Gu immortals formed into two groups facing each other. The left group was led by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, with Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord, Rotten Egg Grotto Lord, and Hair Monster Grotto Lord. The right group was led by Xiao Hejian, with Green Forest Great Sage and Great Wisdom Immortal Mother assisting him. There was also a third group of human Gu immortals, including Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. During the pursuit battle of Fang Yuan, these variant human Gu immortals were abandoned by Fang Yuan. After leaving the Celestial Court, they escaped and returned to Eastern Sea. Without Wu Shuai controlling the situation, these two Heavens Grotto Lords were anxious. They had been thinking about how to resolve the Qi Harvest Fruit calamity in their Grotto Heavens, but there was no progress. Xiao Hejian, are you prepared for Lord Wu Shuai's return? I want to see how you explain to Lord Alliance Leader why you promoted Lady Cold Ash so many times. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke first. Xiao Hejian's expression was grim. Back then he promoted Lady Cold Ash to gather Gu immortals and strengthen his force to resist Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side. But to think that Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. Not just that, Spectral Soul even made a move at the crucial moment, chasing after Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan, destroying Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul caused such huge losses to the Two Heavens Alliance. Xiao Hejian's responsibility was huge. Xiao Hejian's expression was ashen as he faced the accusation. He stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. How much responsibility I have is not up to you. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, don't forget, we are both Vice Alliance leaders. We have equal statuses. I know how big of a mistake I made. I am willing to accept any punishment from Lord Alliance Leader Wu Shuai. However, I'm not the only one responsible for this. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, are you not at fault? Think about it, who lured Lady Cold Ash into our alliance? Wasn't it you? Not only did you lure Spectral Soul here, you even lured Celestial Court spy, Night Wolf Heavenly Lord into the alliance. Your responsibility is much heavier than mine. You. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was furious. After his defeat, Xiao Hejian had already realized that he was in a dire situation. He had made ample preparations before coming to this conference. Speaking of which, isn't this all caused by humans? Be it Lady Cold Ash or Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, they are both humans. Human Gu immortals cannot be trusted. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother said eerily. She was an Inkman Gu immortal. Her Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven had been invaded by Celestial Court, suffering huge losses. Later the Two Heavens Alliance organized a rescue, but back then Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was worried about his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. He left Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven behind. Because of this, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became enemies. Xiao Hejian found out and tried to recruit her. The weakened Great Wisdom Immortal Mother became Xiao Hejian's supporter. As for Green Forest Great Sage, he was also a mini-man. He was of the same race as Xiao Hejian. They had a natural relationship. With these two supporting Xiao Hejian could barely resist Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group. But it was barely enough. This time, Spectral Soul's sneak attack created a huge problem for Xiao Hejian. Thus, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother saw that the situation was bad. she turned her attention to the humans. Once she said that, the other variant human Gu immortals agreed. That's right, humans are crafty, we cannot trust them easily. In my opinion, our Two Heavens alliance should be a pure human alliance. These human Gu immortals performed too poorly in the battle. The variant human Gu immortals were resonated, they looked at the humans in the hall with malicious gazes. Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine had ashen expressions. They stood closer to each other. The Two Heavens alliance had just been created, it had only been established for a short period of time. Now that they lost their strong leader, they were on the verge of breaking apart. Right at this time, a grand voice resounded throughout the Blessed Land headquarters. Alright, stop arguing. Next, a golden light shone down like a heavenly pillar. The golden light pillar dissipated, revealing two immortals. One wore a white robe and had black hair, his eyes were deep and eerie. The other was tall and handsome, he had a heroic bearing. They were Guiyue Fengyuan and Wu Shuai. In the hall, the immortals were shaken. With Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian at the lead, the immortals half knelt on the ground, saying in unison, "Subordinates welcome Lord Alliance Leader." After hesitating for a moment, they said in unison, "We welcome Lord Fengyuan." Wu Shuai raised his hand, "Rise." He stood beside Fengyuan, while Fengyuan sat on the Alliance Leader's seat. Wu Shuai was willing to be Fengyuan's subordinate, the immortals had different expressions. Wu Shuai said directly, "No need to be suspicious, even though I am a dragon man, I am actually Fengyuan's clone." The immortals were dazed, but they soon reacted, their expressions became more complex. They were not too surprised by this relationship. Ever since the Celestial Court reported the results of the battle, the relationship between Wu Shuai and Fengyuan had been widely speculated. After all, during the battle, Wu Shuai and Fengyuan had cooperated too closely, they trusted each other too much. This was not normal for demonic path Gu immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals had already heard of these rumors, even though they were loyal on the surface, they had many suspicions in their hearts. Thus, Wu Shuai's honesty was not hard for the immortals to accept. Wu Shuai continued, "The reason why I gathered all of you is to regroup and plan for the future, and also to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem in your grotto heavens." The immortals' eyes lit up. One of them blurted out, "Could it be that you already have a solution, Alliance Leader?" Wu Shuai smiled, "Of course I don't have a solution, but my main body does." The immortals looked at Fengyuan cautiously. Fengyuan was expressionless, his gaze was indifferent as he spoke for the first time. "Right now, you have two choices in front of you. The first is to let me annex your grotto heavens, only then can I help you get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem." The immortals' expressions changed, some of them were angry but did not dare to say anything. At once, everyone fell into silence. Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine broke the silence and asked respectfully, "I wonder what the other choice is?" Fengyuan leaned on his wide chair and narrowed his eyes. "The second choice is to kill all of you and annex all your grotto heavens." Chapter 2086. Facing the incomparably powerful Fengyuan, the variant human Gu immortals gritted their teeth as their gazes flickered. Many people looked around secretly, hoping that someone else would show up. Unfortunately, Fengyuan was the #1 demon in the world now, even Spectral Soul died under his ambush. When the demonic might was at its peak, none of the variant human alliance Gu immortals dared to provoke Fengyuan. No one dared to resist Fengyuan, but no Gu immortals surrendered and offered their headquarters to him. Everyone could see the unwillingness of these Gu immortals. Their grotto heaven headquarters were where they lived day and night, they were their homes, they were pure sacred grounds in their hearts. If they really offered their homes to Fengyuan, they would be ridiculed by their fellow countrymen, and the Gu immortals themselves would not be able to live with their conscience. Back then, when Celestial Court invaded Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch risked his life and expended his lifespan to activate Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. To save Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother even gave Wu Shuai the racial inheritance related to the Qianquan Crystal Wall. All of this proved that these grotto heavens and the two heavens had a special meaning to the variant human alliance members, they had extremely high positions in their hearts. But what could he do about it? The world knew of Fengyuan's strength. He was now the #1 demon, Heavenly Court had been attacked by him, Fate Gu was destroyed by him, and now even Spectral Soul was killed by him. After the pursuit of Fengyuan, even though Fengyuan had only recuperated for 10 days, the time was short, the variant human goo immortals present had no doubt that Fang Yuan could exterminate them all. Maybe their only hope was external reinforcements. But what reinforcements could these variant human goo immortals have? Should he look for the heavenly court or the longevity heaven? What a joke. More importantly, almost all the grotto heavens in the two heavens were facing the calamity of the Qi harvest fruits. If they did not join Fang Yuan and allowed these Qi harvest fruits to grow, these grotto heavens would definitely die. But if they joined Fang Yuan, the lives of these variant human goo immortals would be given to Fang Yuan. Now that he had boarded the pirate ship, it was easier said than done to get off. Fang Yuan's mercilessness had long been known to the world. Previously, he had sent many subordinates to attack the Middle Continent. After the Fate War, Fang Yuan only cared about escaping, and those subordinates were still wandering around the 5 regions. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan and Wuxia had directly moved Dragon Palace away from Celestial Court, leaving the variant human goo immortals behind in Celestial Court, ignoring them. Who could be at ease following such a leader? Have you thought it through? My patience is limited. Fang Yuan's face was indifferent as he issued an ultimatum. The immortals' hearts shook, many of them turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. Among them, the human goo immortals felt the most regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have turned to the Celestial Court. In today's world, the human race was the hegemon. They would not accept the allegiance of the mutant forces. But if they were all humans, it was a different matter. In fact, after the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, after they left Celestial Court, it was not that they did not want to imitate Night Wolf Heavenly Lord and turn to the Celestial Court. But the other variant human goo immortals were watching them closely, they had no chance at all. Thus, there was a reason why the variant human goo immortals were suspicious of these human goo immortals earlier, it was not without reason. The hall was still deathly silent, Fang Yuan's expression was calm, but the variant human alliance's members were feeling increasing pressure. Fang Yuan did not use any killer moves, but most of the goo immortals felt difficulty breathing, they felt immense pressure. Unable to endure this pressure, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, one of the alliance members, gritted his teeth, he was about to agree and offer his immortal aperture to Fang Yuan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man goo immortal with rank 8 cultivation level, he had his own plans. He knew that Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land, he rarely sent Langya Sect's hairy man goo immortals to fight. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch sided with Fang Yuan because he wanted the same treatment. Hairy men were skilled in goo refinement, they had great value in this aspect, they could preserve the lives of Golden Fur Grotto Heavens members, they could even be put in important positions. It was far better than being slaughtered by Fang Yuan and forcefully annexed. Once Golden Fur Immortal Monarch spoke with the first person, the rest would definitely feel immense pressure, the immortals would follow suit. It was as if a hole had been opened in a huge dam, and the flood would pour out through this hole. But at this time an alarm sounded. A large number of Eastern Sea goo immortals had moved out with several immortal goo houses, they were approaching this place. Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan looked at each other, Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Wu Shuai turned to look at the immortals. The enemy is here, let's fight them first, we will talk after repelling them. The immortals let out a sigh of relief. Normally, when Eastern Sea's righteous path formed an alliance army to attack, these people would be anxious, as if they were facing a great enemy. But now, they felt a sense of relief, they felt a sense of gratitude. Immediately, Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan went into hiding, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian at the lead. The variant human alliance's immortals moved out, facing the Eastern Sea Alliance army on the sea. Eastern Sea's righteous path had many people, Shin Clan's first Supreme Elder Shin Tsongxing, Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder, and Xie Clan's first Supreme Elder were personally participating in the battle. There were many immortal goo houses, there were more than 10. Eastern Sea was rich in resources, it was the number 1 region in the 5 regions, so it had the most immortal goo houses, even surpassing Central Continent. Of course, there were few top-tier rank 8 immortal goo houses like Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. Like now, among these immortal goo houses, there was only one rank 8 immortal goo house, Jade Cloud Fireworks Warship. It came from Eastern Sea's Hua clan. There were the most rank 6 immortal goo houses, followed by rank 7. The two armies confronted each other in the sky. Eastern Sea Alliance Army's first Supreme Elder walked out, Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 7 Goo Immortal Xia Rueji. Variant human remnant dares to disturb my Eastern Sea and invade my homeland, you have committed heinous crimes. Today will be the day you die. Xia Ruiji shouted loudly with a righteous aura. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sneered, "Cowardly scoundrel, you dare to come and die today." Xiao Hejian also mocked, "Homeless dogs, how dare you speak arrogantly?" Xia Ruiji's face turned red from anger, he gritted his teeth, "Variant humans, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. I will go out first, who dares to fight me alone?" Xia clan's territory was taken by the Variant Human Alliance. As the victim, Xia Ruiji naturally had to go out first. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately said, "A mere rank 7 dares to fight first. Forget it, our Variant Human Alliance disdains bullying the weak, we will send someone with similar cultivation level to fight you." Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's instructions, a rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal flew out and fought with Xia Ruiji. After 3 rounds, Shen Songxing stood up, "Who dares to fight me alone?" Shen Songxing had rank 8 cultivation level, his battle strength was publicly recognized to be at the peak in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. This time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not dare to be careless. Under Fang Yuan's secret orders, Xiao Hejian went out personally. After Shen Songxing and Xiao Hejian fought for a while, Eastern Sea Alliance sent out another rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he was not at Shen Songxing's level. Chapter 2087. The two armies confronted each other, and the 3 battle groups fought fiercely in front of the formation, attracting countless gazes. Xiao Hejian was an expert among rank 8s. In terms of strength, he was at the level of a celestial court member. As for Shen Songxing, ever since he returned from the Blue Dragon Whale, his strength had also improved greatly. The two of them were equally matched. But in the other 2 battles, the Mutated Race Alliance was at a disadvantage. Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord was defending more than attacking, while the rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal on the other side was already losing. His opponent was Xia Ruiji. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was still Xia clan's first supreme elder. He had abundant resources and many methods. After a few more rounds, Xia Ruiji suddenly shouted, using a fatal killer move towards the Snowman Gu Immortal. The Snowman Gu Immortal could not dodge, despair appeared on his face. Right at this time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch attacked, using an Ice Path killer move to attack Xia Ruiji. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was furious. They moved to protect Xia Ruiji, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's sneak attack. Using this chance, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch pulled that rank 7 Snowman subordinate back to his side. Variant Human Gu Immortals truly have no sense of propriety and honor, they lost both in battle and in battle. It was clearly a one-on-one fight, but he actually saved her. "Alright, since you don't want to follow the rules, then we'll attack together. Kill all these Variant Human Gu Immortals." The Righteous Alliance of Eastern Sea Alliance was infuriated. Like a raging tide, the whole army charged towards the alliance of the non-human races. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest had a change of expression. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's offense was quite fierce. With more than 10 Immortal Gu houses as the vanguard, they charged forward in a domineering manner. In comparison, even though the Variant Human Alliance had many rank 8 Gu Immortals, they lacked Immortal Gu houses in this battle. They were at a huge disadvantage with only their physical bodies. At this critical moment, the Ant Army suddenly appeared, forming a golden torrent that counterattacked the East Ocean Coalition Army. The Eastern Sea Alliance Army's offense suffered a setback. They were surrounded by billions of ants, many Immortal Gu houses were infiltrated by them, they could only defend desperately, their formation was in chaos. Wu Shuai appeared even without Dragon Palace, he was an expert among rank 8s. Lord Alliance Leader. The Outsiders Alliance's morale was greatly boosted. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were shocked. Why is Marshal Wu here? Isn't he with that devil, Fang Yuan? If he's here, where's Fang Yuan? As if answering the Eastern Sea Immortals' question, Fang Yuan's figure also appeared. You're quite courageous. Fang Yuan smiled and casually waved his hand, shooting out a 5-colored beam of light. A rank 7 Immortal Gu house was hit by the 5-colored light. It shook intensely. After a few breaths of time, it could not resist anymore and retreated rapidly. The Gu Immortals inside were extremely shocked. They shouted, "This is a compound killer move, it contains the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Fang Yuan snapped his fingers and countless light butterflies flew out. Butterflies of light flew like a torrential rain, attacking all the Immortal Gu houses in the battlefield. The Immortal Gu houses unleashed their abilities and resisted with all their might. The light butterfly continued to change colors, avoiding the attacks and entering the immortal goo house. This is also a compound killer move. It contains transformation path and refinement path profundities. We cannot let these light butterflies get close to the immortal goo house. They can forcefully refine goo worms. The Eastern Sea Alliance army screamed in shock. The variant human alliance's immortals were dumbfounded. Fang Yuan alone disrupted the entire Eastern Sea Alliance army. This was pseudo-venerable battle strength. The number one demon of the current 5 regions. Fang Yuan, how have you been? At the crucial moment, Qi currents surged like a tidal wave. Qi Sea Ancestor appeared. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's morale finally stabilized. Qi Sea Ancestor finally made a move. He has pseudo-venerable battle strength, only he can fight against Fang Yuan. Qi Sea Ancestor also returned? Didn't he go missing? The variant human goo immortals were shocked. Many had grim expressions. The reason why the Eastern Sea Immortals could form an army to attack the variant human alliance was because of Xia clan's active diplomacy and resource points, and also because Qi Sea Ancestor had secretly returned and gathered the immortals. Fang Yuan, please. Qi Sea Ancestor broke through the heavenly wind Qi wall and went to immemorial white heaven. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Qi Sea, since you have such an interest, I will accompany you. Saying so, he also charged into immemorial white heaven. Nobody dared to follow them at this moment. The sky above Eastern Sea was in a chaotic battle. Fang Yuan and Qi Sea Ancestor fought in immemorial white heaven. Heaven and earth shook. The sun and moon lost their radiance. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's cold laughter resounded. Qi Sea, I am no longer the same as I was in the past. Let's see if you can block my sword feather blade wings. As soon as he said so, the immortals in the chaotic battle saw countless sword feathers penetrating the heavenly wind Qi wall and descending, enveloping the entire battlefield. Next, countless sword feathers formed snow-white blade wings that slashed rapidly. The immortal goo houses in the battlefield were extremely fragile against these blade wings. Only the rank 8 immortal goo house Jade Cloud fireworks warship could resist them. Xia clan's immortal goo house whale fishing boat's final layer of defense was cut off. More than 10 blade wings flew in and created a huge wave of attacks. Xia Ruiji let out a miserable cry. He was actually killed inside the immortal goo house. The immortals were shocked. Look at my move, crying heart blood. A moment later, Fang Yuan's voice resounded again. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals felt great pain in their hearts. Large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouths, eyes, and nostrils. This was a compound killer move of blood path and wisdom path. Another move, lightning rhythm flow. A moment later, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in the battlefield again. Thus, formless Qi currents flew in the sky. The Qi currents weaved into a net, covering all the Goo immortals and immortal Goo houses. Lightning path and Qi path Dao marks were carved on their bodies. Too terrifying. This is a compound killer move of refinement path, lightning path, and Qi path. As long as we are inside, we will continue to get injured. Retreat, retreat quickly. The armies of both sides could not fight anymore. They retreated rapidly, not daring to stay in the battlefield for even a second longer. Fang Yuan, after not seeing you for more than 10 days, you have actually improved so much. Qi Sea Ancestor's voice resounded. It was filled with shock. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Qi Sea, you are still injured. How can you be my match? Today you will die here. Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was loud and resounded in the world. The Goo immortals on both sides felt a chill in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. Next, there was a huge explosion. It was like countless claps of thunder were raging in their ears. The immortals on both sides looked up. They saw that Qi waves were surging in the sky, surging everywhere. The color of the world changed. It was like the end of the world. That closed heavenly wind Qi wall continued to change shape. The thick Qi wall made people think of thin paper. There seemed to be countless wild beasts tearing and dancing on the other side. A large amount of powder fell down. This was heaven-splitting powder. Qi Sea Ancestor and Fang Yuan must have broken the sky. Next, the immortals heard Qi Sea Ancestor's weak voice. Fang Yuan, it is easy for you to defeat me, but it is wishful thinking to kill me. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Qi Sea, where are you going? Next, the terrifying explosions above the immortals' heads showed signs of slowing down. Be it friend or foe, they all let out sighs of relief. The power of the fight between these two great pseudo-venerables was too terrifying. If the heavenly wind Qi wall was really broken, the immortals would be exposed to the terrifying aftershocks of their battle. The consequences would be unimaginable. What are you waiting for? Kill. Wu Shuai suddenly shouted, waking up the frightened immortals. Qi Si has been defeated, we need to stall these people and wait for Fang Yuan to return victorious, he will be able to secure victory with a wave of his hand. Kill. The Variant Human Alliance was shaken, their morale rose to an extreme level because of this. The immortals charged towards the immortal Gu houses. Using their bodies to attack the immortal Gu houses was not a wise tactic. But inside the immortal Gu houses, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals all had ashen expressions, their bodies and minds were cold. It would be a lie to say they were not afraid. Even the immortal Gu houses could not give them any sense of security. Retreat! Retreat! Shin Songxing shouted. Without any hesitation, the Eastern Sea immortals turned around and fled. The Variant Human Gu immortals were most proficient in such battles where they had the upper hand. At once, they chased relentlessly with overwhelming momentum. After chasing for 100 li, Fang Yuan turned around and attacked. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was extremely weak in his hands, most of the immortal Gu houses were destroyed on the spot. Surrender obediently and contribute your immortal Gu, you can still keep your lives. Fang Yuan shouted, everyone in the Variant Human Alliance listen up, no one is allowed to attack my captives. In this battle, the Variant Human Alliance won an overwhelming victory. The Eastern Sea Alliance army suffered many casualties, and even more were captured by Fang Yuan. Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals chose to believe Fang Yuan's words, they surrendered and gave up resisting. Chapter 2088. Undeniably, this was a huge victory. Eastern Sea's righteous path is nothing more than this. I wonder if Qi Si ancestor died in battle? If he died, the whole of Eastern Sea will be ours. The Variant Human Alliance's Gu immortals were all very excited and radiant. Fang Yuan kept the captives while commanding the Variant Human Gu immortals to clean up the battlefield. Lord Fang Yuan, I, Golden Fur, am willing to follow Lord to conquer the world. I will offer Golden Fur Grotto Heaven to Lord. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch suddenly knelt down towards Fang Yuan, shouting loudly. The group of immortals fell silent. Then, the voices of surrender gathered into waves of sound that continued endlessly. The entire Variant Human Alliance was in awe. Wu Shuai saw this and was secretly happy, while Fang Yuan's expression was still indifferent. The scene in front of them was within their expectations. If Fang Yuan had forced these alliance members earlier, he could have suppressed them, but it would not have been like now, where they were all in high spirits. Fang Yuan and his two clones had made many gains in this plan. One aspect was that Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance's attack brought huge external pressure. The Variant Human Alliance's people were forced to unite, they could sense the vile external environment, the entire human Gu immortal world had deep hostility towards Variant Humans. On the other hand, Fang Yuan displayed incredible battle strength, he led the Variant Human Alliance to a great victory. This left a deep impression on the Alliance immortals that they could not resist Fang Yuan, they were also looking forward to the future of submitting to Fang Yuan. From the perspective of these Variant Human Alliance members. First, each Grotto Heaven had the Qi Harvest Fruit Calamity, if they did not submit to Fang Yuan, they would not be able to resolve it themselves. Second, the outcome of defying Fang Yuan was right in front of them, they could not do such a thing in order to survive. Third, although Fang Yuan was heartless, he was strong enough. Following such an expert would give them a much brighter future than fighting alone. Humans had dominated the 5 regions for a long time, these 2 heavens Variant Human Gu immortals had endured for so many years, they were already numb to their weak positions. Similar to the morale of the members of the Celestial Court in Longevity Heaven, they were rather lacking. This could be seen in many of the previous battles. The Variant Human Alliance's Gu immortals had weak battle intent, they focused on protecting themselves. With all these reasons, it was almost certain that the entire alliance of the foreign races would side with Fang Yuan. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to calculate the spoils. Instead, he ordered the immortals, next, we need to conquer soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. The immortals' hearts shook as they once again felt Fang Yuan's dominance and dominance. This battle was not enough to satisfy Fang Yuan's appetite. He wanted to continue fighting and take down the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven and the Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a soul path Grotto Heaven that Spectral Soul secretly controlled when he was alive. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan wanted to take advantage of this and capture them all. As for the previous owner of Night Wolf Grotto Heaven, Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch, he had secretly sided with the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan found out about it and made use of it. Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch was killed by Wuxia in Dragon Palace, but in order to conceal the information, they quickly attacked the Celestial Court. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven could only ignore them. Now that Feng Yuan had the time, he naturally wanted to take revenge and annex them. Thus, the Outsiders Alliance once again charged into the Primordial Onyx Heaven in a mighty manner. The army pressed forward, but before the battle started, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven's entrance suddenly opened. With Yi Ji as the leader, the Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals came out and knelt before Feng Yuan, asking to surrender. Feng Yuan did not start a massacre. After taking in everyone, he led the army to Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven was a scene of desolation. It turned out that after Spectral Soul took over Lady Cold Ash's body, he had left in Sun and Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven to manage the logistics. After Feng Yuan pursued them, only Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxia escaped from Shadow Sect. After Fairy Myrtle escaped, she immediately contacted In Sun and ordered him to retreat. In Sun naturally would not retreat empty-handed. Other than emptying almost all of his storage, he even detonated the Chi Harvest Fruit before leaving, causing severe damage to Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. The remaining Gu Immortals and Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven finally repaired the hole, but after a few days of rest, they were attacked by Feng Yuan's army. Against Feng Yuan's army, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven could not resist at all. It was conquered almost instantly. Inside Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, there were still several Gu Immortals left, led by In Chong. These people had not been modified by Spectral Soul. Before In Sun left, they had fought with him. They were all injured. Feng Yuan did not reject any of them. He also took these people in as his subordinates. Next, he created a new alliance agreement. Feng Yuan learned from his previous lesson. He no longer used his main body to contact his subordinates. He used Wushuai's clone instead. This way, even if a strong enemy captured these subordinates in the future, they could only deduce Wushuai's location through the alliance agreement. Feng Yuan's main body would be safe. At this point, Feng Yuan completely took over the Variant Human Alliance. But it was not enough. In many Grotto Heavens of the immemorial Two Heavens, the Chi Harvest fruits had already grown to a huge size. They were on the verge of self-detonation. Feng Yuan first went to Grand Swine Grotto Heaven. Under the Immortals' gazes, Feng Yuan waved his hand, releasing a white light. The white light coiled around the huge Chi Harvest fruit as it turned into mist. The mist surged, obstructing investigative methods. Feng Yuan was still not assured. He ordered the Immortals, "Stay back, don't use any goo worms, I don't want to disturb my method." The Immortals obeyed. White mist spread, shrouding Feng Yuan's main body. Outsiders could not see the situation inside. Feng Yuan opened the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's entrance. The Chi-Si clone flew out. The Chi-Si clone came to the Chi Harvest fruit, his eyes shining like he was looking at a supreme delicacy. The Chi-Si clone stabbed his hand deep into the Chi Harvest fruit as he activated a Chi Path method. Immortal Killer Move, Chi-Ju Revival. This Chi Path method was modified by Feng Yuan using Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's Chi Harvest Fruit Revival method. When he created the Chi-Si clone earlier, he relied on this move. Under the killer move Chi-Ju Revival, the Chi Harvest Fruit shrunk rapidly, turning into a large number of Chi Path Dao marks that were added to the Chi-Si clone's body. If I devour this fruit completely, I will gain about 60,000 Chi Path Dao marks. Chi-Si Ancestor estimated with a joyful tone. This was a huge amount. On average, an ordinary Grand Tribulation could give a Gu Immortal about 7,000 Dao marks. An ordinary Myriad Tribulation could give a Gu Immortal about 80,000 Dao marks. If they were undergoing tribulations, a Chi Path Gu Immortal would need to go through 8 or 9 Grand Tribulations to accumulate 60,000 Chi Path Dao marks. The Dao marks gained from undergoing tribulations are not only the Dao marks of the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path, but also some Dao marks of other paths. Looking at it from another perspective, as long as Chi-Si Ancestor completely absorbed this Chi Harvest fruit, he would have passed most of the Chi Path Myriad Tribulations without any risk. Thus, Chi-Si Ancestor's gains from absorbing the Chi Harvest fruit were huge. Feng Yuan calculated, the Chi-Si clone was created from the Celestial Court Chi Harvest fruit. It had over 800,000 Chi Path Dao marks when it was born. Absorbing 3 of these Chi Harvest fruits would surpass 1 million. My own Chi Path Dao marks are only at this level. When the Chi-Si clone absorbs all the Chi Harvest fruits in the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, his Chi Path Dao marks will far surpass mine. It will accumulate to an unprecedented and terrifying level. Fang Yuan's 1 million Qi Path Dao marks were obtained from annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven. The Qi Si clone had to start from scratch and accumulate independently. But by relying on Qi Ju survival and the Qi harvest fruit, his accumulation efficiency was truly shocking. Evidently, for a long time from now on, the Qi Si clone would become Fang Yuan's main clone. In terms of battle strength, it would be on par with the main body, it might even surpass him. There were many factors that influenced the Gu Immortal's battle strength, for example, the Gu Immortal's personal battle attainment, the battle environment, the Gu Immortal's Gu worm ranks, the killer moves, Gu formations, immortal Gu houses, and whether the Gu Immortal had a mature and outstanding combat system. But among these factors, the most important one was the Gu Immortal's cultivation level. 1,000 Dao marks could double the amplification. Excluding freaks like Fang Yuan, Feng Jioge, and the past venerables, on average, rank 6 Gu Immortals had 0 to 9,000 Dao marks. Rank 7 Gu Immortals had 10,000 to 30,000 Dao marks. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had 100,000 to 300,000. Thus, the difference in battle strength between rank 7 and rank 8 far surpassed the difference between rank 6 and rank 7. In the Gu cultivation system, the higher the level, the greater the difference between each rank. Until rank 9 Gu venerables, they were invincible in the world, they could sweep through everything. Why was Northern Plains' old ancestor Xuehu the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world? He was from the demonic path, he lacked suitable immortal Gu. The main reason was that he had an extraordinary number of ice and snow Dao marks. According to your estimation, how many Qi Path Dao marks does Demon Immortal Qi Ju have? Within the white fog, Fang Yuan's main body asked the Qi Si clone. The Qi Si clone swallowed the Qi harvest fruit as he said, about 500,000. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. From the battle, all the signs showed that Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Dao marks were inferior to Duke Long's. It was likely that his rebirth was disturbed by Fang Yuan and the Southern Alliance. He was too hasty and impatient. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju had Shiland. Shiland was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. A complete secluded domain of heaven and earth was a rank 9 immortal material. Thus, any Qi Path killer move that used Shiland as the core had terrifying power, even Spectral Soul could not face it head-on. This was like the reverse flow protection seal that Fang Yuan had once used, it also made everyone feel helpless. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's killer move was outdated and he lacked immortal Gu. The two things that allowed him to have pseudo-venerable battle strength were Dao marks and Shiland. After Shiland was heavily damaged, his battle strength fell by a lot, he was eventually suppressed and imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. The Qi Si clone devoured the Qi harvest fruit and sent it into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan collected the Qi harvest fruit, the Alliance immortals saw that the original Qi harvest fruit was gone, there was nothing left at the original location, they cheered. We are saved, our homeland is saved. As expected of Lord Fang Yuan, he is unfathomable and omnipotent. Lord Fang Yuan, our headquarters are in danger, please lend us a helping hand. The immortals cheered, all sorts of flattering words surged towards Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Even though none of these Gu immortals could fight, their flattery skills were very profound, and they were improving by the day. Fang Yuan then annexed this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and fused it into his sovereign Grotto Heaven. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven was a rank 8 transformation path Grotto Heaven. It produced pig-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was Great Grandmaster, he could naturally annex it. Why did he not annex it before? It was naturally because this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had fused with a 9 heavens fragment, it contained heaven path Dao marks, causing the heavenly spirit to be corroded by providence, it became very stupid and useless. Chapter 2089. Fang Yuan started to create compound killer moves in secret again. His divine sense moved around the sovereign immortal aperture. Under the divine sense's gaze, there were all sorts of mortal Gu. He casually took out 2 wind path Gu worms. The rank 1 was called Clear Wind Wheel Gu, while the rank 2 was called Jade Wind Wheel Gu. The former, when activated, allowed the Gu Master's 2 calves to have a ring of light green whirlwinds coiling around them, increasing their movement speed. The latter was one of the results of Clear Wind Wheel Gu's refinement, it could form a pair of jade green whirlwinds, like 2 bracelets on the Gu Master's arm, increasing their movement speed. I currently lack movement methods in battle, why don't I use this as a foundation and create one? Fang Yuan had an inspiration, he fell into deep thought. Ever since he fought with the Qi-Si clone in the immemorial Two Heavens, he had a need for this. Although he was plotting with the Qi-Si clone to harm Eastern Sea's righteous path and the Variant Human Alliance, Fang Yuan and the Qi-Si clone had fought for real. If not for that, how could such a terrifying scene be created? After all, the main body and the clone's fight had split the sky, causing heaven-splitting powder to fall. In this friendly fight, Fang Yuan displayed all sorts of killer moves. He had excellent performance. Even the worst was average. His performance was average. Although there were no surprises, there were no disappointments either. This fight made Fang Yuan feel his own inadequacies. Although he had already created many compound killer moves, most of them were offensive and defensive, he was still lacking in terms of movement. The two wind path goo worms gave Fang Yuan an inspiration. In his imagination, when he activated a wind path goo worm, 2 rings of wind would condense under his feet. The rings of wind would revolve continuously like 2 wheels of wheels. As long as he activated them for a period of time, the rings would rotate faster, and Fang Yuan's body would also move faster. Let me see, how many wind path immortal goo do I have? Fang Yuan had few wind path immortal goo, but in the battle not long ago, Fang Yuan had obtained many wind path immortal goo. The members of the Alien Race Alliance also had some. In the worst case, Fang Yuan could extort the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path to get wind path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's choices were too wide. Soon, Fang Yuan obtained many wind path immortal goo from his subordinates. They were all rank 7. After thinking about it and referring to many wind path immortal goo recipes and wind path killer moves, Fang Yuan successfully created his wind path killer move. After the initial activation, 2 rings of wind formed under the goo immortal's feet and could move the goo immortal's body. After testing the killer move for a while, Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He noticed the biggest flaw. Although this killer move would become faster and faster, the starting speed was too slow, and it needed to be sustained for a period of time before the speed increase would show some improvement. How to improve it? This was actually a common problem with wind path killer moves. Regardless of whether it was a gentle breeze or a violent gale, they all needed a process to grow to their maximum power. Of course, there were many ways to maximize the power of the attack right from the start. If one's wind path attainment level was high, they could modify the killer move structure to an extremely exquisite level. Or they could sacrifice a lot of time to prepare and erupt in one go. Or they could expend more immortal essence to increase the power of the killer move. However, Fang Yuan tossed all of these methods to the back of his mind, because they were all common methods. Fang Yuan was interested in fire path. Fire path's explosive performance far surpassed wind path's. In terms of explosive power, fire path was one of the best among all the paths. After choosing a few suitable fire path immortal goo, this compound killer move was successfully modified. Let's call it Windfire Wheel. Fang Yuan casually used a name. Windfire Wheel killer move had explosive power, it could accelerate rapidly and become faster and faster, and most importantly, it did not expend much immortal essence and did not require much mental effort. Fang Yuan tried it again and was quite satisfied. All in all, Windfire Wheel was already outstanding among rank 7 killer moves. It could trample on 70% of the current killer moves. However, if this killer move landed in the hands of other goo immortals, it would be different. Basically, no goo immortal would be stupid enough to use it. Because just the internal friction of wind path and fire path would cause this killer move's effect to fall to rank 6. Using the immortal essence of a rank 7 killer move, it would only have rank 6 power. In the eyes of other goo immortals, this killer move would be the lowest of the lowest. This was the advantage of having over 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. The internal friction of different Dao marks was greatly reduced, many killer moves were reborn in Fang Yuan's hands. And most importantly, the difficulty of Fang Yuan's derivation of the compound killer move was greatly reduced. If it were an ordinary goo immortal who cultivated wind path, they would not be stupid enough to use fire path immortal goo as the 2 cores to create a killer move like Windfire Wheel. At most, they would use some low-rank immortal goo of other paths as support, and they could not use a lot of them. The most common method was to use a vast number of fire path mortal goo to reduce the internal friction. But this way, the number of goo worms in the killer move would increase, the difficulty of activating it would increase, the mental burden would increase, the overall evaluation of the killer move would also fall. Killer moves needed to be practical, the number of goo worms could not be too high, the immortal essence burden could not be too high, the effect had to be good, and there could not be any obvious flaws. Thus, creating killer moves was an extremely difficult and huge project. But in Fang Yuan's hands, compound killer moves could not only use 2 cores, they could also use 3 cores for cores and many other cores. Wind Path was not good at eruption, he could use Fire Path and choose freely. The space for creating and modifying killer moves of a single path was limited. Compound killer moves were even more so, because of the internal friction. In the history of Gu cultivation, compound killer moves were far fewer than the killer moves of a single path. Killer moves of a single path had always been the orthodox path. But Fang Yuan's situation was completely different now. Because of the low internal friction in his derivation of compound killer moves, the space for him to create and modify killer moves was much larger than ordinary Gu immortals. The number of paths in the world reduced the difficulty of his derivation of killer moves by several times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan was able to rapidly devise a large number of compound killer moves in a short period of time. Don't forget that he had a vast number of Gu recipes and killer moves, so even though his Wind Path and Fire Path attainment levels were not high, he could refer to them and easily devise a killer move like Wind Fire Wheel. When sparring with the Qi-Si clone earlier, Fang Yuan had used Sword Feather Blade Wings, Heart Crying Blood, Thunder Charm Thread Flow, 5 Technique Rainbow Light, Refinement Butterfly killer moves. They were just a small portion of the outstanding killer moves in his inventory. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks, even though it was a small number, it truly opened up a whole new world for Fang Yuan. Since ancient times until now, countless heroes and experts in history had only dabbled in this new world. After exploring a few steps, they were powerless and unable to continue. But with the support of Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan could take a dozen steps or even 100 steps, he could easily obtain unprecedented achievements. The Heavenly Dao is inclusive and pays attention to the balance of all living beings, it is truly wondrous. In the next few days, Fang Yuan secretly created and modified compound killer moves while leading Qi-Si Ancestor and Wuxia to sweep through the grotto heavens. Most of the Qi harvest fruits in the Variant Human Alliance were devoured by Qi-Si Ancestor, some were left in the grotto heavens. Fang Yuan annexed a total of 3 rank 8 grotto heavens, Transformation Paths Grand Swine Grotto Heaven, Time Paths Time Difference Grotto Heaven, and Rule Paths Freshness Grotto Heaven. These 3 grotto heavens had abundant resources and deep foundations. They were located on heaven vein nodes and were taken care of by Providence for many years. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. He cleverly split these 3 grotto heavens and placed them in different areas of the sovereign immortal aperture. For example, Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had 2 super resource points, one was the Rolling Waterfall Cliff, the other was the Needle Forest Snowfield. In the Rolling Waterfall Cliff, there were large numbers of desolate beast jumping pigs. These jumping pigs could not walk, they only knew how to jump. When they grew to a certain stage, their bodies would become fat, they would come to the highest cliff and jump down. There was a huge waterfall hanging on the cliff. The water in the waterfall was boiling hot. It contained a vast number of Fire Path and Water Path Dao marks. It was steaming hot all year round. When the jumping pigs jumped into the waterfall, 10% of them would die from the corrosion of Fire Path and Water Path Dao marks. The remaining 90% would have their skin and flesh split open. They would have their bones broken and blood splattered. They barely survived. But after that, as long as the jumping pigs survived, they would break through their bottleneck and grow into dead fat pigs. Dead fat pigs would no longer be desolate beasts, their life forms would break through to another level, they would become ancient desolate beasts. The number of dead fat pigs and jumping pigs in the rolling waterfall cliff was quite sizable. The number of dead fat pigs produced every year was basically the largest in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. And in the Needle Forest Snowfield, there were bold swine that lived and reproduced. Bold swine were immemorial black pigs, even their bones were black, they were as large as mountains and moved slowly. The Needle Forest Snowfield was huge. Fang Yuan naturally placed it in Kokitahara, causing Kokitahara's area to increase by 20%. And there were more than 500 bold swine of all sizes. Fang Yuan became the world's largest pig farm owner in one leap. As for Time Difference Grotto Heaven and Freshness Grotto Heaven, they each had a super resource point. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had suffered heavy losses from the myriad tribulation. But after annexing these 3 grotto heavens, there was an immediate improvement. The development rate rose to 25%. This development rate was slightly higher than before the myriad tribulation. Previously, the sovereign immortal aperture only had 1 super resource point. It was Danghun Mountain, which produced Guts Gu. After that was the dragonfish business. Fang Yuan invested in it many times before it became a giant resource point. Fang Yuan developed the sovereign immortal aperture by forcefully taking Heifan Grotto Heaven and Qi-Si Grotto Heaven. But how could these two grotto heavens be as stable as the variant human alliance's grotto heaven? Providence took great care of the latter. On the other hand, it was Fang Yuan's development, like the eerie fire dragon python pit, seagull soil beach and five light mountain. They were all newly established, there was little investment, their development time could not compare to the variant human grotto heavens. Finally, Fang Yuan focused on raising humans and variant humans later on. He did not put his energy into proper resources. After annexing them, the sovereign immortal aperture's subsequent arrangements were very complicated. Fang Yuan handed them to the humans and variant humans in the immortal aperture. He himself started to refine the heaven path Dao marks inside. As for Qi Si ancestor, he returned to Qi Si. Xia clan's surviving Gu immortals were in Qi Si. They cried tears of joy when they saw Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor was still alive. This was the best news. Eastern Sea super forces sent their representatives to Qi Si. After getting this news, they let out sighs of relief. Without Qi Si ancestor, they could not deal with Fang Yuan. This defeat is all because of me. Qi Si ancestor took the initiative to take responsibility. Cough cough. Don't say that, ancestor. The one who wanted to attack the variant human alliance was my Xia clan. Sigh, I have let down my friends who died in battle. Qi Si ancestor raised his head and sighed. His eyes were slightly red. Qi Si ancestor, you should focus on recuperating now. Whatever resources you need, the whole of Eastern Sea will support you fully. Eastern Sea Shin Clan Gu Immortal spoke. The other super forces representatives also nodded without any objections. Under everyone's gazes, Qi Si ancestor coughed out another mouthful of blood. He sighed. The most important thing now is to recover from my injuries. Most of the immortal friends of the two heavens who have attached themselves to me still have the scourge of the energy harvest fruit in their homes. Let me get rid of these chi harvest fruits first. The immortals were extremely moved. Many of the two heavens Gu immortals had tears in their eyes. Qi Si ancestor, you are truly the role model of Eastern Sea's righteous path. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.